We are live. Are we definitely live? Yeah? We are definitely live. Apparently we're live. I'm not saying it on YouTube. Let me check my Twitter. I'm just double checking, if you're wondering. Not saying anything. Come on, let me know. Let me have a look here. Coming in any second now. Here we are. We're on. We're on.
Nice.
We're on, motherfuckers.
Back.
Well, welcome back, the boys.
Yes, lads.
Back,
Come
lads.
on, boys.
We're back.
Come on.
Boys.
I will get my drinks on.
Good catching up, wasn't it, boys? We've had a good little catch up before
Yeah,
starting
mate.
off the stream.
It's been a minute, hasn't it?
It has been, man. It's good to see you guys again.
Been good. I've lost a whole person of body weight.
Yep.
Literally,
Everyone's
bro.
complimenting me. Feels pretty good.
You guys are cruiserweight now.
I know. Right? We've got the commentary on. We're probably going to have to mute this. I don't know. Probably not, because we're literally at the zone. Maybe they're just going to give us a pass. I normally have to worry about this shit. I'm not like all you other streamers, right? We're literally in the zone headquarters.
Yep.
What do you think of the place, lads? All right?
Lovely. It's nice.
Nice.
It's all right, isn't it?
Very
Get used to
tidy
this.
Feels
setup.
quite official, doesn't it?
I didn't expect this. I'm not going to lie. This is good quality, man.
They put the posters up, everything. Shout out to the boys in the back, by the way. They made the effort big time. Big love to them. And obviously, we can't forget the last time. If someone could mute this TV, by the way, so I can hear myself. The last time we were here for an AJ fight in London, we all remember what happened. Yeah,
Yes.
It was an emotionally draining
Traumatic.
moment for me. Where I basically exploded. That was probably one of the reasons I thought, you've got to lose weight. The blood pressure's getting a bit ridiculous. That was, and I have that worry on the way here. I thought the last time we were together, and usually when we get together, shit goes south for someone we're rooting for. It's kind of bad.
Yep.
So I am worried because Fury, who we'll get onto, didn't look amazing last night. It wasn't vintage, right? We can get onto that, and we do need AJ to do his part of the bargain. And last time when we were in this situation, it was a Saudi fight. Deontay Wilder didn't hold his end of the bargain up.
Yes.
AJ did, and we remember that fight. We never got that fight. We're never going to get that fight either, by the looks of it. So just in general, the jeopardy on the line tonight, lads. Multi-million dollars, and we also have to acknowledge this is after a horrendous car accident where we know he had injuries. We don't know what they were. We don't know mentally if he's the same person. This is probably the most vulnerable Anthony Joshua is ever going to be in terms of coming back from trauma, layoff, defeats, the weird Jake Paul fight, which wasn't really a fight. It's a weird situation, isn't it?
It's a scary thing because initially I didn't want any warm-up, any banana skins, because this fight's been in the making for so many years. I didn't want anything to jeopardise that, but what happened to AJ, we've kind of got to give him a little bit of leeway. He needs that because you know, I'm just so happy that he's back in boxing. Forget this Fury fight as much as I want it. To see him back in the ring is a massive thing. But I'll be honest, it's nerve-wracking because, like I say, we've seen what happened last time. We don't know what sort of mental space he's going to be in there, because talk's one thing, but when he actually gets in the ring, that's when we're going to really find out. But
Jake Paul hit him, but he's not been hit since Dubois.
Yeah, but let's
you know what I mean?
Let's just say Jake Paul is realistically a light heavyweight blown up. There's a difference between getting hit from a proper. I don't want to say
this guy's a real heavyweight, isn't
and
he?
I don't want to say Jake Paul's not a real boxer, but there's levels to this game, and you know, is it like a heavyweight at this level is different. So we're going to get a real test tonight. I don't really count Jake Paul fight, to be honest.
Jake Paul couldn't knock Nate Diaz out. He couldn't knock Anderson Silva out at the end of their career when they were decrepit. This guy is 20 wins by knockout in a row, aside from one defeat. So if AJ is hesitant, and we've seen him look a bit like when he gets it against Dubois, he immediately just seemed to be a shell of himself. We don't want to say that tonight, do we?
No, we don't. We want to see AJ. I don't want to keep saying AJ of old, and we're going back to like Klitschko, because it's like, mate, is that like a decade ago or something? But like, we want to see AJ that's remnants of the AJ that we remember. You know, even if we go back to as far as Pulev or Otto Wallin, do you know what I mean?
That wasn't that long ago, was it?
That's the thing.
Yeah.
So it's like, what was that, 2-3 years? I want to see that his form is still intact to the point where, okay, this opponent, he isn't in the league of you guys. He's not. He's not someone that's going to suddenly have his name be mentioned with Ajit Caballo. He's not in the mix. This is a comeback fight. I want it to go as a comeback fight should. If we're into like round 11 and AJ's cut and he's cut and they're going hell for, that's when it's like, oh no, problems. Everybody retire.
Exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
AJ's done the right thing though in terms of an opponent, because if you're gonna, and I don't mean it in a disrespectful way, but if you're gonna scrape the barrel type thing, pick someone that can punch, because then at least there's that bit of jeopardy for us fans. I think that when you speak about those fights that they didn't overcome, you know, Joseph Parker and Daniel Dubois are two guys that have both fought for world titles since then. They're two guys that have been in the mix, and the Dubois loss has aged quite well when you look at the job that he did on Fabio Wardley, who's an up-and-comer.
It's actually aged really well.
It's aged quite well.
Yeah.
But my problem with it is AJ hasn't been out of second gear since that fight. No matter whether we say Jake Paul hit him, that's all well and good, but just from a cardio and fitness and pushing the pace aspect of it, getting tired in a fight, that's not something AJ's done, because Jake Paul did not get him out of second gear when he's on the front foot, walking and stalking. You'll know yourself, it's very easy to just keep on one level when you're doing that, and as he did do that, he ends up getting the knockout. So it'll be hard, it'll be a test for him tonight, but I'm looking forward to it.
I feel like he's really taken this quite seriously, AJ, and I think that where with Tyson Fury, we see the motivation just vary wildly. Like even last night, I'm like, is this a motivational issue? Because we've seen against Ngannou, he just thought, this is a walk in the park. I do feel like AJ never does that, but he seems even more switched on than he normally would be because of the added spice of the Usyk training camp. Yeah. I feel like they've got him. Like, what blew my mind, and this is a good talking point for us lads, is I looked at him and I thought, you look fucking shredded. You look lean. You look lighter than you've been in a long time. Then he steps on the scales at 251 pounds, and I'm like, that's not lean for you. That's not light. I thought he was going to come in light because of the footwork, because of the, but actually, he looks like maybe he's gained muscle and lost fat. He looks more drawn in the face. You mentioned you've seen him all these years.
Yeah, to be honest, it tells me that the conditioning, we know Usyk's team conditioning second to none, especially the footwork, being explosive. If you know boxing, the power comes from the legs. And the fact that AJ looks more trim up top tells me they've been doing a lot of leg work, explosive work. Because, like I say, physically, if you look at him up top, because that's what you look at, generally speaking, when you say a boxer, but he looks so lean up top, I think we're going to get an explosive performance.
What he does, when I watch Usyk train, it's a lot of what they call plyometric training.
Absolutely.
Which is it isn't weightlifting, it's explosive actions to get your and I'm like, if with an athlete like AJ, Usyk was at a bit of a disadvantage in life in terms of compared to these kind of big, muscular, explosive heavyweights. Genetically, Usyk's a cardio king, so they've tried to improve his explosiveness. If you translate that into a naturally explosive guy, we could see, and it's hard to imagine a better version of AJ as he's getting older, but a version at this stage that we maybe was pleasantly surprised about, because this could jive really well with him as an athlete. And I do expect, where we've been frustrated by Fury in the Makhmudov fight and in last night's fight, which we'll get on to, I'm hoping that AJ shows a level of fitness that shows the conditioning and the level of looking after himself that we've seen from AJ, where we haven't seen that from Fury. I don't want to see AJ looking like unfit, struggling, like gassing. I want to see him fit. And if you're not fit after training with the Usyk camp, well, then when are you going to be fit?
And I think it's like the way they've treated their bodies over their careers. I've always felt like coming up to these type of ages is where we're going to start to see the outcomes of those things. Do you know what I'm saying? Because there's only so much quick bounce backs in training camps that you can do. You can see it does catch up with you. And I think with Fury, he's been so aggressive with his body by the way he's looked after it, or sorry, not looked after it, shall I say, versus AJ, who's just been a consummate professional with how he's treated his body. You expect AJ at this stage to have a whole lot more to give. Like, looking at, obviously not getting onto the Fury fight just yet, but when you see Fury on some of those outings where we put it down to, he's not motivated, it's like, yeah, cool, but you didn't even look after yourself in camp. You showed up not motivated physically, your performance, and it's like, there's only so many times you can trust your body to snap back from those things and go back to optimum.
And one of the differences, but before we get into the actual fight, for me, AJ is more keen, and I don't think that. Look, we've got the Fury Defence League with us tonight. Joey's on point, right?
Live.
He's already, bless him, right?
I
Last
can
night
see him just
we
bubbling.
were firing clips into the group chat. We were getting ahead of it because we know AJ might get smoked tonight, so we were firing these Fury clips in, going, "What do you think of this, Joey?" But the one thing that gives me hope as someone who wants AJ to win, one of the bonuses I look at and go, "That's a tick for you and a cross for Fury," is you are putting yourself in new scenarios, new environments, uncomfortable places. Like, to go at this age, I'm going to train with the hardest trainer in boxing and I'm going to gut it out. It's not the actions of someone who doesn't want it. It's not the actions of someone who's work shy. And it's not the actions of someone who his ego is so big and he's got a bunch of yes man around him, like a Conor McGregor, like a Tyson Fury. In my opinion, I watched an interview from Tyson Fury's one of his coaches. I don't know who the fuck it is. I think it was a baldy guy, a white
Sugar.
No, not
Oh,
Sugar.
okay. Yeah, I saw this.
It was a white baldy guy, and I want your take on this before we even get into the fight, because this was pre-fight, and he goes, "The training we've been doing. When you see how good Tyson Fury looks in this fight, when Anthony Joshua sees how good Tyson Fury looks in this fight, he's going to make a fake injury. He's going to want to pull out, because Fury right now, he's the best he's ever been." And it was mad seeing that interview after the fight, because in my head I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? And obviously, then I realised Sugar Hill only...
about 2 weeks, I think.
He only joins the camp right at the end of camp, and I'm like, you know, if I really believe in a coach, even if it's like a warm-up fight, the habits we're developing, the training that we're doing, we're not getting ready for Marius Wack. We're getting ready for Anthony Joshua.
Thank you.
So why is Sugar turning up so late in camp, and why is this yes man talking absolute bollocks, and AJ's over there training in with the Ukrainian lot? Like, as a Fury fan, are you scratching your head as to what the preparation is like right now?
I think when you say about taking yourself out your comfort zone, when Tyson originally linked up with Sugar Hill and he was still kind of with Ben, he didn't want to quite let Ben go, but he said, you know, I want an extra voice there. That was the last time that he really did take himself out of his comfort zone.
Yeah.
And that's the last time that we saw a real improvement in him, where he had added layers to his game. If AJ adds layers to his game tonight, it's not going to be in the same way that Tyson Fury had. Tyson Fury all of a sudden developed a fair bit more punch power, learning how to sit down on the shots, especially like in the Wilder rematch. If AJ adds a really good gas tank and a good engine to his game, then I think that there will be a lot of people who, even if they're supporting Tyson Fury, will say, right, that fight has drawn a lot more level in terms of who's going to win and stuff like that. I do genuinely feel like you guys are probably right in terms of Tyson Fury having a few too many yes men round him, because when I watched that interview, I don't know who the guy is, by the way. I'm a Fury fan.
Not know?
I don't even know who that guy is.
Know, then no one
I don't know whether he's someone
had for breakfast 3 weeks ago.
they probably met him in Pattaya somewhere and just thought, you're all right, you can come along. The thing is, mate, I'm not even joking when I say that. I literally do know people they've met out in Pattaya and they've become part of the team. Like that's
no.
Swear to God.
What?
Swear to God. Yeah.
But does it not just tell you, like, you bang on there, Brian, because AJ's...
I was making a joke.
I'm not saying that guy is, but I can genuinely tell you I do know people.
But I think Brian's bang on, because AJ at this stage in his career is actually looking to improve himself.
He's still a student.
He's still a student, and this is what I've always said about AJ. He's got such a thirst for knowledge and wanting to better himself. It's actually been a downfall, like that the fight where he was asking on his ring walk, he was asking one of the security guys. I think he was the actual coach. You know what he thinks you should
Clifton
do.
Mitchell.
Clifton.
That's it.
Yeah, which is absolute madness.
How would you fight him? Right while we're in the ring.
Literally. and they're introducing them.
That's the difference.
But it's a gift and a curse, isn't it?
It's a gift and a curse. Yeah. But at this stage, I think with the whole clarity, the whole vibe I'm seeing from AJ, he's in such a good place and he really is wanting to better himself. The difference is with Tyson Fury at this stage in his career, he needs... I'm repeating myself here, but... I always say he needs boxing, he needs the routine, but the real intent, the real motivation for me isn't there. It's almost like he went to Thailand purely thought, I love the weather, I love the vibe. Like, it wasn't about the training itself, it was just the environment. It wasn't about bettering yourself technically. And realistically, if you look at boxing, the older you get, it's even more important to tweak your, the way you box and improve your craft, because like we talked about this earlier on the way here, Brian, his career, Tyson, at this stage in his career, he's basically a reflex-based fighter. He's probably, when you're comparing him to AJ, the more natural fighter. So these are the things that actually slow down as you get older. The power, that side of it with AJ, them are the things that kind of go last in your career. So more than anything, Tyson should be the guy really looking to improve, because all his natural attributes are naturally slowing down. I'm only going off what I've just seen against Wack last night. I mean, it's clear as day to see that there's a massive deterioration. His movement, his reflexes.
Before we get into that, can I ask you a question though? why? I mean, you've actually been to Thailand, and you're the one who knows Fury better than anyone, right? Why the fuck Thailand? What is it about Thailand?
so random.
What do you
First
think
thing
it is?
if you've got 6-7 kids at home, you're going to want to get away from them, really.
Yeah.
When you're training and stuff like that, it's very hard to have that sort of dog mentality, but then you go home and you're a puppy, you know what I mean? You're soft, and and that's how naturally we all are with kids and stuff. So I think that, one, being away from home, being away from the missus, being far enough from home where you can't really get on a flight with 6 kids and come out there, that's one of the things there. Listen, I personally always feel like I'm more up for training when I'm away, when I'm abroad. At the same time as saying that, as someone who maybe would, want Fury to win in that fight potentially, I look at it and I go, yeah, that's all well and good, but go out to Spain, go out somewhere like that, because then you can draft in the sparring. The best person you got in there is Joseph Parker, and we know that you don't spar with each other. So realistically, when I've looked at the fighters in the gym and stuff like that, he's not really sparring at a higher level than Marius Wack when he's over there. I pray to God that when the AJ fight comes off, now Fury can get back into America. He either bases himself in America or the UK, because I don't think that you could ever get the right preparation for yourself when you're over in Thailand.
I think they're coming from two different places, personally, as to why their training looks like that, because I think Fury thinks he's better than him anyway. So I think for someone like Fury going into this fight, he's probably thinking, if I'm in shape, I beat you. AJ's going into this fight thinking, I need to get better. I need to learn what I need to learn to make sure that I leave nothing to chance when it comes to you, because I think AJ respects him enough to treat his training and preparation for him like that. I don't think Fury's respecting him.
I think, lads, I think it's been so long. I think for the general boxing fan, we're a kind of a good sample size, I guess. But if we go wider than us and we look at the general boxing fan, for the last 10 years, because AJ put himself in situations, I think more so than Fury, where he was in a losable fight, and he did get more defeats. Obviously, Fury's only lost to one guy. I think generally people look at that and they go, well, AJ's lost to him, he's lost to him, and Fury's only lost to one guy, and even then that took forever. Generally, for the longest time, people went, especially after the Deontay Wilder fights, Fury's the better fighter. And amongst my mates who had classes, I love yous, but there's casuals. You know what I'm talking about? The casuals were on Fury's side, like, he's the better boxer. And I think Fury's been and he definitely cares about who he, like, look, let's be real. For years and years, until this fucking idiot stuck it on him in an interview, he got his arse licked by every boxing interviewer out there. Yep. He's not used to people giving him the hard truth. And I tell you one man who does do that, his dad, and he's fucking fallen out with him lately.
His dad, Peter Fury, there are multiple people in the camp that did potentially do that at one point. And the other thing you said about, you're preparing for Wack, but you're preparing for AJ, right? Yeah. That's the benefit of having a coach there that's going to be in your corner, going to be by your side. You'll do something randomly in the gym, you don't think he's watching you, and he'll go, Tyson, see when you just done that there? If you was in with Joshua there, and it's all good formulating a game plan, but sometimes being present can add to the game plan, because you'll just see someone do something, a little bit of sparring, a wrong movement on the pads, and that moment when you're there to be able to pick that up and go, by the way, you would have got clipped there, so you need to do this. That can be the difference in between winning fights, losing fights, especially in the heavyweight division where it only takes one punch.
And especially the fact of, when you've got an actual coach who actually knows you, they can spot things that these guys out in Thailand won't spot, because he might look good in the gym to them, but they know certain moves that his coach, what's he called?
Sugar Hill.
Sugar Hill knows when he does a certain move that's got him into trouble in the past. These certain things that he needs to be working on. Like, this is the whole idea. You have a coach for a long period of time to build that bond, so they know you inside and out. You can't get that with a new coach. There's no good just having these coaches doing one thing and then 2 weeks, because you build habits during a camp, like you're just saying. It's a constant progression thing. Like, you've got to be tweaking and improving constantly. You can't just have 2 weeks and expect to change when you've been working with someone for 4 weeks.
Is it unusual for the head trainer to just show up for the last
Absolutely.
part of the camp?
Yeah. As a boxer, you like, I don't know about you lots, but you're needy. And I'll admit it, I'm needy, mate. I treat my coach like he's my girlfriend. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, oh, mate, I don't feel too good today, and whatever. And it's like, he in the build-up to a fight, your coach will give you just as much sort of, those sort of emotional talks than they will even with the technical training side of things and whatever. And listen, Tyson Fury's been there, done it, and maybe he's at a point where he doesn't feel he needs that. From a fan of his, I feel like he does need that. I feel like he needs a hands-on coach there. And when I speak about the emotional side, being needy and stuff like that, look at the Ben Davison link-up. That was very much a bit of an emotional thing. Ben was sleeping on his sofa.
That's right.
I think you need someone that's hands-on, even if you don't realise it.
But that's from the fighter's point of view. Generally speaking, a coach wouldn't allow you to go and work with another trainer, because they want to be able to keep an eye on you. Like, essentially, when you're training someone, you don't want another coach diluting what you're essentially doing. And like I say, these are habits you need to be doing day in and day out. That tells me.
How can you create a habit then if Sugar is only turning up 2 weeks before
you simply can't.
It's impossible. And I'm reminded when I first ever interviewed him, when I was on good terms with him, the first time I interviewed him, he said, "There's no one can tell me anything about boxing.
Yeah,
I just need someone to get me fit."
Yeah, that's
and that for me is still a mentality, and that was nearly 8 years ago or something. And I think that's part of the problem. Is it's like I think AJ is aware of the IQ in ring of Tyson Fury. I think we're all aware. Personally, I put Tyson Fury's ring IQ ahead of AJ's, and I think that's something that AJ is aware of, and he's like, okay, this guy is going to be tricky, he's going to be a pain in the arse, but that has actually humbled AJ to where he's training in the right frame of mind for me, whereas that overconfidence of Fury that, all right, I lost to Usyk, but I didn't really lose, and this guy is a bodybuilder, I don't think that's a good place for, if I'm rooting for Tyson Fury, I fully believe that Fury can raise his game far beyond what we've seen the other night. I still believe that he will be on another level by the time he gets in the ring, but it's like that overconfidence can be your fucking undoing coming 100%. Into this.
It's an absolute arrogance. That's all it is. Because I'd no fine well going off. In my experience in boxing, no coach is allowing you to go off and train with someone else and come in the last 2 weeks. That tells me Sugar Hill is a yes man to Tyson Fury. Because let's be honest, even a coach is there to make money. They don't live in the same place, so naturally he's always going to come in.
I think that's part of the problem, lads. I think Tyson Fury is a stingy bastard when it comes to his money, and I think there's been issues where his own family, who, if we look at go back to where is Peter Fury, who coached against Alexander Usyk, in my opinion, and I know it wasn't the best Usyk, it wasn't the Usyk that Fury got. I think we've seen that there's been a quick, as would happen with a youthful style like Usyk, there was an aging there, but the reality is, Peter Fury, in my opinion, if he had been stuck with throughout the career of Tyson Fury and had done as he was fucking told instead of becoming the boss of the camp, which I don't think is healthy for a fight. I've seen it in MMA and boxing. Peter Fury would have been a guy who could have gotten you closer to a win if you just stuck with him. And unfortunately, I don't think Tyson Fury wants to be told what to do. I think he wants to be the boss. And I think the reason why Sugar Hill's coming in the last 2 weeks is because I don't think Sugar Hill can charge the same fee. I think he wants to keep every last fucking penny for himself.
And he also doesn't seem like the type of personality to push back. Do you know what I mean? Obviously, going by what we've seen of him, his nature in interviews, I think Tyson says what he wants, and Sugar's kind of like, hey, all right, cool. And he just shows up for it.
If you're paying me.
We've seen it at the most important time of his career, going out for round 12 against Alexander Usyk. Now, I'm not saying that Sugar Hill didn't speak over John Fury. There's a lot of trainers. That would go, whoa, shush, I'm talking, I'm doing something here, right? Tyson, look at me. This is what we do. He allowed John Fury to be constantly speaking there. The ironic thing about saying this is maybe John Fury's advice was right. Maybe Sugar's were wrong. I don't know. But in that moment, if you're ever going to have authority, it's when your world champion fighter is going out to try and win a world title in the last round, which, let's be honest, even at that point, not us scoring it at home, in the moment when you're always being a little bit more optimistic, it's still on the line in that last round. If you're going to let someone else talk over you then, dad or not, then I don't think you're going to have that pushback when he doesn't want to do his sprints, when he doesn't want to do his weights, when he doesn't want to do that cardio. It's a little bit harder to imagine that.
But then look at it like this. When Bomac is with Terence Crawford, different relationship. They are so locked in. You can tell this is my guy. If I got to shout at him or push him or whatever, I'm going to. Bomac with Chris Eubank Jr., different relationship. Yeah.
You know what that is?
I'm going to back you.
It's not the level of brotherhood, is it? It's not that same relationship.
I'll back you in the interviews before the fight.
It's financial.
I know the type of man I got. I've seen him in sparring. Yeah. He might just get his ass kicked, but I've got to do what I've got to do.
And I'm not even going to be asked if he does.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Because there's a disconnect there.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's healthy. And what's sad is you have your dad, who, to be fair to Big John, I think he does know fucking boxing.
He knows his son. He knows his son.
And especially Peter Fury is a family member, knows boxing.
Andy Lee hasn't been in the corner for the last two fights. Andy Lee's another man that's been there, done it, won it. He knows what he's doing, and he's been someone that also, in a quieter way maybe, but is fairly authoritative, probably more so than
and all of these gave a fuck. They care about Tyson Fury, and you know what? He still doesn't want them there. He's found a reason, and then Sugar Hill is now like this guy who comes in the last 2 minutes, and I'm like, it's giving all of the bad signs of someone who can't be told, and AJ's giving the exact opposite. And it's like,
thank you.
You know, we've all said this. talent, gets beat off hard work. You know what I mean? When talent doesn't work hard. It's not, and unfortunately for Tyson Fury, the skill gap that he thinks is there, it's closing by the day. Every single day, when I look at Tyson Fury, I'm like, it's so funny to me after watching that fight last night, which we will finally get onto, I promise. But for years, Tyson Fury to me was the one who didn't want the fight more than AJ.
Facts.
And for me, the best versions of Tyson Fury for an AJ, because we've seen multiple versions of Tyson Fury, but the mover, or the mover who could punch, which you've got the Klitschko Fury or the Wilder Fury, the second Wilder fight, either of those gives Anthony Joshua a lot of problems, in my opinion. But the more your legs slow down, the more susceptible you are to getting hit. And who hits harder? Anthony Joshua. So what's ironic is, like, if you could have a fucking frank conversation with Tyson Fury, say, you fucked it, because early on, the best version of you to give AJ the best problems, the biggest problems, is the younger version of you. You're getting him at the best time for him, because you're going to be hittable. That fucking Granda fucking clocked you last night, mate. So if that Granda can hit you, well, then what the fuck will... And Anthony Joshua, who doesn't have to be the best Anthony Joshua ever. He just has to hit as hard as he always does. Because if there's one thing we've actually found out about AJ, this whole glass chin shit is bullshit. Because he took a lot of wax off Dubois, and he kept coming, and he kept coming, and he kept coming. And it was only when he really rolled the dice and he let his chin on the plate, which anyone would be flattened off of Dubois. But what I think he showed in that fight was he actually has got a fucking chin. And you know what? You don't hit like Daniel Dubois. We've seen against Makhmudov, you don't fucking hit that hard. We've seen the other night, you didn't drop that 46-year-old fucker. So, like, there's no punching power to be, like, scared of with Fury. Can he hit? He's a decent hitter. But it's not the thing that I look at Tyson Fury right now and I go, mind he hits hard. Do I fuck? He's never hit... Because his feet are so slow, he's never been less of a threat, in my opinion. I look at him now and I think, actually... For AJ, I look and I go, after watching that fight, I go, you've just got to get close. If you can get close enough to him, he's in trouble.
No, this is why fighters need a coach to tell them the things that you don't want to hear. You need that, and unfortunately, Tyson's not humble enough to listen to nobody. I even
Out
think
of camp and in camp.
Exactly. Yeah. I think, naturally fighters, as they progress, they become world champions. Naturally, there's a part of your ego which is going to grow. It's just the way it goes. Money, everything does that to you. And this is why you need a good coach you've got a good bond with. But not just that, you need a coach that you actually respect. And that's the thing. There's no respect with Sugar Hill. Even there was an interview I seen the other day, and basically they were talking about, me and Tyson do crazy shit outside of camp and all the rest of it. I didn't like that vibe at all. Yeah. Like, you don't have that relationship with your coach. Yeah, you can have a good time with your coach, but like we're talking about Bomac and Crawford, they know when they're in camp, they switch on. There's a time and a place for having fun, but Tyson isn't at that stage in his career where he needs to be having a good time.
But do you want a drink, bro, by the way? Do you want to...
Yeah, please. Yeah,
what do you want?
Whiskey.
Cheers,
right. Man.
Let's go. Same as well, please.
Do you want one? You all right?
I'll have a vodka lemonade.
Vodka? Right, okay.
Do you put any stock into that early sparring story between Fury and AJ back when AJ was amateur?
There's been so many different iterations of that story, right? The first one I ever heard was on the Steve Bunt show, and that was when Tyson was on the phone himself. And he said, I sparred him, he's red hot. He said he's red hot. And even in that one, I believe if you go back and watch it, Tyson did sort of say, it turned into a 50-50 spar by the end. But he said for a couple of rounds, he lit me up, he hit me with an uppercut, he's the next one. You should watch out for him, sort of thing, right? I genuinely don't believe it when now Tyson Fury's saying, at one point I had him in the corner and he's lifting his knees up and stuff like that. I don't really believe that.
Do you believe Barry McGuigan's version that AJ knocked him over, sorry?
I mean, look, if it was Tyson Fury that had knocked AJ over, I think you'd know about it, and I think there's maybe less chance out of the two that you'd know about it with AJ, but I still think there's a good chance. I still think there's a lot of people in the gym that would speak and stuff like that. Listen, he came down and he was sparring him when AJ was an amateur. Those amateur classes at Finchley would have been packed. Yeah. So do I think that anyone got knocked out or knocked down? No, not if I had to put my money on it, but I wasn't a fly on the wall. Do I think that Tyson Fury went in there, and this is what we've all been saying about, mentality, yeah? This guy's an amateur. Doesn't matter. I'm 10-0 as a pro. I've just won the British title off John McDermott. Do I think that he went in there with that mindset and learned a lot about AJ in that moment? I reckon so. And I think that...
For those who don't know, can just because some people don't know the story back in the day.
Tyson Fury came down to Finchley ABC in, I think, 2010. Yeah. I believe he had just won the British title. He may have boxed Sam Sexton. It was John Dermott around that time. So it was on the time he's boxing on Channel 5. And he spoke
about it on the radio after.
Yeah, he was on Steve Bunce's show on the radio, and they got Tyson Fury on the phone. They said, "Oh, you've been sparring the kid that's going to go into the Olympics." He went, "He's red hot. He's red hot." I sparred him. He went, for 2 rounds, I was seeing stars, or saying along those lines. He said he hit me with a couple of punches, whatever. I think he said, it evened out towards the end. We had a really good spar, something like that. The difference is, in the interview since, Fury goes, "I don't remember it." And it's like, hold on. If anyone even give me like half a close spot, I remember that guy. Do you know what I mean? You very much remember it when you've been getting hit off a big heavyweight.
He took a big shot off him or something, didn't he?
Yeah, he did. And listen, I think that if it had been a case of like, his fitness was amazing or something like that, and then that slowed down, it might not be as much of a factor. But I think that most of us feel like AJ doesn't need to be perfect against Fury. He needs to be perfect in moments. We know he's a good finisher, regardless of who he's in there with, and we know he's got power to hurt you. So if he did hurt him in that spar, I do think all these years later it is still relevant.
Now, let me ask you guys, right? Because you sparred a whole bunch of people, and sometimes maybe someone you sparred is someone you fought. If you sparred someone and they've given you some lasting memories, right? If you've coming up now and that's your next potential opponent, does that spar mean anything to you guys?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Listen, as a fighter...
As a fighter? We say this a lot, by the way.
I think it's just natural now. But anyway, literally every good spar, I may not remember, but every spar where, like you've just said, you might, get caught a little bit too much or maybe being given a hiding, you do not forget that. And it naturally, when you come to fight them person, it's like a nightmare. You can't help. Every boxer, if they're honest with themselves, you all worry about getting hurt, getting knocked out, being embarrassed in front of a crowd. So when we're talking about this level of boxing, bear in mind I've not fought anywhere near that level. These guys are going to remember every last punch that was landed. And nobody can tell me different. So I don't think it plays a part in the sense of, stylistically how it might go. I don't think it's going to impact. But them little nightmares for Tyson, he'll remember it far more than what AJ will, because he was the guy who was shocked essentially. But at the same time, different parts of the career, totally different. I've been there many times, sparring kids who are lower level than me, not experienced, and they've given me a little bit of trouble because you do underestimate them, because that's just boxing. I don't care what you say, sparring is very different to fight night. It means nothing. We've all took a hiding in sparring, it's normal.
DeBoer proved that.
Yeah. How many times would have AJ, like, bear in mind, I've seen thousands of rounds of AJ giving plenty of people a hiding, and I haven't seen him. I didn't see the spars against DeBoer, but like you say, it clearly means nothing. Sparring is sparring. There's so many factors. Like, for instance, most boxers, when they spar, they've potentially already ran that day. They might have even done strength conditioning. And again, the fighter who's, brought in a sparring partner, he's the guy who might be making weight, putting in extra training. The guy who's coming into spars generally a little bit fresher because he potentially hasn't got a fight. And especially for those guys, there's a real motivation to prove a point. You're going to spar AJ. I want to let everyone know, look what I can do. So it's your time to shine. So
it is like a cup final, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's right, yeah.
Exactly.
You're going to perform that 10%, 20% even more.
Exactly. So, you don't know who's watching them spars. Word gets round. And as a fighter, you're always trying to impress someone so that hopefully one day the phone rings, whether it's promoters, whatever. You're trying to create opportunities on the way up. You want to impress at every opportunity, especially when you spawn, the top guys. It really means something. It's like, football having a scout. You never know who's watching. And that's what boxers are all about, because the opportunities are come few and far between.
Do you not think that whenever you sparred a prospect, though, I don't know if Tyson Fury is any similar to this, but whenever I've sparred a good prospect, I've always thought, do well today, because he's the next up, and he's going to be good, this kid. And I just don't want him to tell a story about I bashed Joey up once.
Of course.
But this is why I think the fight didn't happen for a very long time between them, because I honestly think that he's looked at AJ, whilst I'm saying today I think he's underestimated him, I think for the duration of his career, he's had those ghosts of, this guy can hit, This guy can hit. And I think that's why for a long time things were like, all right, Wilder, he's got the reputation of being a banger, but I can beat him. This one right here, he's more problematic. So let's just keep distance.
The thing with Wilder as well, though, is it's not normally counters which does it. Wilder will normally go on his own, whereas AJ is great with a counter, fast hands. And when you see even the sort of fighters that Fury likes to fight, he likes to fight someone a little bit smaller than him, fairly slow feet, stuff like that. And we'll get onto it, but you see him getting clipped by the right hand against Mariusz Wach. There's obviously that thought in my head where I go, shit, AJ would land that. He'd probably land it sooner. Do you know what I mean?
Mate, Makhmudov was landing the same left hook for a good 4 rounds. Like, when you start saying at this stage Tyson Fury is a reflex-based fighter, I see it all day long. The feet are slow. He's getting hit with slow looping shots where I'm like, mate, what's going on? Like, I understand that you might not be taking this guy seriously, but reflexes, they don't switch on or off. They just are what they are. If he's a dimming, mate, worst possible time.
This is when it comes down to the whole training yourself type thing, right? And I think there's weight to it because I do think that it shows in a lot of the fights. When you look at Tyson Fury when he's able to establish a rhythm, right? That even against Wach, when he's able to establish a rhythm, he'll have 30 seconds that are great. He really will, in my opinion. He'll have 30 seconds where he looks good, fast hands, everything like that. And that is probably where the mental tick comes in, where he goes, oh, I'm lighting him up. I can do this here. And that's when it comes in. And that's one of the real downsides of not having a coach, because you can't always have a rhythm. Not every fight is going to be like your fight against Christian Hamer when you're constantly going at it from the first bell and you're constantly in that rhythm. A lot of the time, you need someone to go, listen, whether you've got a rhythm or not, I'm actually going to tell you a combination or a sequence that can start that rhythm. And I just don't feel like he's got that at the minute. So that's a big worry for me with Fury.
It's just, I mean, it's just with Fury, there's part of me goes, he's deteriorating, but there's always part of me that thinks Fury really needs to have a real bee in his bonnet to see the best version of him. We've said it many times before. When Fury thinks it's going to be a walkover, we've often got the worst performances. We've seen it against Ngannou. We've seen it time and time again. He needs, I think generally fighters need a little bit of a fear factor. And Wach poses zero threat. And that's a simple fact. Is that I know myself, if I don't fear someone, the whole reason that fight or flight in boxing is so important. You need that little bit of fear to keep you sharp. And I know you mentioned there about reflexes, but I think fear also heightens your reflexes. It is important. In Wach, is he a big puncher? Yeah, he can definitely land a decent shot, but Fury has got a good chin. I don't care what anyone says. So I just don't think Wach poses a big enough threat to see the good version of him. I think.
Do you think that's why there was a level of lack of performance last night?
It's not even televised. There's so when you
Is that why you didn't want to televise?
Exactly.
Do you know when you
fought
looking like dumpster juice in training camp?
When you fought at that level, you need certain things to really get you firing in. For me, for Fury, it was just a glorified sparring session.
That's the problem, though, isn't it? Of Fury, the performance levels I've seen from him have. I don't think there's a heavyweight who's lasted the test of time, who has varied so much in good performance to bad performances. Like that, I think AJ, it's been a little bit more like this. With Fury, it's fucking all over the place. Like that Ngannou performance. After that Ngannou performance, I'm like, he's getting knocked the fuck out of Usyk.
Yeah.
I don't get me wrong, nearly fucking happened, but I never thought he'd be able to raise the level for that Usyk 1 fight so much higher than the Ngannou fight. He was so much better.
But then look at the Ngannou performance, right? He's not in there he hasn't been in with a puncher since Ngannou. So that threat of the big puncher knocking you down, or somebody who intimidates you, walking towards you, making you look like that. To be fair to Usyk isn't a big puncher. He's a snappy puncher. You know what I mean? But he's not someone whose power makes you think, shit, don't get caught by the left. He's just a great technical boxer. I still think he has those vulnerabilities that he showed against Ngannou. Personally, I don't think that's gone away. I just think he's
Joey,
a bit more on his toes.
I'll openly admit, I thought that there was a point in time, not too recently, but there was a point in time when I thought that Tyson Fury against Anthony Joshua was probably an 80-20 split in Tyson Fury's favour in terms of the percentage chance of winning. Yeah, I could be wrong on that, but there was a time when
a lot of people were with you on that, though.
Yeah, I wasn't on mine. A lot of other casuals. Joking. No, there was genuinely a time.
Everyone, even me,
Americans, especially.
I've definitely swayed over the years, especially Americans. Americans do not rate AJ, especially when I watch that ring show. There's a guy on there. There's a dude on there.
You brought this up.
Not Max Kellerman. He's
the American football player.
Yeah.
Terrible.
This man hates Anthony Joshua. I want to go through I want to strangle this guy.
Him and Max Kellerman,
Yeah.
right? And Max Kellerman, I'm very disappointed because I thought this guy knew boxing. His return to punditry has been the worst comeback
God.
of all time. Bro, he sits there and I think he says stuff to personally piss me off. Because when he came back, I'm not going to lie, look, transparency, I sent him a DM. I said, it's good to see you back in the space.
No, I think we all felt
because
that way.
I felt like, shit, you're such a flashback to the old era of boxing commentary. And every take has been dumpster juice, bro. And he gets backed up by this other dude, this American football player dude, and I don't know why he's talking boxing. And I say that as a stand-up comic that's talking boxing.
No. I have to say though, when I watch him, he stands out so badly. Have you seen this, lads? Like he's like
Piss me off.
He's so out of his depth. This guy.
It's the worst.
Stephen, is his name Stephen?
I don't know.
He's
on the right hand. He's always on the right.
in that corner
side.
seat. Yeah, every
They need
time.
to shove him out of shot. Because
Fire
he doesn't
that
know
thing.
what the fuck
But
he's talking
this is a perception thing. Like Americans have always thought this about Anthony Joshua, and
It's because
again,
of the Ruiz fight.
I was going to say,
yeah,
But they rated Wilder.
yeah.
So it's such a weird dichotomy.
I guess because Wilder's rise was in their back garden. It
and
was like
he's a
they-
power puncher.
Yeah.
They love power puncher. They want knockouts in America.
If AJ was American and AJ had been, and they seen his rise, and they seen the knockout of Klitschko, he would have been the new Mike Tyson, but one you could bring home to meet your mother. Like they would have loved him. And let's be real, when he knocked out Jake Paul, the women they went crazy for him. It was like Jude Bellingham. This whole shit. Jude Bellingham's gone.
that moment he had when he knocked out Dillian White, and that was when AJ was in the steamroller mode. He was just going through people, right?
One gear.
What if you were able to recreate that instead of two Brits with two American
Americans,
fighters?
they'd have loved
So Dillian White would have been maybe not as high hopes as they had Jared Anderson, but like Big Baby Miller or someone like that, right? If AJ came in there from first bell, he's sticking his tongue out at you and he's nodding at you and he's going like this, they would have loved him. I think that, again, I don't want to accuse people, but there is a bit of a casual sort of mentality there where it's like, hold on, have you watched AJ to know this? Listen, Andy Ruiz could beat anyone in the heavyweight division. A lot of people still think that he could pull off an upset over plenty of fighters. So
On short notice, that version of Andy Ruiz, the one who only just fought
just fought Derby and
the one
Schenker, I
who
believe
wasn't
it
a
was.
fat fuck. Like, he was chubby, but the point is he was in shape and he was ready to fucking go. That was that is Eddie Howe. Eddie Howe.
It was an Eddie Howe moment.
Sorry, Eddie. I'll get on to you next season. Eddie Hearn's biggest fucking mistake was that moment, and he must look back at that and go, "Fuck."
But you know what it is? Most boxing fans are not that granular with how they break things down.
Yeah.
They don't look at it and say, "Oh, Andy Ruiz just came out of a camp. He's in great shape as a last-minute replacement." They just go, "You got beat by this dude."
He's fat.
And that's the
He's
end of
fat.
it.
Yeah.
You know what makes it worse? How shit Andy Ruiz has been since that day. 'Cause this Mexican went to the buffet, he bought a Bentley, like he went crazy, and I'm like, you fucked it. Because what we wanted from you was to kind of look the part, and you know the age, the defeat age as well. It's aged terribly. And let's be real. Big Baby Miller,
He
fucked
won.
him up in LA.
Yeah. Fact.
He didn't win, but he fucking won. Didn't he?
I personally think that I learned a lot about AJ's mentality, and this is something that I think really, really plays a part now. After that Andy Ruiz fight, I don't know if you lot know, but the next day he was walking the streets of New York. He went down to like some basketball courts. Do you remember this? He went down to like some basketball courts, just chatting to people, explaining to them, I don't know what really happened, stuff like that. I think a lot of the time people used to perceive this as a vulnerability of Anthony Joshua's, and as time goes on, I'm like, no, it's not.
Do you know what
it's
he
a
is?
Strength.
He's a man of the fucking people, this guy, you know.
That's right.
And the older I get, the more I respect him, because in this game, I've been fortunate to interview hundreds of world champions at this point. I've met MMA world champions, boxing world champions, I've met musicians, I've met so many fucking famous people. I was chilling in Robbie Williams' fucking house, man, fucking getting a chef to cook me a steak. I've been in mad situations. I've been in fucking palaces, right? We've been through mad. We went to Vegas. We can't even talk about half the shit that happened there, right? What you've seen was the PG version. Right? And the people I've rubbed shoulders with, I actually look at him and I go, how the fuck? You look like you look. You fight like you fought. You've won the money you've won. And you are so humble. He is a rare guy. There's like a handful of people I've met like that. Yeah. Tom Aspinall's another one. But there's not many people who could get to that level. And even Tom Aspinall, like AJ went to world superstar stratosphere and still stayed so grounded.
the looks, the personality, the
Mate,
full
he's a
package.
fucking gorgeous man.
Like, I
lucky
mean-
bastard.
You know what it is? It's that thing of like you don't hide from the moment. Like you show up very vulnerable.
Remember the Ring Awards? Sorry, lads.
That's what I mean.
Let's talk about the Ring
Thank
Awards.
you. Because Dubois just knocked him out.
And he's shaking his hand.
Showed up, shook his hand, wished him all the best. Like that's the sign of a champion when it's like, forget the belts.
Absolute
I
class.
am a champion, bro. I'm gonna give you the moment and say, hey, there you go, got what you deserved.
I'm becoming a bigger fan of AJ through his defeats than even if he'd won all of these fights. Because to me, when life kicks our asses, we find out what we're made of. I've had it. We've all had it in this room, mate. We've had our low moments.
I just want to say I'm perfect. I've never had
No,
that.
you've never- yeah, let's not talk about that. Any LT's ever taken. Right? I've seen him get knocked back by a lass once. All
know
right?
about that.
Right? Whitley Bay, 2020 fucking one.
I'll just say she was blind.
And like the way he's handled losses, it's made me just admire him all the more because I've seen fighters. I remember Ronda Rousey as a wild fucking U-turn here. This girl was loved, and she's only used to being loved. And when all you're used to was everyone kissing your ass, she got humbled. She got head kicked by Holly Holm, and she literally ran to the airport afterwards, head under a towel, wouldn't show her face. She became the biggest bitch. She became a horrible person. She became resentful because she couldn't handle being the nail and not the hammer. AJ, he revealed his true self to us. In my opinion.
even you look at say Prince Nassim.
Yep.
Took that first loss
Disappeared.
and it just dissolved.
And
Do
the
you know
way
what I
he
mean?
talked recently, we can go off on a tangent from it. The way he talked recently about
He's trainer.
the Sky Sports
Yes, about Johnny Nelson.
Johnny Nelson and his coach, and Johnny Nelson stuck up for his coach. That whole situation.
Brendan Ingle.
I have to say, Nassim might have made me a fight fan. Like, this is how I got into fighting, really, was watching Nassim. I was like, what the fuck is this? It was like the WWE Razzmatazz, but with the skills that I just didn't even think were possible. I loved Nassim Hamid.
Yeah.
I was really disappointed in that.
Yeah, he's coming off very unlikable, if I'm honest. And most of his talking points, like even the film that was made, he's come out to kind of speak against it, to be like, yeah, none of that happened.
Yeah.
Brendan Ingle was money hungry, and he was this, and it was like really negative things. And you start thinking, dude, you probably didn't need to say all of this type of
Such
stuff.
a shame when the guy
He's not even here.
When the
That's
man
the
is
thing.
dead,
that's the thing.
and guess what? Without Brendan Ingle, you wouldn't have been who you were.
Thank you.
And the worst of it is that stable, the amount of champions and great fighters that have come through that gym, they were all there to see it.
Hell Brock, all of them.
All of them.
Ryan
so,
Rhodes, if he was there on his own, it would be like, oh, okay,
Exactly.
but
Right.
they have just been churning out and before Naz as well. He wasn't the first. I don't think, so.
It's a funny one because he was an absolute entertainer, but them type of people generally have that level of arrogance, a bit like Tyson Fury. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's got all the personality in the world, but that level of arrogance, they just can't be humble people.
It's the judgment, though. If you aim it at the right person, as we saw with Chris Eubank Jr. after the George Groves fight, everyone loves it. Everyone finds it funny. But you've got to have that judgment as to know, like, you're better off not saying anything.
That's
the
right.
best thing I ever got taught when I was a kid is my mum said, if you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all. And I think that's one thing that I can
didn't
take.
get that lesson.
No, but that's one thing I
That
can
would've
take
killed
through to
my
being an
YouTube.
adult. I used to get it as like
Same.
tell you off, whereas now I actually get it as in like reputation damage. Don't say nothing bad.
Can I just direct this to the lads? Because I know the chat I want us to talk about the fight, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Last night, Tyson Fury, he fought in Thailand. We've seen the highlights. Unfortunately, Netflix bought the fucking rights to it or whatever, so we're not going to see the whole fight, but we've seen enough. Now, was Tyson Fury the better fighter? Absolutely, he was. But the concern was this was Marius Wack, who has 8 defeats in his last 10 fights. Yep. He got starched by a young Moses Atoma when Moses was 19, 18 in 2 rounds, where Moses really didn't even get out of first gear. I mean, it was effortlessly, and this is years on. So if Fury is who we believe him to be as one of the best fighters in the world, we would have thought this would have been an open and shut one in a few rounds, and it did get into the end of the 7th round. We seen that Fury was obviously getting the better of it. There was uppercuts, there was the jab and all of that, but the concerning thing comes where you see him take the right hand against the ropes. You see moments where he gets caught, and everyone goes, if Anthony Joshua does that to you, oh shit, you're in trouble here. And you just don't look the same Fury as you did even when he fought Alexander Usyk. He's this, just to give context, he was the same weight as the first Usyk fight, 265. So when I heard 265 put it in the group chat, I was like, oh, he's going to move. He's going to get the game plan for AJ ready. We're going to see him more. And even at 265 this time, I was like, my God, you look 300 still. You don't look like you've got the movement. You don't even look 265. You look flabby. I don't know what the hell I'm looking at here.
I think he really needs to
reevaluate.
Yeah, I think he needs to reevaluate his defensive stance when he's dipping down to his right, because that was what got him caught against Wilder all those years back.
That's right.
Dips down to his right,
Bang,
gets
and
caught
then
with the left hook,
yeah.
which puts him over.
Yeah.
Last night, dips down to the right. I mean, even against Usyk, moving to the right when you shouldn't be, you get caught with that left hook right hand. So that thing of moving to your right, you know, if there's patterns there, believe you me, Anthony Joshua and his team will try and capitalise on that. So that's you know, from a technical side of things. Have I got hope that Tyson Fury maybe undertrained, didn't take it seriously, maybe this puts a rocket up his arse? Yeah, I've got hope, of course I have. And I think that you can look at the past against Ngannou. I don't think any of us, you said it already, Brian, I don't think any of us here could have thought that. I personally think that was maybe the best Tyson Fury we've seen in the Usyk fight, especially in the later years, obviously, not from a stylistic standpoint, but I think that in the later years, that's probably the best Tyson Fury we've seen, and I don't think that many of us thought that we would get that after the Ngannou fight. So I think if you're hoping that Fury wins, or you're hoping that we see a really competitive fight, because after last night, people maybe don't think it is as much, I think that your big hope needs to be when you're back under the lights properly, not out in Thailand, not in a half-full 2,000-seater arena or whatever, when you're back under the lights properly in a big fight in a big stadium, you're able to pull something out the bag. That's where I come back to the technical things, in terms of dipping to your right, in terms of, you know, Tyson Fury.
What about the physical things, though, mate? Because for me, it was the feet. I've always looked at Tyson Fury and thought, your feet, for the size of you, are just abnormal. And in that fight, I thought, now you just look normal.
I don't think the hands were even that slow. I don't think there was a noticeable drop off when Tyson Fury started to let them go. I thought, yeah, of course they're slower than a prime Fury, but they weren't that slow compared to the last couple of fights. Agreed. It was the feet. It very much so was the feet.
Guys, I think the legs are gone. I think he shot on the half
from the waist down.
From the waist down, he shot. And you know who else said it? His dad said it. Now, I know his dad.
What did his dad say?
His dad said his legs are gone.
His dad said he's not doing running. Sugar's not got him doing sprints. Yeah. He's got him doing all the wrong stuff cardio wise. He said, doing fucking weights. Why are you doing weights? He said, you need to be doing stuff where you're light on your feet.
He said his legs are gone.
When
and
was
everything we've seen, might have been about 5-6 months ago.
All right,
But everything we've seen from him confirms that, right? Especially like the last few years, because he's been winning, like Dillian Whyte and Chisora. You say, oh, he's sitting down a bit more. No, mate, he can't move. He's been trying to get this herky-jerky movement again, but even against Makhmudov, you look at it and you think, this is an attempt at it. This is a weak tribute to the old you. Like, those legs are gone, and I think he's going to get caught with some silly shots against AJ. I think it's going to be easier than we think, right? Now, if AJ, obviously these takes are dependent on the AJ we get tonight, because, you know, Tyson Fury getting old overnight in theory, right? And if AJ comes out looking piss poor and slow, then we go, shit. These guys,
it's a toss-up then, isn't it?
They just overcooked it.
Yeah.
And we've got Amir Khan Kelbrook. But if AJ comes out and he's still like athletic as he is, then mate, the bookies are probably going to lean all the way towards AJ. Obviously, you know, you look at.
I wonder how Fury will take that. You know, because for me, even that will rock Fury a little bit, and it might help Fury in his training a bit more, and it might. But because I don't think Fury's used to anyone saying to him, "AJ will win to you." I don't think that happens a lot at all, and I think. If AJ starches this guy tonight, it will sway, and that'll be a surprise to Fury.
Yeah.
I think Fury's just not doing the right type of training. I agree with John. For his type of body, for his style, he needs to be doing explosive work, plyometrics, sprints, all that type of stuff. I think right now, you know, against WAC...
I think his diet's wrong, by the way, and I've actually learned a lot about diet.
I think
as someone who's been plus 300 pounds, and I look at the body composition of him, whatever he is doing, my God, it's wrong. Because he looks skinny fat.
Can we talk about doing squats? When you see the video of him doing squats,
I don't think he knows how to do it.
He looks like a man.
I don't think he knows how to do it.
He looks like, you know, when you see someone for the first time, someone's dad go to the gym for the first time, and they're just getting the grips. This is like a world-class athlete.
It's not even like that, right? I'm saying this respectfully to all the women lifters out there. There are some good women lifters out there who will absolutely make a mockery of Tyson Fury. I bet you there's women out there who can lift more than Tyson Fury, actually.
Easily.
That's this is the heavyweight champion of the world at one point, so no woman in this country should be allowed to lift him. I guarantee guarantee there's women who can out deadlift Tyson Fury. Because when I watch him train, I'm like, you look like Bambi on ice. Yeah.
It doesn't make
but
sense.
He knows what he's doing.
The only thing, like, let's shoot him some bill though. Like the aesthetics, and you can't judge Fury on the aesthetics. They've never been good.
No, but
and
you can a
he
little
gives
bit,
you 12 rounds of just on his toes.
I hear your point, but remember, and again, age plays a role, but lifestyle plays a role as well. In the Wilder 2 fight, we've seen him go from slightly skinny fat to a bit more muscle, and Big John's a big believer in this. I think he knows his son better than anyone, and he said, like, there's not enough muscle on you. You have to look athletic to be athletic.
Yes,
and he's always broke the rules of it, but I don't think he's breaking the rules anymore. I think he's starting to fight like he looks now. He's starting to look like the outside's matching the inside now. And the reason I'm bringing up weightlifting isn't because I think you need to be a bodybuilder, but it's to have that plyometrics, like what we do with look about Usyk, to have that explosive strength. You need to understand how to do a rep. And when I watch him do weights, whether it be on a leg press or a squat or anything where he's trying to build that explosive, I don't see a guy who knows how to lift weights.
The simple fact is, he must know what he's doing. We've seen him perform. We know he can move. I think
he knows how to box.
I just feel as if this Thailand training camp is being so relaxed. And I'm not saying he's not worked hard, but there's a difference between doing the right type of training that's going to be most effective for your style. And I think naturally when he went in the ring against Wack, he went back into his form, what he naturally does as a boxer. But I don't think his training has represented that. And the only hope I can for Fury, for the Fury fans, is when it's time to go against AJ, he'll know exactly what really needs to be done.
When he fought Usyk 2, lads, I thought he was big and he looked fairly strong and stocky, but he was 285.
The first one or the second one?
He was about 20 pounds heavier.
Yeah. The second one.
He bulked
but
up.
when he turned up in Thailand, and we seen the very first video of him hitting the heavy bag, and we were all like, whoa. He looked like he put 40 pounds on top of his heaviest ever version of himself. The prime Tyson Fury, in terms of the mover, was about 245, was it, Joey?
245 under Peter
Klitschko?
Fury, and then 20 pounds heavier once he came back.
Right, okay. So
even once Ben had cut the weight off him,
what was
maybe
it for?
261 he was against Otto of Ireland, I believe.
What about Wilder 2?
About around 270, 275, I believe.
Remember, a lot of this will be skin as well, as you've blown up, because remember, he put 10 stone on, so there'll have been a skin there. Yeah. So the reality is like, I think Wilder 2 was 270.
And this was 265 last time out.
Which version of Fury do you think is best against AJ? If you look at Wilder 1 and Wilder 2, what version when you think stylistically?
I think you've got to be realistic and go, what version can we actually get? So there's no point in going, right, Wilder 1. Because he can't get Wilder 1. He can't get Wilder 1.
He could
possibly get Wilder 2.
But even
that's the part.
Okay.
That's the part.
I do not think he's lost muscle, lads, because when I'm looking at him at 265, I'm like, hold on a second. You don't look like a 265 pound man. You
ever seen that picture of him and Dillian White in the gym? He's definitely lost muscle since that. Have you not seen that? Him and Dillian White when they both...
And he was quite solid when he was...
But even if you think Usyk...
They both fell drug tests not long after that.
when I say the two versions, I mean the real mover, what we're seeing in Usyk 1 and then the second version.
Usyk 1 is the best version of Fury that we've seen in a long, long time.
Do you think that's the best version against
265,
AJ?
But he
I don't
didn't...
think he was
What's mental
I think two was better. I don't think 1 was better than 2.
I think he hurt Usyk more in the first fight because of the movement. Because he could move. In Usyk 2, he never had a chance in that fight, in my opinion. He landed that uppercut in the first fight. He didn't land anything of significance.
What part of the second one do you think it was better? What?
No, you're right. Actually.
So the second fight was more controlled from Fury's point of view. However, he never had control in the second fight. Okay. There were 4 rounds, maybe 5 rounds at a stretch that Tyson Fury really seemed in control. I remember that night we were going back and forth and whatever. And there was a point when I remember thinking, who's clever now? And I had a drink and I was like, it's not over yet. I've got this bad habit of calling stuff before it's done.
In the first fight, I think we were all in agreement. At a point, Fury looked like he was on the up. At no point in the second fight did I feel like Fury was getting in control.
Okay, cool.
And I think he'd gone in there, thought, put weight on, so that he can't hurt you as much because you're going to have that weight to absorb the punches. But the offense was nowhere near as good. He didn't land those sort of unpredictable shots that he caught him with. And the weird thing for me is he was 265 in the Usyk 1 fight. And normally for fighters, weight shouldn't fucking matter. But with this guy, it matters so much. Fury's performances vary so crazily. And at 265 in Usyk 1 and 265 last night, the same weight, but an unrecognisable body performance. It was like a different person, man. He looked flabby. He looked like a skinny fat. unexplosive. Like, and again, with Big John, I really believe that he knows his son and he's right about what he's saying about the training of you. If you're going to beat Anthony Joshua, you need to be a fucking mover. And sitting down on your punches against Anthony Joshua is going to put you in a firefight. And his bombs are bigger than your bombs, and you're giving him a better chance of beating you. You need to be on your fucking bike. And I think there was a slight tactical thing where he was on the back foot a bit against Marius Wack last night.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like... It wasn't good back foot.
It wasn't dominating. It wasn't like I'm outboxing you. You look ridiculous
it wasn't like when he
me.
fought Chisora, and Chisora was plodding and he was picking him off. It looked like
it was his
you're
balance.
not looking good.
It's his balance was all over the place.
Balance
for me.
was shocking.
His legs weren't underneath him at any
it was like
stage.
me after 10 pints.
But this is the part when you say he's a reflex fighter, right? Reflexes are the thing that kind of save you when you're like, okay, cool, yeah, slip that shot. I'm not ready, but I saw it at least. He's not seeing these shots. These slow looping right hands from a 46-year-old man are coming, bang, right on the temple. That shouldn't be happening.
Yeah, because
I don't care about the camp.
Reflexes are one thing. I know you're saying like they're just a natural reaction. You can't train them, but you absolutely can train and heighten your reflexes. Like, the simple fact is, he was asleep. Them right hands, you don't normally see Fury getting hit that easily. And I just really do think, I don't want to say he's absolutely gone. I think he just hasn't took the Thailand training camp seriously.
I need to just remind everyone, by the way, I should have done this earlier. We're having a good chat. DAZN pay-per-view, you have to use our link. You can click on it if you're watching on YouTube. The link is in the description below. It's DAZN.com/True Geordie, and for the first time ever, they've given us a discount code for new pay-per-view buyers. It's PAIN10, capital PAIN 10. For 10% off, and you're going to help us get more of these gigs so we can do more of these live streams for you lot. We want to try and do one as much as possible for you lot, and we've got another fight coming up now, lads, by the way. We are going to talk about all sorts of boxing fights tonight as well. It's not just all AJ Fury. Conor Ben, Ryan Garcia's coming up. We've got Moses Atoma. We've got a lot of topics we're going to cover on the way to the main event. Just to round up on the Marius Wack fight for Tyson Fury, for me, the shots that he got caught with, right now, if Anthony Joshua comes out tonight and he performs as I expect him to perform, which isn't prime AJ, but it is like an Otto Wallen AJ, where you're not the best young version of you, but you're still an athletic force, and you're too much for 99% of heavyweights who aren't named Daniel Dubois, Moses Atoma, Alexander Usyk. I think that is bad news for Tyson Fury, and I think that the gaps are the gap of the fight IQ of Fury and the movement of Fury is getting closed on by Father Time right now. That's how I'm feeling, lads.
Agreed, and I think you'd be right. Do you know what I mean? Because if we're going to take you in your last performance, the last one is the snapshot of where Fury is today. If AJ comes in and he's like Otto Wallen night, for example, you think, oh mate, if you two would have met tonight, it'd be absolute curtains. 4 rounds max, you're going to sleep. So Fury's
Can I ask you a question, boys?
Go ahead.
Did you think, because to me, I was like, I actually think you look worse than the Makhmudov fight. And what's confusing for me is I'm like, the Makhmudov was the reintroduction. Usually, the first fight back, you then have another warm-up fight, and you see a progression, and I'm like, why, after the first fight back, do you look worse 3 months later when you've been in Thailand in camp? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me.
There is a history of this. There is a
No,
history
you're
of this
spot
with Tyson Fury. We speak about the Ngannou fight and whatever. I'll give you a better example. He looked so twitchy, herky-jerky and sharp against Wilder in their first fight when he had that fear. In the next fight, he goes in with Otto Wallen. I don't know whether I studied boxing more than Tyson Fury or something, but I knew that was a hard fight. I knew that was a hard fight. I knew it was a hard fight, and I had some respect for him for picking it. He kind of rocked up to it like he didn't know it was a hard fight. So I think there is a bit of history there of taking a fairly difficult fight and making it more difficult than it needs to be. Yeah. So I would always have that hope. But in my head, I said about it being an 80-20 split earlier on. That's long in the past. Now I see it as a dead 50-50. I would still have that confidence because of what I've seen Tyson Fury do in these big moments. But let's be honest. I think that you have to factor in that Alexander Usyk is absolutely brilliant. but there hasn't been one of these big moments in quite some time now. If I was ever going to back a fighter that I've spent my life watching, not historic fighters that I've then watched back, but actually been in the moment for, if I was ever going to back one of them for being able to roll back the clock and do things a little bit different, it would be Tyson Fury. However, whether he's honest with the camera, whether he's honest with us at home, I just hope in his head something has clicked to go, you need to be fitter and you actually need to think about what you're doing. And as a fighter, that is what a coach is for. As a fighter, that's
I'm
what
going
a
to start
coach
saying
is
that to like just random people.
I've got a question for you. See, when Fury fought Wilder, after that fight, everybody attributes all their bad performances to the fact that, he's taken something out of him. He's taken... Wilder left it all in the ring with Fury. Fury left it in there with Wilder. They've not been the same. Cool. Do you put any stock into the fact that those two Usyk fights might have taken something out of Fury?
100%, and I think that as
100%.
100%. Listen, as a fighter, from a mental standpoint as well. From a mental standpoint, look, I'm a massive Tyson Fury fan. I didn't like what I saw when he got out of the ring after Usyk 2. Usyk 1, fine. After Usyk 2, when he walks back there and he goes, Ben, come on, you fucking robbed me. You know you robbed me. Ben's sat there like, I didn't close, Tyson. I didn't close. Whatever. It's like, fuck off, Ben. You know what I mean? And this is the thing. I didn't like what I saw there because
he's actually like a lovely bloke. But if you're in that situation and you've got an irate 6'9" boxer looking at you going, I won, didn't I? What the fuck do you say?
A million miles
wants to
different,
hear.
yeah.
I love it.
But I came out the ring after I lost. You were the first person I spoke to, yeah. I can't really remember what I said, but I think I was pretty humble with it. Said, yeah, man, I didn't fucking do enough tonight, whatever. I feel like that's a really good mentality. It might not be for Fury.
I said, let's jump him after.
Yeah,
jump him. Come
let's
on.
have him in the hotel. No, but for me, I thought it was a good mentality because I'm like, right, you've been humbled, you understand what went wrong and whatever, and you're not learning in a couple of weeks' time, couple of months' time, and next bar, whatever. Tonight you realise what you did wrong. And I feel like sometimes Tyson Fury has that thing of, let me keep the public at arm's length, and then maybe that doesn't show. But my worry is that he's not doing that, and he genuinely doesn't believe, because going on last night's performance, you've got to be better. You have done it in the past, but the past wasn't when Father Time was catching up with you, so you need to be aware of that. Do I still give him a chance? I give him a great chance in the fight, but am I less confident? 100%.
Do you know what it is? Do you think there's a more difficult fighter to predict than Tyson Fury? Like, I think he's just there's so many factors when you try to break him down, because, you look at performances, like you said, no two performances are the same with Tyson Fury, and as well, we've got Alexander Usyk, who absolutely destroys everyone. You look what he's done to the whole heavyweight division. AJ clearly mentally had his breakdown after one of the fights. Like, he mentally affects you on so many different levels, because as a heavyweight, you think the power, we're seeing different versions of both guys in both of the fights. Yes, yeah. They both tried to solve the problem and came up short both times. Like, Alexander Usyk is going to mess with your mind. This is the issue. And we're naturally looking at all these different performances, but I do think when it comes to Tyson Fury, you were clutching at straws here, trying to work him out. Like, he's nigh on impossible.
It was always going to mess with his mind when Tyson Fury is used to being in control. And he always kind of has been since the Klitschko fight. So he's done a decade in control. All of a sudden, you've had a 24-month, maybe even longer period where you really weren't in control. Yeah, you got cut in sparring. Usually, once that cut happens, if you go on history, Fury goes, okay, I'll have a comeback fight. He didn't have a comeback fight. It was like, no, we've pushed it back 6 weeks, 8 weeks. You got to get back in there. That's the first feeling of not being in control. Yeah. And then after it, he loses to Usyk. Who did he call out for his next fight? Everyone would call out Usyk. That's who's just beat you. He calls out AJ. Does a video from his front room. So I've been thinking about it. If AJ wants to fight, I'll do it now, sort of thing. And that, again, is a thing of, are you not liking the feeling of not being in control? Because contractually now you've got that rematch locked in. And I think that period would have done a lot for the sort of detriment to Tyson Fury's mentality. I hope it hasn't.
Do you know what I loved? I loved it when after the fight, Tyson Fury called out AJ, and AJ was at ringside, and he says, what do you say? I'm the governor.
I'm the landlord.
I'm the landlord. That was it. And I was just like,
you don't tell me what to do.
Mentally,
I'm telling you what to do.
Because the one thing, again, Tyson Fury is a great talker. He's normally always got the upper hand in every situation. And he struggled with Usyk. He couldn't really get a reaction from him in the build-up in a lot of their fights. He couldn't get into him psychologically. And then he's come to AJ, and he just looked... He didn't know what to say. He didn't know what to do. Once again, Tyson mentally is being broken down because, like you say, he likes to be in control.
This brings us on to a really good clip that we've seen midweek of Alexander Usyk and Anthony Joshua's private conversation that became public, which has now became private again because Usyk deleted the conversation. And we've seen a different side of Alexander Usyk, who is the sportsman, the gentleman, the consummate professional throughout all of the build-up with Tyson Fury, a man who can drive fighters to weird places. We've seen what happened with Deontay Wilder. I mean, Deontay Wilder never recovered from that fight, in my opinion, because he was never in control. And I think Usyk definitely thought, I'm not going to let you do this. I'm going to put you in a place of I'm going to weird you out. I'm going to freak you out. I'm going to make you the receiver and rather than the person who's in control. And he said to AJ, I read his book, and in his book he said something about how when he was a kid he was left alone and it made him feel really lonely and upset and
scared.
I deliberately scared, and I deliberately said to him, don't be afraid, I will not leave you alone because of that. And you know what? It gave me a window into Alexander Usyk in terms of the fact that to read the autobiography of your opponent and to think about how can I beat you? How can I while you're reading about someone's childhood and you're going into every detail. We know Alexander Usyk is a lovely guy, but he's also a master of the art of war, right? Deception, yeah? Remember that? Deception. For those good Aussie fucking reference. Now, the art of war.
Art of war, baby.
And the fact that he thought about Tyson Fury's childhood and how can I manipulate him and how can I, get an advantage of him. And he's referring to AJ and explaining, like, I thought of every single fucking thing. And AJ's taking it all on board. And Usyk's talking in a different way than we ever see him talk about how Fury was saying, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. And when he was in the corner giving it all of that, and he was like, I thought 6-7 rounds, we'll see if you're still doing it. And what did you make of the fact that Usyk said those things to AJ?
But, separate of that, I just think Usyk, this is why he's so great, because we've seen what he does in a training camp. In between rounds, he's solving puzzles. Like, this shows the difference because I'm just kind of giving Usyk credit here because I don't think when you look at him amongst the heavyweights, he's already disadvantaged physically than all the guys he's fighting. He's not the biggest puncher. He's not the fastest. He hasn't got the fastest hands. Like, there's so many areas to his game, strength-wise, but he beats guys with pure boxing craft and intelligence, and this is the difference. And he knows when it comes to Tyson Fury, like I just said before, in terms of speaking, it's not his first language, English, so he's already got a disadvantage there. Tyson Fury's one of the best speakers. Got to give him credit. He's great in these situations. Press conference, big enough fights. He knows how to get in the fighters' heads. But when it comes to Alexander Usyk, he studies the game and he went outside the box to find a route to victory, and this is why he's so great.
I like the fact that he treats it like a game of chess.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? We've got to set this thing up properly and we've got to make sure that we're thorough as can be. That approach of just leaving no stone unturned. I'm going to read your biography to find a childhood chink in your armor that I can press on you for the whole lead up to the fight. That's masterful, but it's also a good insight to the fact that, you are twisted. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, we get the press conference version of Usyk, which is quite nice and quite a friendly seeming guy that you can't dislike. But there's a sicko in there that's like, mate, when we go to it and it comes down to the wire, I'm going to be right there. And I love that about him. And I think that energy, if anything that could be imparted to AJ, is that.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Because there's times, say with the Andy Ruiz holding the belts and you took your eye off the ball with Andy Ruiz for the whole process. And I feel like he learned from that experience, and then probably shouldn't repeat that mistake. But when I saw him with Prenga in the press conference, and he did the Albania thing, I thought that's cool, but I don't like it. As a fan of AJ, I don't like when you do that type of stuff because it's like it warms you to your opponent in a way that I don't know that you're at that level to be able to do and still be dangerous.
My favorite AJ by Wilder.
Go on.
Was when he fought the American geezer.
Dominic Brazil.
Yeah.
Eddie's back garden,
Dominic Brazil. They're in the garden getting photographs, and Dominic Brazil kind of tries to be intimidating, and he goes, "You're not about that life, bro.
Yeah,
don't do all of that, bro. Like, forget the belts. Forget all of that.
I will smash you right here, right now, like." And that was like Drederick Tatum. It was Mike Tyson energy, and. On the Usyk bromance with AJ, I think we were talking about this before we went on. Like, we all loved Rocky. We loved the fact that two warriors went to war and became like bros through it, and then they're running on the beach. And we've seen the recreation of it with Usyk and AJ. Me and Loz are going to do the North Shields version of it all. And like, I just love it where the fact that Usyk is. admires AJ so much, even though he defeated him, and respects him so much. And there's a mutual respect there through the time they shared in the ring. And I think part of that respect is because AJ, obviously, he had a bit of a meltdown, but he held his hands up and went, I'm not this guy. This guy's elite. He accepted defeat. I think you get a lot more respect there from the guy who beat you than the way Fury's gone on, still denying it to this day. But what better way to offset Fury, to make Fury feel uncomfortable on the way to their next fight, if Alexander Usyk is not only helping with the preparation for AJ, when you know this guy's beat me twice and he's helping Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua also spent time with Ben Davison. I'm sure conversations happened there. But if, on the walk to the ring, Alexander Usyk is part of the team in the corner, and like Rocky in Apollo, you've got Alexander Usyk in the corner. For Tyson Fury, a man whose ego is the way it is, I think that nothing could offset him more in this world than seeing Alexander Usyk coaching Anthony Joshua on how to beat him.
That would be absolute cinema, mate.
It would,
if we think back to
on
like
Netflix,
if we think back to like Eubank Senior showing up to Eubank Junior's thing on the day,
Yep.
that would
That'd
be
be
like
worse, wouldn't
up
it?
there with that.
That would be worse.
What a moment!
Because let's be real, Eubank Senior didn't have a win over Conor Benn or whatever. Like, this is a man who's beat you comprehensively back to back. What do you know Fury? You've watched him how he reacts to things. How on earth would he react to that, in your opinion?
I mean, I want to try and look at things from a more positive point of view. If there's ever been a man for the big moments, I think it's Tyson Fury.
You're right.
And I think that's a big moment. That is a movie there. Maybe, from a glass half full mentality, maybe Fury needs that. Maybe that makes him sharper. Maybe that makes him think, me against the world. And we know how it's gone when it's been him against the world before. Let's remember, going into both Usyk fights, going into Usyk 1, he was a favourite. Going into the second Usyk fight, he may have been about level pegging. Maybe Usyk was a slight favourite or something like that. But he hasn't been an underdog since the Vladimir Klitschko fight. He hasn't been an underdog since the first Wilder fight.
This might be the first time.
Those are the times when being an underdog has really, really worked for Tyson Fury. That being said, I wouldn't like to fight someone who had a man that beat me in his corner. I wouldn't like that.
That would really fuck me off.
Listen, it's more about controlling emotions. I'll be like, you fucking plan. You know what I mean? Like, you bringing him out for you, prick.
Big time.
Oh, you two mates now, I am.
It just goes to show, though, you know, AJ is always looking ahead. And it's the same reason why, in my opinion, you probably agree, why he originally went to Mr. Roll the Dice. We're seeing how that worked out for him.
You know what, Lozzo's really not a fan of Ben, you know?
Do you know what it is?
He's slated him in his recent video.
Yeah, just this. Do you look
He
what he's
said
done?
it's the worst boxing advice he's ever heard in his entire life.
I've never heard nothing like it. I mean, when in boxing do you see a guy who's been knocked down multiple times, hurt, and he's fighting one of the biggest punchers in boxing, do you tell him to roll the dice?
Okay,
there's nothing intelligent about that.
But let's look into the moment, right? You're watching round after round, he's getting pummeled. You know he can't take more of this. Yeah? You've got to say something to try and bring a moment that could maybe turn it the other way. Let's be fair.
Yeah, you know, okay, you're totally right in that respect, but it's not just that part of the data. If you look at the way stylistically he's been training AJ, you know, for me, stylistically, it's all wrong. AJ isn't a reflex-based fighter. He's not a Tyson Fury. You know, that's not his style. He's a textbook boxer. I just think even you look at what he's doing with Fabio Wardley.
Yeah, that lead hand is just ridiculous.
Do you know when you have an opinion of someone and then the more data comes out and he's made a similar mistake? Like, look what he done. He sent Fabio Wardley out again against Daniel Dubois, another guy who's, you know, cremated his opponent. And basically, he should have pulled him out a couple of rounds before against Fabio Wardley. I just don't like what he's doing with fighters. He's looking, you know, like when you look at some of the things that he does for his fighters, you know, some of the punches that Fabio Wardley's pulled out the bag, you think, okay, they were actually practicing that in trainer. But I feel like the gambling one moment to get the result.
There's every fighter gambles, but do you think there's too much gambling?
This is my point. There's like, you know, like when you have these gamblers who the odds against them, they're already in massive debt, but they're still prepared to keep going. Like, quit when you're ahead. Like, there's so many areas to boxing that he needs to improve with his fighters. You don't just rely on one plan. It's like you have an A plan, a B plan, a C plan. It's like with him, he has one plan, and if that doesn't work, keep trying, keep trying.
You've got to realise the difference between weight divisions as well. Ben would have drawn a lot of confidence from that exact strategy through the likes of Lee Wood.
Lee Wood.
Not against
his
Warren,
fighters
against
generally
Conlon.
are in very. If we're looking at objectively, and I really like Ben as a bloke. He seems like a nice enough guy. But
Do you know what
when
put me
when
off?
your fighters are at different weight classes and the fights are almost identical, that's not a coincidence, is it?
But do you know what put me off? Do you know that video when he was on a beach and that, and he was seeing the haters and all the rest of it? Can you remember? There was like a
the drone footage.
the drone. I'm sorry, but
When
after
you're a
what-
boxing coach and not a boxing champion, we don't like Andy Lee, by the way, actual world champion,
Yes.
turned boxer, would never do that in a million years.
Yeah, like realistically, all the great coaches that I watch, it's about the fighter. They don't make it about them. But this tells me he's had all these issues, and rather than put his hands and say, okay, there's areas we'll massively need to address, what does he do?
He's
gets
younger
himself-
than me, Ben.
But let's-
Like, he's from a different generation. You know what I mean?
let's-
He's pretty grown
social
up a bit
media.
on
But
social media.
I don't care what he
Exactly.
is.
But because of that, like, think of it like this, yeah. Whenever Ben wins, he gets the praise. Whenever his fighters lose, he gets slated.
This
He's
is all fighters,
No.
coaches.
I just mean in terms of his experience. In
I
terms
don't
of him,
think an Andy Lee gets slated in the same
he
sort
doesn't
of
get
way.
slated. Like, I'm telling you, the targeting of
Is that
Ben,
because of the
strength
way
and
they
conditioning coach,
lose?
he's just a strength and...
Is that because of the way that... Look, we heard the quote, roll the dice, and most other people in that moment are going, AJ is just getting his legs back underneath him.
Yeah.
Give him a couple of rounds, fully recover, like with Klitschko, and then go
Yeah.
for it. He's not ready yet.
Yeah.
For me, I'm not looking at him and judging off the way he's come through the game. There's many great coaches who haven't been fighters come through it in various ways. But I think what I really personally don't like is the way he reacts in these moments. It's and it's like I said, I think for me
I felt
it was
like he panicked in that.
yeah,
fight.
but it's almost like, he's had Usyk in his corner and, he sends everyone a bit crazy. Like, I feel as if that's what's happened to him. Like, the way he reacted with that drone, I think that one scene for me was the final straw. I think I'm being honest, when there's a certain moment where you get, nah, I'm not having that. Until I see
Do
anything
you know
different.
why? Because this man is you've literally fought at a very, very high level. He won national titles, and you would never ever put yourself across as I'm the guy.
Yeah.
And when you see a boxing coach doing that, you're like, what the?
It's just it's unheard of, and it's like I like to think I'm very level-headed. I don't look at what other people say about him. I don't jump on no bandwagon. I'm just going off what I've seen, and I don't like the way he's reacted because actually early in his career, I give him massive credit. He seemed to be very technical, the way he analysed stuff, the way he looked at previous fights. I loved his approach, but
He was behaving a bit like Ben Whittaker. Like, if Ben Whittaker did that, I'd be like, yeah, that's your brand.
Makes sense,
yeah.
But I'm like, you're a boxing coach.
Yeah,
What are
that's
you
my
doing?
point.
Yeah.
The way he goes about it isn't like a traditional coach. And, maybe I'm acting a bit like a caveman. Times has changed. He's in a different era. But yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like the way he's been reacting.
I mean, this makes tonight even more interesting because the data we're going to receive is the Usyk camp version of AJ.
Yep.
And what does worry me a little bit about AJ is the fact that he has gone from obviously his original coach to an American coach to then name the coaches, lads, because there's
Andy
been
Joshua started off with Robert McCracken.
Yeah.
No, sorry, started off with Tony Sims. Then he went Robert McCracken. Then he went to Andy Ruiz's trainer after, was
Angel,
it?
Garcia.
Yeah, Garcia.
But then the other guy was like the head coach.
ironically, it's Ryan Garcia's coach.
Sorry, yeah, the Mexican guy.
No, the black lad who's coaching Ryan Garcia right now. What's his name? The American lad.
Not was it Virgil Hunter that was
No,
coaching?
no.
not
You know what I mean, don't you?
Errol Spence's other trainer.
Yeah.
What's he called? My brain's gone dead.
Anyway, we know who we.
He's had about 6 coaches by this point.
And there's a lot, and it feels lately like he's been jumping a lot, hasn't he? Like,
especially with Ben Davison. I think that when he got with Ben, you kind of thought, well, that's your coach for Fury. And obviously, look, it's not in his hands. Maybe he intended the Fury fight to happen a lot sooner. Obviously, Ben was asked, will you train AJ for Tyson
Derek
Fury?
James.
Derek
James, that's it. Derek James, yeah. And I mean, look, in these performances under Derek James, he was with Derek James when he fought
Jermaine
Franklin, who Otoma just stopped. And obviously, that was a fight that didn't look great. I think when Dillian White fought him, it aged a little bit better.
Did you fight Usyk as well with him?
Maybe the first Usyk fight, yeah.
he did,
The thing is, stylistically, I think Derek James was a much better coach for him. I think this is the difficult thing when fighters are changing trainers, too much. It takes a certain amount of time to get a real bond and a real connection with a coach. And it's like there wasn't enough time with Derek James, in my opinion, to really form a strong opinion. And it wasn't a bad performance against Franklin. It just there was elements of AJ that we wanted to see the spite and a little bit more aggression, but tactically it wasn't too bad.
It was defensively responsible.
Yeah.
Right? And I think Jermaine Franklin came in and posed the same issues that Andy Ruiz did in the first fight.
Yeah.
Where it's like, I'm a sharp counterpuncher once I'm inside.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
think that gave him, I don't know if it spooked him a little bit,
Yeah, it would've.
but he was prepared to deal with it this time round. And
Yeah.
it was a bit tricky for him to
Remember
deal
that was back at the O2.
That's
as well.
right.
So that was like 5-6 stadium fights back to back. You put America in there as well, Madison Square Gardens, and then you go back to the O2. For anyone normal, fighting at the O2 would be absolutely unreal. But for AJ, when you've gone to boxing Cardiff in front of, what, 60, 70,000 or whatever, then you go back to the O2, it's going to be a little bit different. I think that the actual history might look better of him changing trainers if he had landed on the right one. It's like anything in life, right? Listen, you don't really know what you're going into until you're there. You'd never advise your mate, yeah, listen, you've had so many birds, you might as well stay with this one. You know, you wouldn't say that. That's not logical. Do you know what I mean? If she was treating him bad, you go, get rid of her, mate. Do you know what I mean? And that's the same with coaches. I do think that the history books would look a lot better if AJ landed on the right coach, which, by the way, he may well have now done. I think that this is probably the most excited we've been about a coach that he's landed on, especially being from Team Usyk. And this is the thing that kind of separates the two, and this is why I think Usyk has so much respect for Anthony Joshua. Anthony Joshua admitted defeat straight away. He turned around to Usyk and said, "How did you beat me?" And that felt real.
He said in the ring, didn't
yeah,
he?
that felt real. A lot of people, whereas Fury, look, I don't want to bash him, but Fury didn't say too much in the ring and then went backstage and went, "That's a fucking robbery if ever I've seen one," or whatever. So I think that Usyk probably has a bit more respect. And
Well, and he
probably,
said Happy New Year.
Yeah, he said Happy New Year to be fair.
Do you know what? That was one of the funniest things ever, wasn't it? Like, as someone who loves taking the piss out of Fury, I was like, I'm going to live off that forever, because every single New Year, I'm always going to play Fury and know that he said that in me. Because his brain was scrambled so fucking bad, man. That was...
The interesting thing with AJ right now, we're so excited about the way it's all planned out, but realistically, we're not going to know until fight night. Like, I feel as if I'm looking at the data,
Tonight, you're lucky.
yeah, I feel as if Usyk is, stylistically is a great match. The fact that he's beating Tyson Fury, but we might see a totally different version of AJ that doesn't look great.
Just to get on that, because for me, the biggest advantage that Tyson Fury has previously is ring IQ and movement. And if I look at what does Usyk do amazingly, it's ring IQ and movement. That was the problem for Fury. He was like, fuck, he does what I do, but better. Yeah. And if Usyk's team can raise that in AJ to enough to close enough of the gap, where he's never going to have the ring IQ and movement of Fury, in my opinion, despite the situation with Fury right now. You wouldn't expect him to be able to close it completely, but if you can close it enough to where that the power of AJ is the main difference maker, we're laughing. But what I am worried about is this a bad fit in terms of, like, are we trying to teach an old dog new tricks? Could we see paralysis by analysis, where we've got a fighter who is not made for your style, and you're trying to teach him something that is just not for him? And I hope that's not the case, but that is a possibility.
We're going to find out if they what the value is of the Usyk team, because if they are trying to convert him into an Usyk tribute act, it's going to be bad. They need to be able to look, they need to be able to look at him, know what he is, and know how to add elements that help him on his journey. If they're looking at him and they recreate Usyk, it's going to be terrible. It's going to be like, when David Haye linked up with Silas.
Ismail Salas.
We've seen this,
So
haven't we?
bro,
that was
it reminds me of Chris Eubanks against Roy Jones.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's a really good example.
Yeah,
That was
but
horrendous.
the only thing that gives me hope with this setup is the team Usyk is so intelligent. Like, I don't believe they're going to try to reinvent him. I think they're just going to bring out the best of him. And I also think people have always seen AJ as this stiff power puncher. Like, AJ's a very good counter puncher. He's a very good boxer. Like, he's an Olympic gold medalist. So we're not talking about a guy who's just a powerhouse. Like, he's got a good brain. He's got good footwork. Yes, he's not as agile maybe as someone like Alexander Usyk, but I do think there's a lot of great characteristics and traits that they can bring out of AJ that potentially hasn't been capitalised throughout his career.
What about the Ruiz 2 fight? His feet
That
in
version,
that fight.
he was great.
That's a great shout.
You know, that's
Very
my point.
good.
He
Yeah.
can box. Yes, this is the problem as fans. We see fighters, because we're fan, and maybe the rise of AJ was about the power, being explosive. That's what we want to see as, bloodthirsty fans. But realistically, tactically, that was the right fight for AJ on that night. So we would ideally like to see a balance of the aggression with the more technical side, but realistically, it was right for him. It just wasn't the most exciting to watch. So I'm hoping we're going to get a little bit of the original AJ, because
A bit of both.
everything he's been through, for me, AJ must be the most motivated. For his two friends that he lost, if he can't find something within him, he never will. Like, forget all the stoppages, even what's happened to Daniel Dubois. I believe, even the way he's talking, he's got this calm vibe, which I just like. I feel as if everything's just so clear. In the last few years, everything's been hazy. But now, the clarity, I just think we're going to see the best version. I really do. And maybe there's an element, I am an AJ fan. I know him on a personal level. Not for a lot of years I haven't spoken to him, but I'm always going to be fighting his corner. But when I look at all the, all the different elements, I really have belief that we're going to see the best version.
Didn't
I really
you share a room with him early on in GB?
Very early. Well, before
that must have been a humbling experience for a man.
Yeah,
like you.
this was
because Loza's, Newcastle.
Yeah,
everyone loved Loza. Every woman they wanted him, right? Let's be real. Going out with him was great because I just got the cast-offs. It was fantastic, right? But he was in good shape. But then he met AJ.
Yeah.
That was to put him in his place.
I'll be honest, I didn't like it.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Normally in this situation I could do something about it, but I was fucked. But this was before we even got into GB. This was, I think, in 2009. He won the ABAs. I got the finals. Didn't win them that year. Again, I was second best to him. But anyway, that's another story.
Was he still a sponge back then in terms of the way that you really do feel like Anthony Joshua really tries to learn from everyone around him? He questions everything.
Yeah, I mean, this particular time when I first shared a room with him, neither of us were on GB. I didn't really know him that well. I got to a hotel, and I was told I was sharing with him with the England coaches. We didn't even really speak that much, but all I remember...
Rap?
What, sorry?
Did he rap?
No, he didn't rap in
the
this
room and that lad's holiday.
No,
he wouldn't.
He was very focused. We're probably both young, a bit nervous. This was a very new thing for both of us. Representing.
You both started later in life.
I think he was older than me. I was 19. Was he maybe 20?
Yeah, I think 20? He was 19ish when he started.
Yeah, similar sort of age. So it was very new, very fresh. It was a new experience for both of us. But fast forward the clock being on GB, I've seen him taking advice off people way below him. That was the interesting thing. He would take advice of the fucking milkman. But it was almost too much sometimes because I used to sit and listen to him, watch him at times. He was getting advice off guys way below him. Other guys in the gym. I thought, you're more experienced. You've done better than this guy. But, I actually seen it as very humble at the time because he was just willing to listen and see what he could take on board. He would listen to everybody and just take it all in. And, I can't argue with his mentality because look what he done throughout his career.
Sorry, I was just going to say, you just hope at this stage he refines
he absorbs.
Be a bit more picky.
The annoying thing is, once you've become world champion, second-time world champion, you think, surely that you've got the method, the ingredients,
You're the king now.
It's all there. So for me, personally, when it comes to AJ stylistically, it's all he's done it. It's proven with Rob McCracken stylistically that textbook boxing. He's a great counterpuncher, good mover, explosive when he lets them go. It's not about, in my opinion, reinventing the wheel. It's almost like I want him to come back down to the core. He's originally what got him Olympic champion, two-time heavyweight champion. But unfortunately, when he's lost each time, he's searched for a new answer, like he didn't have it, and that's the problem. It's that thirst for knowledge. But actually, he just needs to come back to what made him good in the very beginning.
If I was being lined up to fight someone for over 10 years, I think I'd have a general game plan, regardless of what changes and skill sets and what goes down and what goes up. I think I'd have a general game plan of how I'm going to beat that man.
Yeah.
Do you think AJ has a game plan of how he beats Tyson Fury?
Absolutely. I don't think he studied any opponent more than Tyson Fury. He sits there, and I think that when he filmed at the ringside, I think that was just for show, just mind games. But I reckon he's been locked in on Tyson Fury to the point where it's probably been distracting. And hence why, there's been all these banana skin moments with the Andy Ruiz. Anytime Tyson Fury's next, it's like, I've gone too far ahead. But I think now, given the intense experiences he's had, he's able to have that clear sight where he's like, I know Fury's next. This fight is preparation for Fury, and it's not a distraction.
By the way, Josh Kelly, his fight is up now. I know our boy Joey is a massive fan of Josh Kelly, by the way. World title on the line, right? DAZN, pay-per-view. Buy it now. Link in the description below if you're watching on YouTube, or if you're watching on Twitter, the link is in the actual tweet itself for the live stream. Big love to everyone who's used our link, by the way. Paying 10 gets you 10% off. DAZN never do this. They're looking after you lot big time in trying to look after you. So appreciate it, and appreciate it for watching the show. Now, for these guys, this is the division that is kind of the most exciting division, arguably, outside of the heavyweight division in boxing right now. Josh Kelly, been calling out Conor Benn. Conor Benn. I do want to talk about the fight with Ryan Garcia, and we've been meaning to come on to it because that for me in September is one of the fights of the year. As much as the fight itself, it's the characters. Ryan Garcia and Conor Benn. There's a potential there for them outside of the heavyweights to be the biggest stars in boxing. Whoever wins this fight, you're the guy. In terms of views, Ryan Garcia's performance against Devin Haney, technically not a win. No one really cares. Conor Benn beating Eubank in this country was a mega win. And Conor, for me, if he wins this, he goes into the stratosphere of like, all right, Fury, AJ, you're never going to be those. You're right up there though. You're right. You're the guy after those guys in the UK. And I know he's a bit of an underdog in that fight, but we just have to acknowledge like he has an opportunity to make himself even more of a megastar than he did when he beat Eubank there.
If he wins this fight, you said he goes into the stratosphere of Fury, AJ. Yeah, on this side of the shores. In America, he becomes bigger than Anthony Joshua.
Yes.
Not overall, but in terms of your first time really coming over here, and I understand
it's a bigger win than AJ's had over there, right?
For sure,
exactly.
For sure. Conor Benn has fought twice in America. I think when he was having the layoff, he was sort of banned, but not banned. There were 2 fights at 154 in America. This is the one that's going to get the exposure to be able to sell him. There's a lot of people that
the UFC are behind it. Remember?
Yes,
exactly. You got Dana White there. Yeah. There's a lot of people that would be hating on Conor Benn early on and stuff like that in terms of the American audience. There's no way to swing an audience like going out there and beating one of their fighters. So I think that Conor Benn has a massive opportunity here. And I think if I'm Conor Benn, I look at the fact that I don't think Conor Benn admit this to himself, but I understand Ryan Garcia has got the better amateur pedigree. He's got better wins in the pros. There's no denying that, and he's mixed at a higher level. Yeah. However, Ryan Garcia's performances, maybe not as much as Tyson Fury, but they fluctuate.
They do.
They really go up and down.
And they're both mentally up and down guys. Yeah. So, if you get him on an off night, which is very possible, you can beat him. Yeah. It's as simple as that. Because Rawley, we all were like, nah, that's not going to be... But Rawley won.
But we all use this thing
Dropped him in the first round.
Yeah, and we all use this thing of, Conor Benn's power's gone... Potentially, we haven't seen it at 147. By the way, we know we know against a Chris Eubank Jr. we might say it's gone, but hold on, apart from Liam Smith and a bit of a one-off who's stopping Eubank. So at the same time as that, I look at it and I go, even if his power's gone to a degree, he's still got power. I've seen him hit in the ring. I know you don't feel them through the TV, but you can see him. He's still got a bit of pop there. Maybe not to the extent he did have, but is power the thing that's going to beat Ryan Garcia? I mean, in the tank fight, but that's a highly skilled operator. What I would be banking on, if I'm Conor Benn, is my aggression and my persistence. One thing that I don't think we could say is that the punch output has massively dropped down. We could say the knockouts have gone, but I think the aggression and the persistence in that aggression is still there, and the consistency of being able to do it time in, time out is still there. So Conor Benn needs to be making the moments of success he gets.
Can I ask you a question? If the Ryan Garcia who turned up against Rawley turns up again, who wins?
Conor goes in there and batters him, if that's what happens.
Yeah.
But if the last one shows up, I think we're in for a horrible surprise, because when Ryan Garcia is sharp, we see the boxing pedigree. We see what he's like when he's switched on. And, you're right when you say Conor Benn is on the verge of having the keys to the world. Do you know what I mean? That American machine being behind him and him already capturing their imagination with the Eubank fight. The progress fight.
His attitude. He's got that mean.
They like the fact that he went to Dana White over Eddie Hearn, by the way.
That's right.
They don't even respect Eddie Hearn enough to not call him Eddie Hearns. They still put the S on the end of the name, even though they know, right? So they liked that. They liked that storyline. And I think that going through it, if he can start to really challenge big fighters, then big American names, then I think it'll be something that will win the audience over.
I think the stock dropped a little bit on that Regis performance, right?
It did die.
Yeah, even the way the fighters talked about him. Shakur Stevenson straight away was like, "Oh, this guy's food." Like they just the mystique had just been destroyed, and I worry about him being at 147 because that fight was at 149. So right now we've got no recent data at 147, and that's a concern for me. Do you know what I mean? Because when they step in the ring, I'm rooting for him to win. Seeing him at 149 and that week of how he looked terrible. Now, I understand the camp was slightly shorter.
The week leading up?
Yeah, like the way he looked so gaunt, he looked weak. Now, I understand that they kind of crashed the weight quite quickly. So hopefully they've managed it a bit differently going into this one to make 147 in a healthy way. But I'm very concerned. He spent a long time at 160. That come down could make new issues.
Have you seen what Ryan Garcia's been saying? Like, I don't want to say off camera because he's streaming, but he also understands that the people watching his kick streams and stuff, or watching Adrian Broner's kick streams, they're not hardcore boxing fans or anything like that. He's not really playing to that boxing audience. So it's not off camera, but it's not to that audience. And he's saying to Adrian Broner, I think 5 rounds maximum. I stopped him. Adrian Broner saying, yeah, I think the same. Whatever. So I look at that and I think, is there that element of overconfidence? I hope, from Ryan Garcia's sake, I hope not. Obviously, from the British side of things, I hope there is.
That's right.
But there could be that thing of, it either goes really drastically one way or the other. We either go out there and we see Conor Benn get stopped, get completely outboxed, get busted up for a few rounds, or we see a Ryan Garcia that comes in thinking, beat guys better than this. You may well have done. But you don't beat them 10 nights out of 10. You're an 8 out of 10 man. You catches them, you on them 2 nights, Conor Benn's got as good a chance as anyone.
Can I be honest? I don't rate Conor Benn.
No, me neither.
I'm saying this in... I'm not trying to disrespect them, but when we're putting in comparison to someone like Ryan Garcia, who was a world-class amateur, and also, you know, he's a great boxer as a
Olympic
professional.
gold medalist in Luke Campbell.
Yeah, I don't feel as if Conor Benn, other than his Eubanks fights, really achieved that much in boxing. And you know, that might sound negative, but all the fighters that he fought were way past the best.
It's not negative. He's never. If you go on British fights, he's never fought a man in the top 50 in Britain.
This is my point. And like, you know,
that's a hell of a step up. Then,
what?
Isn't it?
Name me one.
This is my point.
He's never fought a fighter ranked in the top 50 in Britain
in
terms of British opponents.
Outside of Eubank.
He weren't ranked in the top 50 inside the 147 division or the or that light middleweight division. So he's up to 2 weight division.
And I'm being negative here, but I actually think, considering his background and when he come into boxing, not done much as an amateur, I actually think he's done very well. I think he's done amazing. I would love to have had the opportunities he's had. And it's not a negative. I'm just, when I'm comparing him to these top guys, he's just not there for me. Like, he's done the best of what he's got.
What is it about his game that doesn't impress you, though?
Every part of it, to be honest. Like, the only thing he's got is this determination, considering he's come from a background where he's had everything as a young guy. He's hungry. And I love that about him. I love the aggression. But technically, when you're talking about technical boxing, he's not the best. And, you know, I wouldn't mind if they weren't comparing him to world-level boxers, because he realistically, if you are saying at British level, I would say the guy's doing great. I literally would be giving him all the credit. But when you start talking about world-level operators, in my opinion, he's just nowhere near that yet. Can he compete? Maybe look okay for a few rounds? Maybe. But I also think someone like Ryan Garcia has just got too much about him. I really do.
Can I just give you a stat, lads?
Go ahead.
The last knockout for Conor Benn was 2022. That was 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Before what happened? Before he got the drug test.
4 years.
And again,
in that time, he has had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights, and none of them have been stoppages.
And this is my point. When I'm being negative or about a certain fighter, a coach, I'm not talking Ben Davison, I'm going off the data, the things that, if you look at the list, the way you had all the knockouts, and then the minute the drug test happened, no knockouts after that. So straight away, that's a dirty mark on his name, unfortunately. And when you've been a fighter and someone's failed a drug test, I'm sorry, it's very hard to like that person still.
When you fail the drug test and all of a sudden your knockouts stop after 4 years, I'm sorry, like, I actually like the guy, and I actually do think there's talent there, but it's objectively just not a good look.
When you're in a sport,
Ryan
that's
Garcia
so
is guilty of the same assessment, though. Yeah,
he is guilty. You're right.
Yeah. Well,
but he has got knockouts against sort of top level opponents when he hadn't failed a drugs test and stuff like that.
It's a level playing field amongst the two. You know, when it comes to drug tests, so it's fair enough.
Stylistically, I worry for Conor Benn, because the way Tank, obviously he weight trained Ryan Garcia.
Yeah.
Big time. And I think that was a shadow of what the Ryan Garcia at his best looks like. But still, it was very technical the way he picked Ryan Garcia off. It wasn't like high output that won the fight. It was making you make mistakes and punishing you for them. I do not think Conor Benn is going to be able to do that to Ryan Garcia. He wants to be the boss in there. He wants to bully him and hope that counter shot doesn't land. But when your output is so high, there is going to be that opportunity. And I'm just like, I don't think that your fight IQ is going to be... I mean, Tank Davis, for all I hate the guy, he's a piece of shit in my opinion.
He's a great fighter.
He knows how to fucking land a shot on you. He's very clever at setting you up.
That's right.
I don't think that Conor Benn has those skills.
And that last fight against Regis, the fact that Regis was able to live with him, considering he was shot to bits, injured, just completely not himself, and just vet moves and just crafty things, he was able to live for the whole... like the full fight. That's a bad sign. You're supposed to kill that guy.
He was there for that, wasn't he?
It's a bad sign.
And he knew that.
It's a bad sign if you're meant to be a world-class operator.
Yeah.
But if you actually, like you say, will break down who he's fought in his amateur career, he done all right against a very, very experienced fighter. But when we keep on comparing him to these world-level fighters,
it wasn't a bad performance.
Yeah,
I don't want people I don't want them to think it's a bad performance. It wasn't. It was just at the level you're about to jump to.
Meant to be at.
You really should be getting that guy out of there because you're the next big thing in your mind.
Yeah.
When Eubank Jr. got behind that jab and he started actually banking on his boxing fundamentals a little bit, I think that Conor Benn did come unstuck at times.
In that first fight?
In the first fight, sorry, yeah. And I look at even the Barrios fight from Ryan Garcia. If he wants to come out and start sharp, he can. Now, there's a significant difference in hand speed there. Yeah. And that's so much so that you do sometimes take a round or two to adjust to it. And if you go on Ryan Garcia's last fight, he's starting fast. If he does that against Conor Benn might find himself in a situation where he gets hurt early on, or he loses 3 rounds in a row, and those punches become a little bit easier to see because they become more predictable and desperate.
Yeah. Well, the one thing is about Ryan Garcia is, his best performance was the Devin Haney fight. But let's not kid ourselves. What was kind of bad about that fight was you dropped the guy 3 times and yet you still lost a lot of rounds.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, if you say ordinarily in a boxing fight, a guy drops his opponent in 3 times, you could argue 4 actually. 1 didn't even get ruled a knockdown, it was a knockdown. And yet you still lose that many rounds. It's not a good look, and I think Ryan Garcia's training is questionable at best in terms of cardio. I think natural ability, that speed, that knockout power is ridiculous. I do worry though, like for Conor in that fight, I do worry that he's going to have to be so busy that it's not going to be possible for him to not get knocked down at least once.
Because he's defensively, he's not great.
He's
like,
not.
You go in with a world-class operator, you can't just run at him and think that aggression's going to be enough. And, just looking at this here, Josh Kelly, like, he's one of the most naturally gifted fighters. He just lacks that little something in terms of power. And I always want to see a little bit more of him. I'm watching him here, and you can see the speed, he's controlling the fight, but he just doesn't do that bit more.
You know what it is about him? I think there's a level of grit that he doesn't have if the fight gets ugly and turns.
Yeah.
So true.
And it's
You see what I mean?
Remember Wembley?
He's frightened to get
At
there.
Wembley, when we went to the
Yes.
AJ Dubois fight, he was one of the early fights, and he was fighting a guy who was a last-minute replacement.
Ishmael Davis.
Ishmael Davis, yeah.
There we go.
And Ishmael, you really stuck it on towards the end of the fight, and he didn't get the win, but morally he won the. Like, in our minds, we were
right.
like, "That's a terrible look for you to win a fight where you lose. Like, when you lose that many rounds towards the end, that clearly, it's not a good look."
I think there's been moments in fights when you could be right in terms of what you're saying about Josh there, but ultimately, in terms of actually losing a fight on that, you have to go back all the way to the David Avanesian fight, and I will always say the same thing about that. Yeah. Josh Kelly lost a lot of blood in that fight. Way more blood than usual. Like, when you get a clash of heads, something like that, if we think of a fight of a bad cut, for example, I know the cut man that worked on that fight, and I know him very, very well, right? Worked on that fight. He said he wouldn't lie to me. He said, "Mate, Josh lost more blood than I've ever had in the corner, and he's had a fight that's gone in with Klitschko and stuff like that." He said, "When you're losing it and you're losing it to the back of your head there," he said, "Look, I'm not saying that's the reason for it because he got cut after he started losing the fight, but he said that makes a significant difference." And when I look at other performances since then, I do kind of look at it and go, "Yeah, there could be something in that." And until I see something, I'm not gonna jump to a conclusion in my own mind, not saying you guys are, but I'm not going to jump to a conclusion in my own mind that Josh doesn't have that dog. Obviously, look, I've got the luxury of being able to see him in training and stuff like that, which I have done before. I've seen him take apart fighters that are probably better level than some of the guys that he's had wins over, not the last guy that was a former world champion now. I've seen him take guys apart in the gym. I think with Josh, it's always been about recreating what he does in the gym, to what you see on fight night.
But it's like these first 2 rounds here, he comes out as he usually does, sharp. Do you know what I mean? He looks technically better than a lot of the guys he gets in there with. Yeah. But it's not that makes him lose. It's the fact that someone just goes, all right, cool. Well, let's have it then.
Yeah.
That's the part where you start to see it kind of come undone. And, you know, people have kind of been accusing Ben Whittaker of that because of that opponent, the fight where, what's his name, Cameron.
Yeah, Liam Cameron.
Yeah. And it's like, that's the element with guys who are slick and flashy, where it's like, are you tough when it gets ugly? And Josh Kelly's still kind of on trial for that, if we're being honest. I know he's got the world title strap, but once he gets in there with some big operators in his division, we're going to see.
Do you know the problem is, like, I was looking, if I went to Kazakhstan with him on a training camp, you know, I only got a short period of time along, seeing him, you know, train and everything. I seen him compete, so I wouldn't say I know him well, but what I seen, he was very early in his amateur career in terms of the elite level when he was on GB, and I could see he had all the ingredients, the speed, the reflexes. He's very naturally gifted in that respect. And the problem is, when you're also naturally gifted, you never really have to go to the well. You know, like, it's almost like you can beat people comfortably, and it's almost that superpower can become your downfall. And I think he's found it so easy. He can go into a spar, he can go into a fight and win comfortably without getting hurt. But unfortunately, when you get into the pro game, there's guys that are going to tough it out. It's not 3 rounds in an amateur fight. You've got 12 rounds to stay away from someone. And unfortunately, we'll go back to the David Avanese fight. Well, everyone just thinks, you know, he hasn't got that grit because he's given up. I do think it was a little bit too early in his career. But I also think, regardless when that happens, when you're a real dog, you'll find a way to tough it out. And maybe he hasn't got that dog in him. I don't know. I don't want to say this because I do like the guy. I think he's so talented. But every time he's been in with a fighter who has been a bit rough, a bit strong, I haven't seen him do what's necessary.
How does he do against Conor Benn and Ryan Garcia?
He absolutely schools Conor Benn. I don't think Conor Benn wins a round against Josh Kelly.
Before the Progress fight, I would say Conor just batters him in an absolute roughhouse showing. Now, I think I lean towards...
Listen, Conor Benn never won a British title. He never come close to winning it. I'll spill the beans. I see Josh Kelly absolutely take Johnny Garton apart in the gym, and the other guy who fought Johnny Garton for the British title. I'm not putting them in the same level as Conor Benn, but they've achieved something that Conor Benn won't achieve now. And probably won't go back to that.
If it turns into an ugly dogfight, do you favour Conor Benn more so in that, or Josh Kelly?
Do you know what I hate? Like, I'm not putting Conor Benn in these conversations. I just don't think he is capable of taking Kelly into a dogfight.
I see your point. I think it grows closer.
Conor has, if we're going to give Conor credit, he's got the balls to be there in the ugly moments and get up and keep coming forward. I haven't seen that from Josh. So that's why I have to put it in a specific circumstance and say, if it gets ugly, who do you fancy in that exchange? We're talking round 9 into the ugly stages.
The reason why I'm kind of going against it is there's levels to this game. So there's level of dog at British level. There's level of dog at European level.
Okay.
Like, Conor Benn's got dog at British level, absolutely. But when we're talking about Josh Kelly level, that dog isn't enough because you haven't got just enough technical ability to use that level of dog, if you know what I'm kind of saying. It's no good. He's
with it. So Ishmael Davis, who put Josh Kelly into a really bad situation.
I think Ishmael Davis is more technical than Conor Benn. I do.
But are we like? I understand that the Eubank situations were very unique, but to give Conor Benn 0 credit, is that fair?
In which situation? In which
as in terms of when we start talking about the names and resumes and just things he's done.
I think it's fair. I think it's fair until you see him fight people. At the end of the day, look, Echo Usman was British level. He fought Cedric Paynard. Echo Usman stopped Cedric Paynard, beat Cedric Paynard quite easy. He was British level. Cedric Paynard beat Conor Benn once. They gave Conor Benn the decision. He dropped Conor Benn twice. And then he refought on the AJ undercard at Cardiff, and I think he beat Conor Benn again.
What about the Eubank fight? Because no one's given him any credit for that.
No one.
Well, the one that Eubank was fit and healthy for, he didn't win. He got battered.
But he did fight completely differently.
This is the difficult thing. I'm not dissing Conor Benn. I think he's got some things you can't teach. Grit, absolutely, he's got that in abundance.
He fought a lot more disciplined in the second fight, though, right?
He did. But I think he also fought even more diluted, maybe because of what he'd done in the first fight. I'm not discrediting because the second fight, the version of Eubanks was because of what Conor did. So this isn't about discredit. I'm just talking about technical ability. But when you talk about heart, if I was to put a scale of heart with him and Josh Kelly, I'd put Conor Bennett above in terms of heart.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, the technical ability isn't enough when I'm putting it against these guys. That's all I'm saying.
Move on, lads, because there's a couple of other fights we've got to cover before the co-main event, which is Hamza Shiraz, who we're all fans of. I mean, he's a hell of a fighter. He's a hell of a fighter.
He's a hell of a
He's
He's a hell of a fighter, hell of a competitor. He's an A-class fighter.
We will have an interview with Floyd Mayweather about going broke later in the stream. Shout out to Floyd. I hope he's probably trying to, he's watching if he's got a TV now. If he's got a TV left, bless him.
Let's get him on the stream.
We've got Dubois versus Wardley rematch. Now, for me, that was the fight of the year, and Wardley just does fights of the years every fucking year, basically. God bless him. I love Fabio Wardley personally. He's one of my favourite fighters. He's been my favourite fighter probably for the last few years now.
Yeah.
But he isn't perfect. He has his limitations, and ironically, he's coached by Ben Davison, who Loz has made his feelings
The hairs
very.
on my neck just stood up there.
Very
Loz loves
another
Ben
opportunity
Davison.
for Loz to lay into poor Ben.
I'm waiting. Just give us the call.
After that fight, I thought, nah, he shouldn't take the rematch. However, about a day went by, and I was like, he's taking the fucking rematch, because Fabio Wardley, and this is saying a lot, we're talking about whose balls are bigger, and, we've got Conor Ben in conversation here. Fabio Wardley's got the biggest balls in boxing, in my opinion, because he is the least skilled, experienced at the highest level. In terms of who has managed to transcend skill gaps through determination, heart, belief, and power, which is God-given, but and the effort he has put in to cross that line and to close the gaps as best as he could. And just when you hear him speak, I'm like, you're just a good bloke, you.
Yeah.
I really respect Fabio Wardley as much as any bloke in boxing. However, Daniel Dubois is a motherfucker. And Daniel Dubois has proven that, time and time again. I mean, he did drop Usyk. If it was a low blow, fair enough. He did put it on AJ. He has proven against Hrgovic. He's a monster, Daniel Dubois. And I've met Daniel Dubois, and he's not someone I'd want to piss off. Do you know what I mean? He's a mountain of a man. And as much as Fabio Wardley dropped him, he just didn't close the show as quick as he could have done.
Yeah.
That rematch, is there any way that Fabio Wardley can recover enough this year, which is the fight has to take place this year,
by November.
Otherwise he's going to lose his rematch.
Okay.
Can he recover enough, and can he look at, I dropped you, next time I've got to unload the clip on you if I do that? Is there a way in which he can win that rematch? Realistically, I know it's a possibility, but realistically, can he win that, or is this just a Dubois fight?
I think he's capable of winning. He's one of them guys. His balls, where does he find his boxers? That's what I want to know. I mean, literally, seriously.
ASOS,
how
double
is
XL.
There must be an elephant shop where he finds these
a
boxers
freak,
anyway.
Fucking freak.
But jokes aside, he's always going to have a puncher's chance. The only problem is we don't know how he's going to be when he gets hit now, because sometimes fighters, after fights like that, I mean, the amount of this is what annoys me with Ben Davison. I've never seen anybody being beat up so much. And there is a line in boxing, and I get it, because Fabio Wardley's so tough. He's got that puncher's chance. You've almost got to give them that little bit of extra chance that you would another fighter. But the way I seen him go to the well was just too deep in my liking. I didn't like it. That sort of damage is lasting damage.
Fabio Wardley was a tech guy. Fabio Wardley was a suit and tie tech guy who took a white collar boxing. We all know the story. But it's weird. He's still a geek,
Yeah.
I'm a bit of a closet geek, right? I play this game called Crimson Desert. Check it out if you haven't already, right? It's this fantasy game where you're Game of Thrones, but Grand Theft Auto, but Game of Thrones, right?
Okay.
And I'm watching Crimson Desert videos on Instagram, and I'm Fabio Wardley, I'm my guy. It's not as gay as I thought it was. Do you know what I mean? Shout out to Fabio Wardley, because he's still a geek, right? And yet he's the baddest motherfucker in the world outside of two men or whatever. And isn't it weird that he came from the avenue he did?
White collar scene.
And yet, we're talking about misfits essentially, aren't we? Not even your level of
I would say
misfits.
lower level.
We're talking lower than that.
No, I'm not. People think I'm being egotistical. Lower.
No.
Fabio Wardley is a million miles ahead of me now. He started off as a lower level than me.
Yeah.
Right? When Fabio Wardley had his first white collar fight, who was the WBA world champion? Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker
What?
had won a world title before Fabio Wardley had
Had a
his
fight.
first white collar fight.
Mental.
That's fact.
getting beat
Yeah.
off, like, you know, for Joseph
I
Parker.
know,
How
it's
must he
awful.
feel?
Imagine.
Like,
This guy had sniffed loads of
Imagine he
gears.
says that. You were world champion.
Wait,
when
sorry,
that
guys.
happened.
You feel sorry for Joseph Parker? What about his opponent that probably signed up to do that for charity, mate? A little white collar boxing
man.
match, just for a bit of bands. Gary from
know.
accounts is
He
going
had
up
no
against
idea.
the future
He had
world
no idea his world was about to be fucked up.
Mate.
I see it so many times. Like Eddie Hearn's back garden, he actually fought there back to back, both fights. I think it was Summers running, stuff like that. Fabio Wardley got in with Nathan Gorman straight away. I've got him not beating Nathan Gorman. You know, I know Daniel Dubois did. Not beating Nathan Gorman beats him.
Nathan Gorman was quite slick, wasn't he? Back
very,
then?
very
he
much
was.
so. Yeah,
He was
For-
decent.
for a bigger lad. He was
He was a
very
good
slick
British
with
level
hands.
test.
Yeah, he was.
He lacked power, but
And
he
Fabio
could box.
Wardley just kept coming
And then
through it. kept
Adelaide
coming
as
through it.
well, same thing.
Exactly that, and
Yeah.
and that was one where really had to show the dog. My worry is this, and I very much hope that I'm not, pre-emphasising anything. I hope it's wrong. Every tough guy is tough until they're not. And Loza, you made a great video the other day on Joe Joyce.
Yeah.
You look, there is that thing where you go, you'd give Joe Joyce extra time. If Joe Joyce was getting his head pinged off, you go, yeah, but this is Joe Joyce.
That's right.
I've seen him against Brian Jennings when he was taking an onslaught. He comes through it, he stops him. I've seen him against Bermain Stabern doing the same. Every tough guy has that until he doesn't.
Yeah.
And I very much hope that that's not the thing with Fabio Wardley now. And I
can
don't
see
think he's
that
taking
happening
punishment
now.
to the same extent, but...
I think that's potentially where we are. When it happens, it happens. And I think, like, historically, you start looking at guys who get knocked out for the first time, or when they start looking really bad, you say once the chin cracks, it stays cracked. And I don't think he's going to be able to go through that exact same fight. He's always going to have that extra threshold where it's just like, I've got the X factor. I can always pull it out of the bag. But I think that Dubois fight took it out of him because it wasn't just rough and tough. It's, I'm smarter than you as a boxer, and I'm tougher than you, and I'm grittier than you in this type of fight.
Was Parker in between Hooney and Dubois, or was it Hooney then Dubois? Because if it was Hooney then Dubois,
It was Hooney, then Parker,
yeah.
then
Okay,
okay,
Dubois.
fair enough. He's
That's
had
right.
he's had a fight in between. But I mean, if it was those two, that's back-to-back beatings you took. I don't care whether you ended up. Listen, every heavyweight, even the lesser punchers, can still punch.
Got to just give Josh Kelly his credit here. He's landed with some great shots.
The thing
Shout
is,
out Hart.
there's times when
I think he was losing the round, but he's actually coming back.
He's
into
lost a
it.
couple rounds in the lead up to this, but he's starting to look
So
sharp
Kevin
again.
Ajarko, from what I've seen here, is kind of, in a way, obviously, look, he's still fundamentally very good, but I think he's thrown a few of those fundamentals out of the wardrobe just to be able to
have a
come
scrap.
in,
There you go.
connect with that left hook from range when he commits to it. And Josh is showing good things here. Josh is showing a bit of
Honestly,
heart
if I'm in the other corner to Josh Kelly, I'm like, get into his chest
'Cause he's
and
not the biggest
rough
puncher,
him up.
Kelly.
Yeah,
He's
that's
not-
right.
here. Good shot.
There's no good trying to box him. You're going to have to fight this guy.
Yeah.
And this is as if when you're a bit of a boxer puncher, the best thing you can do against a guy who's slick but not a big puncher is you've got to take a risk. You haven't got no massive power that's going to protect. I mean,
Oh
he's
no,
cut.
He's
man!
cut.
He's cut.
You know what,
Oh,
lads?
where's he-
I actually think I can't pronounce his name properly. I think Josh Kelly lost that round.
Came in Ajarko.
And say that again.
Came in Ajarko.
Easy for you to say. The guy, he was slipping shots and actually firing away. I think that Josh Kelly needs a really strong finish because I think he's down on the cards right now, lads.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's by a lot. I think it's by one, maybe one
Those
round.
last 2-3
So
rounds.
he can still win,
Jocko's
but the
coming back.
momentum. And as often with Josh Kelly fights, we said it against Ishmael Davis.
Thank you.
The momentum swings, and he's missing. And what you don't see usually from Josh Kelly is him missing like that and a guy slipping on
It's
him.
because this guy's slick. This guy
He actually isn't. He is. He's not just
right.
a fighter. He is.
No,
a boxer.
he's a box fighter. He can counter punch.
If you want to watch this, by the way, get in the fucking description, buy the pay-per-view because we need to get the pay-per-views to be able to do more of these for you.
Yes.
Paying 10 is the 10% off code for you to use at DAZN.com/true, Geordie. Big love.
and can we just get the Ben Davison one more time? Just
Yeah, of
quickly.
course we can. You got an itch you need to scratch, haven't
Relentless.
Do
you?
you know? Listen, the
Roll
amount
the
of-
dice, lads.
The
Roll
amount
the
of
dice.
damage that Fabio Wardley took. Do you think he should be in jail right now?
Wow.
Do you think there should be a criminal? Honestly, the amount of damage I've seen. There's not often I watch heavyweight boxing where I'm wincing, thinking this is too much. Like I was so
Alright,
uncomfortable watching this fight.
me
Was
ask
that
you
the
a
most
question.
you've winced
Let me ask you a question, yeah? Was that the most you've
ever
Yeah,
in your life?
I was
during the
wincing.
fight, though.
All right, but let me ask you a question, though, yeah? If your fighter is Evander Holyfield, at what point do you pull him out the fight?
Yeah, but this wasn't Evander Holyfield. He had skill.
No, I hear
Similar
you.
situation.
But there's a similar situation where you have a guy who is capable of going through that hell and winning.
And that's not just in the Jimmy scene. That he has seen that on Fight Night 2-3 times now.
That's what I mean.
Pulling it out the back
feel as
leg.
if that was one
I
of
feel like the
worst.
Hooney fight was kind of a gift and a curse in that it
That's
made
right.
everyone believe you're never beating you.
That's right.
Yeah, but can we just say Justin Hooney is not a puncher at all? Daniel Dubois is one of the biggest punchers in boxing.
He's top
full
5.
stop.
Yeah.
So like
Anyway.
we're not just talking about a technical boxer. The amount of damage, like people talk about his jab being like a backhand on Daniel Dubois. So for me, I was watching and I'd never seen the body language on Fabio Wardley like that before.
Yeah.
So there's a difference of taking punishment where he's still in the fight. He's taking damage. Yeah, he might be a little bit. His head's been rocked slightly.
Yeah.
But against Daniel Dubois, he looked finished.
Yeah.
2 rounds before, in my
I
opinion.
agree. But
so
then
yeah,
he still wobbled him
Yep.
in the midst that's the only part where, as the trainer, I'm like,
Yeah.
we might just
This
let
is the thing that takes me away from being able to back him in the rematch in terms of Fabio Wardley.
Yeah.
I think that the tale will be written of a shootout. And I don't believe it necessarily was that. Now, did it have elements of a fight of a shootout with both men going down, things like that, one getting stopped on their feet? Of course. But I would say that the main weapon from Daniel Dubois on that night, the weapon that did the most damage would have maybe been the right hand, but the main weapon was the jab.
Always
Dubois busted him
Can we just
with
talk
that
about
jab.
Daniel's
And if
jab?
someone if someone knocks you out, if someone chins you, if someone's a reflex fighter and they're able to hit you with saying, fair enough, maybe next time I can make adjustments. There's not many adjustments you can make for the jab. Of course, you can get yourself out of range. You can get your feet out of range. But then you're not going to be in range to be able to land your shots, and you've got to develop a side of your game that you haven't showed already.
What I thought was beautiful was the fact that he was able to offset the big right hand with the jab every single time. It was just like bang on the button, bang, and it was just like you could see it was wearing on him mentally. Wardley was
for the
like,
Is there anyone you would less rather take a jab off than Daniel Dubois?
listen.
Because he stomps that foot into the ground, he throws it when you're throwing. I don't know many heavyweights that...
it's the power on it. It's like,
right.
you get guys with snappy jabs, but his jabs are power every single time. And for the viewers watching, like, if you don't understand, a good jab in boxing is a nightmare. You're naturally thinking boxing, it's the power shot, it's the right hand, it's the left hook. But guess what? The jab is the punch that lands more likely 70% of the time. The jab sets everything up. So when you've got a guy with a great jab like myself, it's a nightmare.
Can I just say, this guy isn't lying.
Listen.
Like he started boxing when we were 17. And like his family,
19, I was 19.
Sorry, 19. Your family, boxing family, but like no one expected you at that age to do anything. Within 2 years, he was the British champion because he had the best jab in the fucking
Come
country.
on.
This is
And he became captain of Team
like, I don't want a
GB.
round of applause, but if
Right?
you want to go
I seen Ben
Did
Whittaker.
everyone in the back hear that?
I'm proud because my mate, we went to college together. We used to get fucking separated in college because we couldn't be near each other because we were taking the piss. Ben Whittaker come up to me and he was like, your mate Loz, he was the guy.
You know what it is?
On
sick.
Team
Nice.
GB, he was the man. Even, who was it, who just fought recently?
Who just fought recently?
You had him on your YouTube channel, the heavyweight.
Dave Allen.
Dave Allen.
Yeah.
Dave Allen. Look, he was like, we all looked up to him. He was the
Yeah.
guy.
Oh,
you know?
wow.
So, yeah.
When you get on a GB, there's so much talent. Like, when I got on a GB, I thought it was good on an area level, and you get on a GB, you realize you're very fucking average. Like, there's so much talent, and this
You were still the guy.
for me personally, when I got on a GB, I was just proud to be amongst all these guys. Like, I honestly say this, and I say it I'm proud that the people I rub shoulder with have went on to be very successful. We've got Charlie Edwards, we've got Josh Kelly, we've got Fraser Clark, we've got Anthony Joshua,
Natasha
Jonas,
And they all remember
Josh
you, bro.
Taylor, all
know
these guys are
pound
world-class.
for pound, lads, in terms of the size of this country and what our boxers have gone on to do.
Amazing.
Let's be real here. Tyson Fury, Anthony Joshua is the biggest fight in world boxing. We're a fucking tiny little country. We're not Mexico.
It's
we're
mental.
not America. And yet everyone wants our fighters. We're a fighting nation. motherfucker. Honestly, I'm proud of it.
But no, it is unbelievable.
Loza, when you was on the GB, who's obviously, apart from the obvious names like an Anthony Joshua,
Yeah.
Carl Froch maybe an obvious one, who were the fighters that you really will always remember and hold in high regard, whether their career panned out that way or not?
But you know what? That's a really good point, because some of the guys, like one of them for me personally was Tom Stoker.
Yep.
He was the captain. He got called captain of AJ, of every single person. And it's crazy because he was one of the best guys. He medaled in every single tournament. And he come to the Olympics and he didn't medal. It was crazy. And then he turned professional. didn't
I
really
think he lost to Ted Cheeseman maybe in the pros.
I can't remember who it
Someone
was,
like
but
that,
there was
yeah.
his
Isn't it
opponent.
mad how that happens in life?
Crazy.
Because the difference, what people don't always understand, amateur boxing is different to pro boxing. There's certain skills you can have which are great over 3 rounds, but over 12 rounds, it's almost if you think of a Usain Bolt being a 100-meter, 200-meter sprinter versus a Mo Farah being a marathon runner. It is a different sport. Yes, technicality, running, your legs move in front of each other, but it's a different type of endurance. There's a level of toughness in pro game that's different. But Tom Stalker was one. Luke Campbell, unbelievable.
Yeah.
He did do amazing in the game, but I would say them two were the absolute standout.
Did you see Luke Campbell and Conor Benn had a little bit of back and forth? I don't know if Conor Benn went back at him.
It was about
This was
yeah,
interesting
yeah.
because Conor Benn was basically saying like, "Oh, have you fought whatever?" Luke Campbell sat there, and he's not the mouthiest guy. He's not someone that throws his hat in his name in the hat, and he's not someone that really talks about boxing all that much after he's retired in terms of his own career.
Yeah.
But he did pipe up in that moment, and I don't use that in a derogatory way. He was right to do so in terms of saying, "Hold on."
Do you know what it was?
I've achieved stuff you'd never achieve, Conor. You know what I mean?
You
I've
talking
got
about my
Olympic
power like
gold,
it's nothing.
and you're talking about me as if I'm like
And
bottom
he's
of
busy,
the barrel.
he's busy getting to get reform.
That's right, yeah.
That's
He's
so
doing
funny.
politics.
Politicians,
Is he?
bitch. Like,
Yeah.
Can we? I just have to move on because
Can we just speak on the fact that Josh Kelly is cut right now? He's losing a lot of blood, like how you mentioned in that Evanesian fight, and he's pulling it out in the 11th, but this fight is up for grabs.
Oh, mate, fully. And his trunks are covered in blood and they're white as well, so you can really see it. And we're going into the 12th round. I am going to move us on.
Big shot from Agyarko.
Yo,
We'll stick with this fight for now
9
because
seconds left.
they're getting broken up here. We're in the end of the 11th round. We've got Hamza Shiraz, who is the sharpshooter right now in the 168th division, right? Like, I'm really excited to see Hamza fight because to me, he is like James Bond in boxing, to be honest. Lats and Sinner, by the way, the two good friends of AJ, their names are on the ring canvas. I think that's a beautiful touch. And like, he's probably going to commemorate these geezers every time he steps in the ring in one way or another. Do you know what I mean? But I think it's a really nice moment for the first fight since the tragic passing of his friend. That he's made a point of going, I want my mates' names on that ring canvas so that everyone who fights that night, everyone sees them. The camera's on it. And sorry, the fight I was going to bring up was Moses Atoma versus Filip Hrgović. Moses, obviously, Team GB kid, wasn't he? This is the acid test so far of his career.
Yes.
And Hrgović, we all respect them. Like, let's be real. Dubois stopped Hrgović through cuts, but Hrgović took him to the fucking like limit, and he was hammering away with that right hand. This is not a walkover. We're really going to figure out a little bit. We're going to get much better data on Itoma, right?
I think so. I think Filip Hrgović is a man that no one can deny, and this is very hypothetical, but no one can deny that the fights he's lost on another day he could have won.
Yeah.
Listen, we were at the Dubois fight. For 2-3 rounds early on, he was catching him with right hands over the top
traffic,
like they
wasn't
were
it?
going out of fashion. He had him timed. He was doing well. The Zhile Zhang fight, obviously Hrgović did win that fight technically. There was people that felt he lost, and fair enough. But I think that in these losses, you could always go, oh, well, on another day you could have won. And whereas when Moses Atoma fought, let's say, Dillian Whyte, for example, a fighter I'm an admirer of, I'm not slagging him off, but when he fought him, you couldn't say, oh, on another day you'd have beaten. No, you wouldn't. You wouldn't beat Anthony Joshua on another day. On another day, you wouldn't beat Tyson Fury. You didn't fucking turn up. On another day, you could have lost to Chisora. Hrgović is one of them where, yeah, he's had a loss. Yeah, he's had a suspect decision over Zhile
He's never
Zhang.
blitzed though, has he?
He's never had that.
No.
He's
He's a
never had
solid
that.
fighter.
Remember, Atoma didn't have him off his feet, and then the one knockdown, the sole knockdown that Hrgović has had in his career, wasn't ruled a knockdown by the
that
referee.
Zhang?
I don't think they gave him a count against Zhang in the first round when he got caught with that
say
right.
Dubois never had him off his feet?
No, he didn't.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, you said Atoma. So
Sorry,
the point with Hrgović is we're really going to figure out really what we're dealing with here, because I think we all think,
Agreed.
I personally think Moses Atoma's natural talent is above AJ and Tyson Fury. I think he is special in a way that's even more special than them, and that's saying a lot because they've been fucking special, the pair of them. There's a reason why we've been desperate to see them fight for 10 years. And for me, if he blitzes Hrgović, I'm like, you're not just the next big thing. You might be something that we've never actually seen before, because I remember us being in Saudi Arabia, the first trip we took to Saudi, I think it was. And it might have been Loza, because Loza knew who he was more than I did at the time. And he was like, you see him over there? He's 19. I was like, fuck off.
Yes. Yeah, I
Fuck
remember that.
off. And he looked like
He's massive.
a 6'6" swimmer, Olympic swimmer, right? very lean, very tall, very long arms, and I'm like, fucking 19. Like, it was like, I felt like Will Smith in Bad Boys when he goes, motherfucker, you look 30. Like, he looked so massive, even compared to me. And I'm like, this guy, he's a bad man, him, like, and he studied the game. He sparred Tyson Fury. He's sparred everyone, hasn't he? He sparred the whole lot of them. He's a sponge.
From when he was in secondary school.
Yeah.
That's insane.
He turned up, who was
Lawrence
it?
Okoli.
At 15
Lawrence
years
Okoli.
old.
Okoli at 15. Took his
Mental.
school gear off and was like, I'm fighting the world champion. No bother.
If my brother called me to come and deal with someone that's been picking on him and it was Moses and freaking Toma, that story would be so
Mate,
embarrassing.
we're going to have to pay him
turns
off.
pro.
Can we give him money?
Embarrassing for the brother. I'm not
What do
turning
you
up.
want, mate?
Mate.
The differences was, say, the rise of most of the Tomac, say, the AJ. When AJ was destroying people, it was almost had a rawness to it, and it almost, I think it almost appeals a little bit more to the casual fan. But with Moses Atama, because he is personality so quiet, and every time he destroys someone, it's so clinical. You're almost looking for a reason to doubt how good he is because it's too clean. You know what I mean? Like
His technical ability,
it's unbelievable.
It shouldn't be where it is. You're like,
He's been here
this
before.
doesn't make sense because when AJ was brute forcing it, you were like, yeah, you're just an amazing athlete who's explosive as fuck.
Still green.
Otoma has the amazing athleticism, is more explosive than Fury, and is more technical than AJ was. If you look back in the day, he's got everything they had and more.
It's too much. It's ridiculous.
When you look at him
agree.
against Marius Wack, for example, as a 20-year-old, maybe he was 21 by that point. I'm not sure. He might have
No,
been
he
20.
wasn't even 21.
Even 19 if he was. He got Marius Wack into the corner on the ropes, and then he knocked him out of a counterpunch. Do you know the people that don't follow boxing that well would go, "What's that mean?" It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen. You get someone in the corner and you brute force it. You end up going through them. He got him there and went, right, now you throw something because I want a clean finish here. I don't want to force it. Tap, tap, pull back, bang.
Yeah.
Knocks Atoma out with that left hand right hook, right?
Whack, yeah.
What knocks back out? What Atoma does is so special in the ring that you mentioned Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua there. I'm not saying he's a combination of the both, but
no,
in
you're
terms
right.
of the power that Anthony Joshua has and the aggressive sort of speed, the spitefulness, he's got that. The early boxing ring IQ of Tyson Fury, setting up shots and looking for openings, he's got that. I think he's got more.
It's
Do
clean.
you know what I think as well? It's like we've got quite used to lumbersome big heavyweights to the point where even when you look at Tyson Fury and say he doesn't really go to the body because, you know, he's massive. You look at AJ when AJ tries to go to the body, sometimes it looks like, oh, mate, that's so telegraphed. But watching Itoma clinically whip to the body on balance, completely,
Lead hand all over the shop, constantly keeping you guessing.
Absolutely, he's upstairs, downstairs, and it just blows your mind because you think, oh yeah, I've been used to these giant heavyweights, but here comes this 19-year-old, and he's like, what, the same size as these guys?
He was 19 when he beat Wack, by the way.
That is
Bro.
19.
Even when we saw him live and he knocked out Dempsey McKean, right?
Oh, yeah,
and Dempsey McKean is a man that, Hergovich got a stoppage over,
11
but I
rounds.
believe it could have been on his feet and it was 11, 12 rounds, something like that. Moses Atoma boxes you like he's dropped you before he has. So in terms of like, you know, when you've dropped someone,
He makes
and
you
it's
feel
like,
vulnerable, right?
It's now the thing of, right, you're hurt, you're vulnerable, and I'm going to set up this finish by going up and down. Atoma does that from the first bell.
Hold on,
Who's the winner? And the winner is...
I feel like Josh Kelly's nicked this.
Yeah, Josh has got
His
it.
face doesn't look that
He's
way,
the
though, does it?
champion,
Bless him.
so-
His face is busted up. He's confident.
Aguiarco would have to do a lot more to be able to get a decision in these circumstances.
And the winner is... They both got their arms in the air right now.
They're holding it.
Josh Kelly won.
Yeah.
And
I
the
agree with that. That 11 and 12.
Do you know what it
put
reminds
it
me of a
together.
little bit? Moses Atoma. It reminds me of Vasily Lomachenko because he used to be able to throw a move and make let you know I could have hit you then. It's so precise and so technical. Like that's what Moses Atoma does. It's like everything's in slow motion. You can see it happen. You can set it up. It's like you say. It's like he's already fought you. He knows what's about to happen. Like I've never seen any fighter, especially at heavyweight.
It's time you give credit to Ben Davis. All right?
Give him some
Do you
credit.
know what it
It's
is?
mostly Lee Wiley, isn't it?
Do you know what it is? Earlier on, I was thinking I am going a bit over the top here with Ben Davis, and I think there's been some elements which,
It's been enjoyable.
I think I've got carried away. I think I'm enjoying it too much myself, to be honest. But
Call him
but
Big Ben. Go on. Call him Big Ben.
I think the problem is with Ben Davison, the amount of attention he's got from, training Tyson Fury early on, and, various fighters have went to him, like the AJ. I think it has gone a little bit to his head, just a little bit. That video that he put out on Instagram with the drone, I think that's a classic sign of it. But at the same time, I think with him, he needs a certain style of fighter to be effective. And I think he is a good coach, but he can't just turn any fighter into... It's almost like, in my opinion, a great coach can bring out the best of you. Whereas I feel as if he's got a system, and if you can't do that, I'm not about to change. You're going to try.
I don't want to foreshadow anything. I think what Ben Davison's best skill as a coach. A friend of mine was
rolling the dice.
a friend of mine was on the I think he was on the plane coming home with Ben, and he, after the Francis Ngannou versus Anthony Joshua fight, and he goes, mate, he never stood a chance at Ngannou, and Ben opened up this like booklet,
dossier
on Francis Ngannou of everything he does wrong, and he was like, we knew when we did X, he would do Y, and then we would do Z. I knew. I planned
for him
his
to
downfall.
be that clinical. I need more game plans for his fighters, though.
And that was
So
impressive.
that is with the benefit of being able to see him.
The reason I'm bringing that up is because when your offense is genuinely ridiculously elite, like Moses Atoma is, and someone is able to sit there and go, here is exactly how you beat this guy offensively, then I think that is where Ben shines, because the reflexes of Moses Atoma are so good, it's very hard to put him in a vulnerable position because he is so dangerous. You haven't got the balls or the chin to do that. So therefore, Ben's weaknesses as a coach maybe not necessarily exposed, because defensively, that is where I think Ben's weaknesses are. I think offensively he's an amazing coach, defensively not so good. That's the way I'm viewing it.
You look at David Hayes' trainer, Adam
Booth.
Booth. For a while, Josh Kelly was fighting a lot like David Hay in terms of explosion, but it's like you don't have the power for this to marry well. So you have a situation where, Atoma marries well at this stage, but there's a couple of moments in that Franklin fight where I saw almost like Atoma coming up like, okay, what do I do now? And there was a couple of those moments. Now, if he gets asked that question a few more times, I think we're going to hope that Ben Davison's got some answers, but if he doesn't, that could be the undoing. And you've got this fast, athletic fighter, and he's just losing this fight, and you can't offer him a way to turn this around.
This is my point. I think he's very good at what he does with a certain style of fighter. It's like having GCSEs, having 10 GCSEs, and putting all your eggs in one basket. All I want to work on is maths, but everything else, and if I fail at this, well, there's no other options.
I think the
We've been asked a question, by the way. You get your super chats in if you're watching on YouTube. Sorry, lads. 4v4 misfits, us four versus another four. I feel like I want WA wrestlers just to expose those fuckers. I've always said I'd beat Batista up. I'd knock him the fuck out.
I think
Get John Cena there.
This.
Yeah, go on. Who are you taking, mate?
Well, someone's got to. I'll smash Dean up, so someone's got to take Broner.
Dean the Great.
By that logic, in fact, I'll smash Dean or Broner.
By the way, what a fucking them two guys.
Yeah,
that was the pair that I never knew I needed. I actually love Adrian Broner.
Nah, it's mostly Broner.
No,
the talent lies with Broner.
I
think Dean's pretty talentless.
But regardless, I was never really a fan of Dean.
No, me neither.
But he's actually brought Broner to life, in a good way. He's done amazing things for him. I don't know about that pair, but I absolutely love them.
Genuinely, it's like Johnny Decker. Someone just picking him up off the street. Those who don't know, that was a homeless man we used to walk.
It's like us from Newcastle and Deck together. It's a pair that wouldn't even realise we're meant to be together.
It's sad though what happened to Adrian Broner, right? Like this was a great boxer who ended up like a fat sack of shit.
Do you know? I made a video, right? The downfall of Adrian Broner on YouTube. To be fair, the title's always more sort of
sensational.
Yeah, sensational than the actual video. Give him a lot of credit in that video. Spoke a lot about his career, the performances when he came back, won the world title after I thought he was kind of shot.
Yeah.
There's been points where I'm like, should have let it play out a little bit, because I've looked at Adrian Broner and I've gone, do you know what? I really like you. You're really funny. And once listen, I don't want to talk about people's private life and whatever, but once things have started going more well for him, and he's kind of leveled out, and it looks like he's not doing the things that weren't serving him, and he's training stuff like that. I think that even if it's not coming back to boxing, his talent in terms of being a streamer is off the charts, mate. I think he's so good.
He's so entertaining.
There's
man.
so many
Travis,
clips.
you're not getting off with it though. I need to know who the fuck you'd fight.
Who would I take on? Mate, well, to be fair, I called out KSI a whole bunch of times. Didn't get a response. Even sat down with Lennox Lewis. I said, Lennox, would you train me for that fight? He goes, here. Sent him the video. Lennox sent him the video. No response. So that'd be who I'd go for.
A smart move from JJ.
I'll put Loz's one in right now.
Tommy Fury.
Tommy
Yeah,
Fury.
Tommy.
That's a scrap.
I know a Misfits fighter that got offered Loza, just didn't want it. But who knows?
Come on,
Name names.
No, I'm joking. No, but I think if you had have ever gone in with that Idris, you'd have absolutely smoked him
Idris
with
is
a round.
very
You know what's
yeah.
funny? I never thought about fighting on Misfits in my whole life, right? Because I was out of shape and I didn't want to go jogging, right? But actually, Loza always told me, you fucking hit really hard, right? And I remember watching a fight and I thought, man, you're so fucking lucky that I didn't actually pick the phone up and say to Mams, Andrew Tate, I will fuck your whole shit. Do you know what?
Was that a fight that you could have got?
I never thought about fighting because I'm a family man. I don't really talk about I'm also just, I want to do YouTube. I'm not even thinking about it. But when I watch Andrew Tate fight, and before he got in the ring with Chase.
Yes.
And respect the Chase, I really like this guy. But I would have knocked Andrew Tate clean out. And that's not actually
as a fighter, I've trained Brian, right? We've done some training sessions. He's got some real natural attributes. Like, bear in mind, when I was training you, what, about 20 stone?
23 stone.
23 stone. The hand speed, the power, you know, the toughness, I just believe it's there. Maybe that's just because you're me, bro. But listen, there's so many, there's so many attributes which he's capable. Like, he picks stuff up so quickly when I was teaching him. Like, you know, I've been around great fighters. You've got some natural attributes. And I know, listen, people will be thinking, well, it's just because you're bro, you sing these praises. But I've been around good fighters. AJ, you've got some natural attributes that I've seen other fighters be more successful and not have. So, do you imagine if you had actually started boxing from a younger age? Bear in mind, it's probably because you've got... Was it your granddad or someone who was a boxer?
Me granddad, me uncle, all of them.
It's in the blood, it's in the DNA, and I really believe that. Like, there's natural attributes. And it obviously, naturally, me, I was like, come on, I would love to see a fight. But, you know, it is what it is. But
well, I mean, luckily... I'm making shitloads off of YouTube. No, I'm joking. I'm very humble. No, but Andrew Tate,
fuck all you peasants boxing.
I genuinely mean this. I would have knocked this guy the fuck out. Like, swear down. On my life, I would have knocked him out. No disrespect to Chase Demore, great guy, but I would have knocked this guy clean out.
Do you know what people don't realise? Like, you know, I'm 6'1", I'm not a small bloke. Brian is a big guy. So, you know, when people, you know, say stuff...
He weight trained Chase Demore, by the way. He weight trained Chase Demore down to 200 pounds. Yeah. I'd have to cut a leg off.
200 pounds.
You know
when I see you
I've
on
starved myself and I'm still nowhere fucking near 200 pounds.
On the treadmill and the fitness things I know you do at the moment, I don't think it's a stretch at all to say you'd blitz him in the fitness department. 100%.
Listen, we're cheerleaders for you right now. Let's make this shit up.
Shout out to the ladies who are currently going to render him locked up for the rest of his life, but I would have extracted revenge for all you girls.
If you haven't watched it, by the way,
me in,
only the $500,000 in the first week on that video of Andrew Tate, so you know.
So that would have been my opponent.
Do you know if I
was back at it and I'm like, fucking hell, I should have taken that.
Do you know, for all the people I would hate to lose to in this whole misfit scene, it's Chase Demore. Really? Do you know that? Do you know that? Like, I know. Listen,
I love him.
It was such a
fucking lad.
He's growing on me.
He's grown on me. But you know that early
whole,
footage,
Love Island thing, right? Was he in Love Island?
There was another version.
Like
but you know,
Too Hot to Handle.
Yeah. Especially when you're like, I'm a world champion kickboxer. He fought like bums. Like, he never fought at world level.
The way he talks Chase earlier, like I say, I'm over that now. I'd actually like the guy. But do you know, earlier on, there's that footage where he does them slow motion punches.
Bro.
Like, I'm sorry, if I was to be beaten by a guy like that, like, you wouldn't see me again. Do you know, you're talking about disappearing,
and that's why. And let's not kid ourselves, lads. That's why Andrew Tate picked them.
Yeah.
Because he thought soft touch, and even the softest touch in his mind still fucked him up. And I was saying for ages, the guy can't punch. He's got these little fucking flimsy little wrists, man.
It's the chin.
The
It's the chin when he throws.
Yeah.
Always comes up right in the
There's
ear.
a reason why he hit women is because they couldn't hit him back.
Yeah.
If they were good counter punches, I think they'd have a chance.
You know what? We've got your back. We've got you. What fight we got next week? We got obviously Hamza Shiraz. Sorry for a little detour. Feel free to get your comments in because the production team will let us know. Shout out to everyone backstage. We've got two legends back there. Big love to them. Floyd Mayweather's going broke, lads. We have to talk about this, unfortunately.
It's a sad situation.
He's a hell of a fighter. It is tough though, and what I've looked into, this is really bad. And what he's done is he's suing his business advisor, who actually did everything he could to help him.
Espinoza, right?
No, that's a different guy.
Okay.
Espinoza was obviously the lead promoter of HBO, I think.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Showtime.
He shout out to Wade Plem, because Wade interviewed his business advisor who had been with him for a good few years, and basically he had text messages. He had all the receipts, and Floyd spunked all of his money up the wall, living lavish, and this business advisor was going, I really think you need to not do this right now. And what Floyd is doing is trying to put the blame on him by suing him, but there's no argument for it. The guy's got all the receipts, and Floyd has literally spunked $1 billion up the wall.
But is there any credence to the notion that, say, Al Heyman can't be sued because of, for any involvement to anything? Like,
so what I'm saying from it is, Floyd was more than compensated, and Floyd, with his entourage, with his aeroplanes, and I actually spoke to a friend of Floyd's back in the day, Kieran Dyer, English Premier League footballer, and Kieran said to me, when I went round to his house, belts over everywhere, jewelry everywhere, money everywhere. Like, the guy wasn't like, he didn't have shit together. He was living like a 12-year-old. Like, he didn't say that because he actually really liked Floyd, but he was like, it wasn't like you would expect a grown-ass man to live. And you've got a strip club there where he's getting these strippers pregnant, and now he owes money and back payments for all the fucking child
Living
payments.
like the money's never going to run out.
Floyd has literally been... So when you... If I look at Gareth Bale, for example, a really great footballer, he said, when I stopped playing football, I changed how I live because I knew I can't live the same output.
Yes.
And Floyd Mayweather, after the Conor McGregor fight where he earned 100 million or whatever he earned, roughly 100, 200, whatever it was, he carried on living the same way. So if you look at Floyd's output from 2017, £36 million a year, I don't even think that was including tax, and it was just constant, over and over. Everyone around him sucking the blood out of him.
That's your expenses.
Crazy. So at some point you're going to run out of money, and what Floyd has done is essentially try to blame it on a guy who was actually telling him the opposite. Keep shit together, stop fucking paying all this money. And that really changed everything for me. Listening to this interview, I realised, like, Floyd is just looking for someone to blame. There's no one to blame.
But then bear in mind, this guy he's defending himself. So, you know what I mean, it's his response to the narrative. But at the same time, it's terrible. Do you know what I mean? He's always said,
I make smart investments. I'm a hell of a competitor in the ring, outside the ring.
But then you start looking and think, wait, hold on a second. Like,
He's not.
There's businesses that buildings you've announced, and people are just like, he don't own that. Like, he's fronting this and da-da-da-da. And I always looked at Floyd, and I'm like, when he was a fighter, he was my favorite fighter. But as I've looked at the stuff he's done in retirement, I've wondered, why the hell are you advertising this random thing on your page? Like, video calls for $50.
Why are you fighting this weird guy?
Yeah. Like, but there was even like weird promotion.
Greece.
Yeah.
Do you know what it reminds me of a little bit? Like, do you know when Snoop Dogg, he was the guy back in the day, and you start seeing him doing these random adverts? It's the same sort of scenario.
But those are big money, though.
Maybe, but even, still...
I know what you mean, though.
When this
There's a
been at the
moment
height,
where a megastar promotes something and you go...
that doesn't align with who he
And when
was.
you do that, that's because they need money.
I seen him out in Magaluf years ago. He was in
Who?
all
Floyd?
his... No, Snoop Dogg. I seen him there. He was...
We've gone left.
And he was... I've totally lost it.
Good old Floyd in Magaluf.
But he was basically, performing in this dance club, and I thought, like, this isn't who you are.
Mate, Snoop Dogg did the pornography at one point, and he was... And I went...
In the background, innit?
My mate goes, yeah, Snoop's doing porn. I went... I was 17. We were at college. This was when me and Loz were at college, and I went, "What was it like?" He went, "Yeah, it's just like a guy shagging this bird, and then Snoop in the background going for show." Yeah. And I was like, "What is he doing?
Way. He's taking all bookings.
What is going on? What is going on? Just your back end dancer right now?" But go back to Floyd. All right. Obviously, so the business advisor was helping him sell handbags, Birkins. I don't even. You know what I mean?
Handbags.
He was selling the handbags he bought for these bitches out there. You know what I mean? And like he was selling all of his watch collection. He had like £1 million of watches or 10 million. I can't even remember how many millions it was. Yeah. But he had all these diamond watches, and he's selling all these watches. And it was such a weird moment because it's weird because on the one hand, I always hated Floyd. I had a hatred for him, not because he was great, but because he would convince me that I was going to see something I wasn't going to see.
He saw the knockout like nobody.
And you know what? As a grown man now, 10 years on, I'm like, yeah, fair. You got me, because like he would always be. Yeah, he'd tell us like there's going to be a war. And,
it's when he say we're going for blood.
Yeah, hell of a fighter, and all
blood.
of that, and it would never ever be that, and I would always be like, why do I keep paying for your? And do you know what? He robbed the bank time and time again, but now I look at him and I'm just like, you were so smart, but then so dumb.
But then you also have to reframe the robbing the bank, because he was a boxing genius.
Yeah.
Like, he would win fights chilling out like in the ring with opponents who were devastating guys with other people, but he'd make them look completely
Oscar
basic.
De La Hoya, I always look back at that fight as one of my most impressive. When I look at Floyd, I'm like, I really am impressed with that fight, especially because Oscar was the guy, and he really stuck it on Floyd, and Floyd really handled that well.
You know the fight that made me a fan of Floyd was Ricky Hatton. Because that fight there, I believe Ricky Hatton was absolutely a world-level operator. And this was just a formality. This cocky American, the Manchester, like the build-up was amazing. He went in there and dealt with Ricky, and I was like, oh, shit.
You know, that was like Newcastle losing a cup final for me. Like, that broke my heart, man.
Listen.
You know what, Ricky Hatton, we should shout him out, because obviously he passed in the last 12 months roughly.
I've actually got a message he sent me for one of my fights when I fought at the arena. Someone who I knew at the time knew him really well. And he sent me a message. I mean, that guy was an absolute working class hero. He really was.
We were leaving the Dubois AJ fight, and Ricky Hatton was coming out of the arena with us, and we all shook hands with him. We all
got
said,
a photo with him.
Oh, sick.
You know, and like, I didn't get the chance to say, you know, you fucking made me like love you cunt. You know what I mean? Like Ricky and to hear he died in the way he died is fucking devastating. And I just big respect to his son for joining up with Misfits, and like, isn't his son lovely? Isn't his son a lovely
credit
kid?
always to Ricky.
I like Campbell Hatton at Misfits.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, I felt like in his actual career, he did get quite a lot of soft touches for how they treated him because of the love for his dad. Yeah. But him in the Misfit space just makes so much sense, bro. Yeah. Like, we want to be able to root for you and see you go in and do great jobs. You know what
Watching
I mean?
his interviews is kind of hot. I kind of want to like have a one-on-one conversation with him, because I'm just like I understand death, and I've been through a lot of stuff in my life, and I'm like, man, mate, like you're a good kid. You can
see his heart's hurting. He's
mate.
Even in the interview when he
hell.
was saying, you know, a lot of people were saying stuff about me being left a fortune.
Have you heard about this, by the way?
I don't. This is new to me. By the way,
so the estate handlers of Ricky Hatton. So Ricky Hatton obviously had money, but like, in order for his kids to get it, there's a whole process that's got to be gone through, and there's these fuckers who are like, you know, making it hard for his kid. I'm like, how are we even having it? How is this even a conversation? Ricky Hatton's kids should get everything.
Yeah.
What is this? What are we?
And all that crap.
It's disgraceful.
It's horrible.
It's absolutely disgraceful. But this is, unfortunately, when people are making a fortune, even in a situation as heartbreaking as what we're saying, there's scumbags ready to manipulate the situation to try and extract value where they can. They shouldn't even be involved, but like, this is why people need to make wills, by the way. Like, fucking hell, if you got kids, make a fucking will, because Campbell Hatton now, he's what you know, he should be having, everything should be taken care of.
There'll never be another Ricky Hatton. Like, what he done, like the amount of people he took to Vegas for the Ricky Hatton.
Can I just say one of my favourite quotes, and I'm going to shut the fuck up and let you talk. But when he said something about how it reminds me of being at home. I'm missing my kids, but it reminds me of being at home, because he's like a fucking 12-year-old as well. We fell in love with Ricky Hatton. Like,
he was like a stand-up comic on the press conferences.
He was so
Handled
good,
Floyd
wasn't he?
so well. Yeah.
Yeah, he's unbelievable, that guy. I just think the way he had the balance of being able to perform in the ring, talk the talk beforehand, back it all up. But he also, you know, you finished his fights, and you know, in boxing, you're meant to be this professional guy. You finish your fight, you go home to your family, whatever. He was in the pub with all his fans. He would drink as much as the fans could drink. But like,
I remember going to Tenerife when we were in my early 20s, right? And in Tenerife, there was fucking pictures all over the wall of fucking Ricky Hatton on the piss, right?
Unbelievable.
And like, this is the saddest thing, is when you put that pressure on yourself. Like Joey, for example, you put your
he's on the same level as Ricky.
Misfits wise, no. But what I mean is, my guy over here puts mad pressure on himself. I've talked to you about this. I've been like, Joey puts insane pressure, and when friends put pressure on themselves, you're like, fucking hell, like Like, it's just so intense. It's so much. And as a fighter,
as a fighter,
it's brutal because you can't fucking like. Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao are two of the greatest of all time.
Yeah.
And Ricky Hatton was like, if I don't beat them, then none of it mattered. And I'm like, no.
It's crazy. It's
no.
crazy.
Any era.
But you literally are one of the best fighters in the world, man. These are the pound for pound greatest fighters of 20 fucking years. And yet those defeats seem to eat away at them so much.
Do you know what it is? I think, you see, when you have the AJ Usyk moment where you have that realization, wow, maybe I'm not who I thought I was. That's probably that moment that, for a fighter, that's just like off a mountain.
It's just so brutal to me to know
It's
that
tough,
he felt
it's
that
mad.
way because in a way you're like, that's not realistic. But I can't tell Ricky Hatton that
To be
because
realistic.
he's one of the greatest of a British boxing history.
But that's why it was so great. I always say these people who reach these heights, they're special individuals. The amount of belief that's required to be able to go to, like, you know, when he fought Costa Zoo, nobody thought he was going to win. Beat him. And he come through that not because he was technically better than Costa Zoo, but he was willing to go in the wells. When we're talking about Josh Kelly, you know, has he got that level of grit, forgetting the technicality side of things, to do what's required? And that's the belief Ricky had. So naturally, when you, it's almost like denial that boxers have. You can look at someone and think, I'm better than you. You might not be.
That's right.
But in your mind,
Delusion is a fucking powerful tool.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's partly why I forgive a little bit of Tyson Fury saying, like, I didn't lose to Usyk.
Yeah.
I do forgive it a little bit. But going back to the Ricky Hatton thing, before we go into the co-main event, it breaks my heart that he felt the need to go out the way he did, because he was one of the most loved sportsmen in my entire life.
100%
And the
agree.
level of respect that we all have for him, not as the boxer, but as a man.
as a man,
I don't think from a British standpoint, and I really hope he did, but I don't think he'd have understood how many potential fighters that went on to do stuff,
Everything.
become world champions,
Because of
he
him.
inspired.
Because of him.
Because when you look at the timeline, right, after Lennox Lewis, Frank Bruno and these guys had kind of come off, in terms of a British star that made me as a 7, 8-year-old get out of bed in the middle of the night.
To
Like,
watch, yeah.
I remember my brother, like, we don't have loads and loads of memories watching boxing together, but I remember if Ricky Hatton was fighting, my brother would wake me up, I'd come down to the lounge, whatever. I knew hardly anything about boxing, but it was like Ricky Hatton's fighting. Ricky Hatton's fighting. Because he would be fighting over in Vegas. He had about 4 fights over there before, you know.
Yeah.
And that was just in him going out there and doing that, he made so many like special family memories for people, and then inspired so many people. I hope he knew exactly what he'd done.
It's that thing of becoming a household name. Like, he is the definition of that. Regardless whether you're a boxing fan, you are a Ricky Hatton fan, and that's what he done. Didn't matter who you were, people's mothers, grandmothers, everybody tuned in. Not because they love boxing, because of his personality. Like you said, he was also like a stand-up comic, but he was also so relatable, just as a human being.
And it's like when you say he's a man of the people, the fact that he just kept himself accessible to the people. No, I'm a big superstar, but I'll come and sit with you and have a drink because I'm one of you
Goes
guys.
to the match.
That's different.
Such a bloke, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I love it. Like,
That's different.
Legend.
So back to the Floyd Mayweather thing, by the way. If Floyd goes broke, right? Like, he's not able to sustain the level of lifestyle, and he's now semi-normal guy. The likelihood is, given how much he owes, they're going to take out the houses, the cars. It's all going to go. How do you think he copes with that?
We're going
He
to have to do a
boxes.
GoFund,
Pacquiao.
don't we?
He boxes.
We're all going to have to chip in and do a
Pacquiao
GoFund.
too.
Yeah.
Pacquiao too.
Do you know that that's been cancelled?
I know it's been cancelled, but Pacquiao too, and
Do you
it's
know why?
absolutely a real one.
It's been cancelled because Floyd Mayweather had been saying to companies like Netflix, I want an upfront payment, and then not following through with anything. So, like, he takes this is the thing that Floyd's been doing, allegedly. Floyd's been doing this for multiple companies, takes the payment, 2-3 million up front, and then goes, nah, I'm not going to do the fight, actually. I'll get to it when I get to it. I'll let you know. Like, he's been stealing money from people.
Might be a little bit more than 2-3 million according to reports.
Yeah,
It might be something like
no,
4
I'm
point
talking
something.
each, to
Yeah.
all these
Yeah.
each. So, like, here's the maddest thing: Floyd versus Manny doesn't solve his problems. It should do, but it doesn't.
Okay, then forget Manny Pacquiao, Terence Crawford.
Imagine.
Error versus error.
You know, Terrence would
Especially
love
after the highlights reel, you know, the AI.
Oh,
Floyd
yeah, I've seen
Mayweather
it.
versus Crawford recently has been doing the rounds, got 70,000 likes on Instagram. Cash in.
You know
Let's
what's
go.
you know what really pissed me off about that? They had Floyd at southpaw like for half the fight. I was like, he would never fight southpaw.
I'm literally going to nip the toilet. Ben Whittaker. We got to start off on that. I'll be right back.
Ben Whittaker, yeah, with Andy Lee, he's found the balance, yeah, and I'm going to stand on this hill. He clears out the majority of these guys that are under, you know, your obvious Beterbiev, Bivol. Benavidez he's not ready for, but under that, he's a problem for these guys, bro. The British guys have gotten older right in front of us. We're mid-30s now, yeah? They don't want a Ben Whittaker that is stepping into his prime. And that last performance, although the guy that he was up against wasn't, you know, a big name, he dealt with him how
Yeah, but
you're
then what do you
supposed
do?
to.
If he's not a big name, if he's not someone that everyone at home knows, what do? You get rid of him quick.
That's right.
4 stoppages in a row under Andy Lee. 4 with inside 2 rounds, I believe. And obviously you look at like the Liam Cameron fight on there. I rate Liam Cameron. No matter where you rate him, you can't dispute that he had just given Ben Whittaker hell for leather for 5-6 rounds or whatever until the incident happened. Now you look at Ben Whittaker, and I wouldn't want it completely eradicated from his game, but I think you're seeing the showboating's gone a little bit.
Yeah,
he's trying to. I don't know if you want to call it sit down in your punches. I think he's just trying to be have more meaning with his punches and do more with what he's throwing, rather than looking at saying reacting off it with a showboat, something that's going to catch the eyes of the camera. And I think that now we're seeing him progress up the levels a little bit. I'm not going to go too far on it and say he's gone all the way up the levels. There's still a lot of steps. There's British level guys, Louis Edmondson, Willie Hutchinson. There's a few of these sort of guys you'd like to see him in
Richards,
with.
maybe.
Craig Richards, very
Richards is a
possibly.
good shout.
But within 1 or 2 fights, really, and I know he's got this sort of final eliminator, I'm not sure. Within a fight or two, Anthony Yard is the guy that I want to see him in there with, and I feel disrespectful from one point of view, kind of thinking of Anthony Yard as an opponent. This is a guy that's boxed for world titles 3 times now. Has he come up short in all of them? But I think that's the one where we really learn a lot about Ben Whittaker. If Anthony Yard's got some left, and he understands that, you've made great money, you've done really well, but there's always more to be made. There's more beatable names on there. And really, if you're Anthony Yard, who is your standout win? Because I don't think you're going to retire happy on Lyndon Arthur and some good performances in world title fights. It should mean a lot to Anthony Yard, that fight, if it was potentially a rise, and that's the one where I see it as a real announcement to the wider public than just the boxing world.
Who he is. No, 100% agree. I think
Do you think he'd beat him now?
I think Yard would jump at that fight, to be honest, and I think Yard gives him big problems.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? But I think the longer it takes to happen, that the problems, the amount of problems get smaller and smaller.
Especially with the activity of Whittaker compared
That's
to
what I'm
Yard
saying.
in that time.
And he's developing as a boxer, as well as, you know, the experience of just being out and climbing the levels. But as a boxer, he's adding things to his game that I think are very special. Like when you mentioned before, he's not showboating, and all the shots, they're very intentional. It's just, I'm laser focused. I'm not wasting energy jumping around the ring. I don't really care to entertain the crowd in the same way I did before. I'm just on it. And I feel like his fight game is very dynamic. He still has the agility that he used to use all the time for no reason. Whereas you look at what Yard, based on the last performance, and I'm a massive Yard fan, you know what I mean? He's a good friend of mine. I didn't like what I saw in that fight. And, you know, obviously he was in there with Benavidez, so you can't completely just say, oh, you didn't show up. But there's parts of his game you start thinking, well, how much more is there to show? This guy here, he's got different type of pedigree, do you know what I mean? And it could be a case of, this guy he's just got more attributes to his game. I'd like to see what Ben Whittaker looks like against your Boatsies, Willie Hutchinson. Do you understand what I'm saying? These are guys who are still floating around that just below world level thing. But I feel like he's got the upside to go all the way. Do you know what I mean? If he times his career right and manages his opponents, he could get all the way.
When we speak about Yard, Buatsi, fighters like that, do you think that there's a middle ground step there? And I don't mean any disrespect to anyone, I do very much put maybe Louis Edmondson and Willie Hutchinson in that sort of step between going. I think that's a step between going to Buatsi, Callum Smith, and Yard level.
Agreed. And also, who did
I feel like we're taking
Boatsy
too
fight?
long.
Who did,
Aziz?
no, who did Boatsy fight? Just the last one. He didn't look great in. Ginger. He was very awkward. Very.
The fight
Oh yes, Zach Parker.
Zach Parker.
Yeah.
He's another one. You know what I mean? You start beating Willie Hutchinson, Zach Parker, then you're ready to climb levels. Because those guys are tricky operators.
I feel like I fully rate Ben Whittaker. I'm completely on board. I think you have the potential. Let's say it. but I'm frustrated with not knowing who the fuck you're fighting most times that you announce a fight, right? Willie Hutchison, Dan Aziz, all of these guys, they should be on the resume now. You should be cleaning them out. If you are the man, before you get to a Better Biev or anyone like that, Bivol, just clean all of these guys out. Why are we consistently going, who is he fighting? Why?
Well, you kind of thought this after the Liam Cameron fight. I think after the Liam Cameron fight, you thought, brilliant. You've just beat a really good domestic rival.
Yes.
Now let's see you with Lyndon Arthur. Now let's see you with X, Y, and Z, like the names I've named. Unfortunately, from a fan's perspective, we haven't as much seen that. Now, there's always going to be the thing of, he's with Matchroom now. We want to tour him around the world. We want to make him a bigger name. I understand that. But there comes a point when, let's say, for example, he wins that next fight. I believe it's not just an eliminator, it's a final eliminator. Now, unless you're coming up against a weaker world champion, and even if you do, you win it, then you've got to fight people. There aren't any. You need to try and go against those sort of middle ground guys, fringe world level contenders and stuff like that. Otherwise, even if you pass the skill jump when you get there, it's then about defending that belt. You can't then become a lesser level fighter.
I've got a question for you boys then. Hamza Shiraz, walking out right now.
Yep.
168 fighter. He's one weight class below the Ben Whittaker weight class, right? 174, is it?
175.
175, sorry. Before I start, sorry, make sure you buy the pay-per-view. If you haven't already, the link is in the description. If you're on Twitter, the link is in one of the tweets. DAZN.com/TrueJordy. Use the code PAIN10, all black capitals, all one word, PAIN10. You get 10% off. Now, Hamza Shiraz for me is I think he's one of the next big things in boxing.
Absolutely.
And he weight trained himself to 160. Didn't go well for him right when he got to the very last hurdle. But since then, he's become a world champion, 168. He's one weight class below a Ben Whittaker. I would love to see him versus Ben Whittaker. I would love to see what that would look like.
I think he's got absolutely all the ingredients. I mean, when we seen him in Saudi, I couldn't believe how big he is. How he made the lighter weights, I have no idea. I'm 6'1" as a light heavyweight. Is he like? I'm going to say he's maybe 6'2", 6'3".
I'd say 6'2", 6'3", yeah.
He's it's not just like he's tall. He's actually got a big frame.
Yeah.
So it really surprised me. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if he went all the way up to cruiserweight down the line. You know, how old is he? He's quite young.
27, I believe, or 28.
He's actually got time to fill out, but he's got a lot more ingredients that I personally like as a professional fighter than what Ben Whittaker is. Ben, great.
Who's the more talented?
I think, stylistically, I think Ben Whittaker's got some really flashy attributes, which I'm saying I think that is really hard to do. But fundamentally, in the pro game, certain ingredients you need, like that extra strength.
Hold on. Are you updating your take on Ben based on the fights with Andy Lee? Because he's not as flamboyant anymore. He's very intentional now.
I'll be honest, what I'm saying there is probably slightly dated. Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah.
But I just feel as if I'm yet to really see how good Ben is improved under Andy Lee.
Because of the competition.
Because of the competition in front of him. So
Okay.
that's all I'm kind of saying. But, again, I'm still out to find out really pretty much at this stage.
That's
But
the problem.
I get
I
you.
need a named opponent, like Dan Aziz, Willie Hutchison. I need someone who we've seen.
Someone we've got data on.
It's like Jake Paul. How do I know how fucking good you are when you don't fight anyone like anyone fucking
Anyone
knows?
sensible.
Yeah. So like with Ben, every time they name a fight, I'm like, I thought this would be the time that you fucking name. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, we need
'Cause
Ben.
I want Ben to go all the way.
Yeah.
Because
I
I
get
think
you.
cocky fighters, for me as a content creator, I want you to talk shit. I want you to act like you're the best. Your own thoughts don't stink. I love all of that attitude, but you've got to fight people who give me an idea of where you are. And as much as I love Ben, I really think the kid, I've met him, he's a lovely kid. I'm not seeing that yet.
Do you know what the problem is? I think when you people compared him to the likes of Prince Nazim was flamboyant,
He didn't like that, by the way.
stylistically.
Prince hated that.
Yeah, he hated.
No, but it was weird because initially he was okay with it.
Till he said something against him, he didn't even know him.
Ben did an interview and said, to be fair, I didn't really watch Naz in my house. Like
That's
not like
bullshit.
that.
I'm sorry, that's
he goes,
bullshit.
Growing up, my dad would show me other guys, Pernell Whitaker and da-da-da-da-da. And since then, Nassim's been like,
Are you
forget
saying
him.
that's a lie?
Yeah.
Well, I believe you knew exactly who he was. I mean, if you're a boxing fan, you know who Prince. I don't care what era you grew up in.
Wait. No, you have to care what era he grew up in because then he's relying on what his dad shows him. And he
but
said, my
come
dad
on.
only showed me Pernell Whitaker and these
In
type
this
of guys.
day and age, you've got a mobile phone.
Listen,
you know,
man.
if you're a boxing fan, a fighter, you've exposed yourself to
You
a
know
lot
what
of
though?
different fighters.
When Naz got annoyed about it, I thought you've actually shut. Like, I'm a bodybuilding fan, and I remember back in the day, Dorian Yates was on the come up, and someone told Dorian Yates, Arnold Schwarzenegger's going to hate you because you're better than he was. And out of nowhere, he said Arnold had a go at him in the media. And when Prince Naz had a go at Ben Whittaker, I was like, oh, this is so similar to that. Like, this is like I don't like that a kid's doing what I did years later.
It's almost like a rite of passage for the old like George Foreman and
you
Lennox.
need to ask me for that.
Yeah.
Can I just say though, straight off the bat, Nazim talked the talk, but he walked the walk. Ben Whittaker, he's yet to walk the walk at a decent level. You know, he can't do. I don't think he's ever going to be on Nazim's level, and this isn't taking anything away from Ben Whittaker because I think he's actually very, very talented.
Is he wearing the Kronk shorts? Like that?
Yep.
Yeah,
He's got the
Kronk
Kronk
shorts,
shorts on. That means you mean
Sorry,
business.
I'm
yellow shorts.
talking about
Hamza Shiraz.
Do you know what we're
Shiraz, by the way.
Do you know when we talk about the showboat and
All
the
that jab was
flamboyance?
round, didn't he,
Prince Nazim done that all the way up to the world level. Already,
but-
Ben Whittaker needs to rein that in because he can't do it at the level.
You've made a good point.
You know what? I have to say this though. People do the same thing with flamboyant fighters, right? You look at a guy who's on his way up, right? He's flamboyant, and you say, yeah, but Nas only did it with legends. And you're like, yeah, but he also did it on his way up against bums. Like,
But
if that's who you are, you're going to be that as far as you go. You can only wait to see how far Ben Whittaker gets by doing it as well.
With great fighters, there's always the thing of, oh yeah, I'm going to get to world level, I'm going to get paid. Some people want to get paid quicker. Yeah, and if you do have that flamboyant style, especially in the social media age, if you're drawing lots of eyeballs, there's no doubt that there would have been people that had maybe medalled at the Olympics higher than Ben Whittaker and stuff like that, different nationalities. They're not earning anywhere near as much as probably Ben Whittaker was able to earn in those fights that for us were kind of nothing fights. They were foregone conclusions because he had built that profile. Listen, I don't know, even let's say George Groves, for example, yeah? I don't think George Groves had an Adidas deal. 6 fights in, 7 fights in.
When I seen him in the... we were coming back from a stream we did. I seen him in the airport. I'm like...
George Groves?
Ben Whittaker.
Oh, yeah.
I went, what are you doing? He was like, I'm flying out to Milan. I'm doing a fashion show. I was like...
No, listen,
That's what I'm saying.
This is the thing. I'm talking casually here when we're doing the comparison to Prince Nazim, but actually I'm a massive fan of Ben Whittaker. And I did give him some stick after the Liam Cameron fight, but naturally... The problem is, you know, when you talk the talk and you give it the big one and you don't back it up, naturally, you know, I'm a content creator now, you know, so naturally I'm going to have to tell it the way it is. But actually, I think he's done amazing. The opportunities that he's created through being vocal and flamboyant is absolutely amazing.
You know what I will say though, right? People give a lot of stick to flashy boxing, right? Say it's disrespectful. I can't think of another profession where if you are disrespectful, you are in the right place to get what you deserve. You are in the right place to get your comeuppance. If this is too disrespectful, knock me out then.
Exactly.
So my thing is, if he's disrespectful in there, he's the one that's risking it all. Enjoy the show.
I've never ever thought of it in that way, but you are so bang on in that situation.
I'm in there with a trained fighter being disrespectful. Right, perfect place for it.
Exactly. You'll be instantly punished without
You know what I hate though is when fighters are nice. I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
When they're nice.
I hate it.
Don't
Don't get me wrong. AJ, a couple of others, I'm like, you're the exception to the rule because you've earned the right to be whoever the fuck you want to be at this point.
You've got to be devastating.
But
at the same
early
time,
on,
innit?
especially when you're on the come up, I'm like, make me give a fuck. If you don't,
do you know the problem is?
I don't know who the fuck you are. I know who AJ is. He's done the fucking body of work. If I don't know you, make me care.
You know who that makes me think of? Leo Atang.
Yeah. You know, you're bang on. This is the thing that us fans were so critical in every area. Even me being in boxing, the guy can be too flamboyant if he doesn't back it up to the T. I get annoyed about it. And you know, these are guys who achieve more than I've achieved. But like, this is just what happens because it's almost like we're so emotionally involved in the journey.
That's right.
It's hard, but it's
I'm
passion.
talking about fighters like Boatsi or like fighters who I respect as fighters.
Yeah.
But they're on the microphone. they're dog shit.
boring. But this is my point though. It's like if the fighter's too vocal, we're like, that's too much. He needs to rein it in. And then if the fighter's too boring, like, he needs to be more like that's like
For me, there's never too much.
Yeah,
we had it right. Me and Brian was in the O2.
Little Andros.
Well, we had a singing session for a while.
What do you want? No, we was in the O2. Ben Whittaker was like 5.
If you don't get the reference, you need to learn your music.
Yeah.
Ben
Whittaker was like 5 fights down on the card, right? We're in the bar, and it's just emptied. It just there was 100 odd people in there. It just emptied all of a sudden. Everyone's like, "Is it main event?" It's like, "No, it's Ben Whittaker," and he's fighting a nobody. No offense to the guy who was fighting. I think it was that Liam Willins or something.
Okay.
He was fighting someone that wasn't well known. That bar emptied out to go back into the arena for the Ben Whittaker fight. This is when he was about 6-0, 7-0, something like that. On the first fight of Fraser Clark and Fabio Wardley's undercard, right? The first one. Mate, that sort of draw to be able to empty the bar at the O2 out to everyone go in the arena to go, I don't know the Fury's fighting, but I am watching this guy. That's a big pull.
But also, you got to like not underestimate the Olympic rollout.
Yeah.
Like AJ got the Olympic rollout. Like this is the style maker as we see it from British boxing.
Yeah.
Toma didn't get the rollout of the Olympics. Neither did Dubois, and that's a big difference in how their career goes out. Like you hit the world level success. But it doesn't quite move the needle as far as your brand by tomorrow morning.
But this is something Brian always says, like, the key to boxing is making people give a fuck. Whether they hate you,
That's real.
love you, it doesn't matter. But when you're just in that middle ground, your talent's not good
Mate,
enough.
I don't like Tyson Fury. I respect what he's done, though.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Agreed.
Like,
Agreed.
because you, as a content creator, have given me... You've made me money. So,
Amen to Tyson Fury.
but like, respect to that. Like, you've made people care so that when I challenge you, people give a fuck.
I rooted for Tyson Fury against Klitschko when he fought. And as a big AJ fan, that sounds
Hard
like
money on him.
I
crazy.
used to be a massive Tyson Fury fan. I had his
Same.
fucking book, for Christ's sake. And this is the thing about Ben Whittaker is that the difference is between a Tyson Fury and a Ben Whittaker is you need to legitimize yourself, and you haven't yet done that, and that's what I'm waiting for. Is you need to beat a Dan Aziz or someone who is proven at the level of a Willie Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Because right now we're naming fighters, and I'm like, I don't even fucking know who that is. I've got to move on just quickly, lads.
Can we just highlight the Shiraz fight? We're coming to the end of round 2, and I'll be honest, this is not looking like a cakewalk at all.
It isn't easy. Yeah, it's a very competitive fight, and you know what? The first thing you look at the other guy is he's in shape.
Oh, he's shredded,
big
mate.
time.
Yeah, and he's got quite a good output. The output hasn't been flattened by what Hamza Shiraz is able to do, the amount of power he has in his hands. He's consistently been going down to the body, even sneaking that backhand through from the southpaw stance up to the head.
Yes.
And so far, listen, whether Hamza Shiraz is winning the rounds or not, this guy's giving him a lot to think
You know
about.
why?
I got it
He's
1-1.
still only new at this weight class. Like, he's come up very quickly, and like, there's guys. This is the problem. There's going to be guys that don't make you look great.
And you know what? The last guy who beat him at
Adamez.
160.
Yeah.
What was his name?
Carlos Adamez.
Adamez, yeah.
Adamez. We were very impressed with that performance because he outclassed him. And that says a lot, because to me, Hamza Shiraz is really legit, and he's a world level fighter.
Yeah.
And he's still calling him out for that rematch when Hamza's moved away.
He's not
from
interested. He's not interested.
One fighter I do want to bring up before we got the main event coming up soon. Anthony Joshua's return after everything has been through. We're rooting for him. Even Joey is rooting for him, because we want to see Fury versus AJ, and this is the last chance for that to get fucked up. And we know it's happened time and time again. Andy Ruiz, a man who derailed Anthony Joshua's career, has just signed with Matchroom Boxing, and we seen Andy Ruiz's last fight. I think we were in LA, and he broke his hand, I think. And you know what? He wasn't terrible in that fight, but I think he broke his hand early.
Second round.
I think we all rate Andy Ruiz, but there's Andy Ruiz who is motivated, and then there's Andy Ruiz who is the fat guy who just wants to fucking roll around in the Phantom or whatever.
He doesn't get the benefit of the Fury thing about not being motivated.
There's been too many unmotivated.
That's right. I think this might just be him now. Like that Big Baby Miller performance, I think he lost that fight. It's a gift decision. And I look at him now and I think to myself...
It was a draw, wasn't it?
Any world champions are the same. there's one thing getting to the top, but staying there is the
AJ
hardest
said
thing.
that recently.
He said it just recently.
I remember saying that, and I thought, you're fucking right. Getting to the title is easier than staying as champion.
Because as a fighter, when you're trying to get to the top, you've got so much motivation. But once you've got to the top of that peak, staying there, like, what are you still chasing? Like,
do you know who suffered from that more than anyone I've ever seen?
Who's that?
Sorry to interrupt.
Mike Tyson?
Conor McGregor.
Oh, Conor McGregor.
When Conor McGregor became the UFC champion, he fell off completely. And lately, he looks like you know what? As much as we give criticism to Tyson Fury for being the pisshead that he is and all that, McGregor's the worst of the worst. Like, he peaked 10 years ago.
It's Marvin Hagler saying it's hard to get out of bed in the morning when you wear silk pajamas. It's that classic saying.
I always have to look at guys like Floyd and respect the
I
fact
do,
that the way they show up to fights, it's like they're still broke.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Ironically, because he is.
Well, yeah, it's gone back that way.
You
but-
said we didn't.
I'm sorry.
But you know what I mean?
Floyd.
He's finally achieved his goal.
You're fighting a Miguel Cotto, for example.
He's still being more motivated.
Jesus.
Right.
It's sad though, because I'm like you. I love Floyd Mayweather back in the day. The same where he's at now. Like,
You know, with Andy
He
Ruiz,
can't even
right?
afford to pay his strippers, man.
Yeah, 50's told us that. Andy Ruiz, right? Yeah, 50 said
Do
it.
you know what?
50 was
Don't worry,
like,
Floyd. We're
50
coming to
went-
Vegas soon, man. We'll
50
sort you
was
out.
talking about Floyd, and he went, they said, well, whatever, and he went, are you still in the strip clubs? Just the cheap ones. It's like, oh my God. He loves it. There's no one that sticks the knife in like 50 Cent.
Mate.
I love 50 in that.
To bring it back to
forbid
Andy
you make
Ruiz,
it
do you know what I
Hammer
found?
and Clarissa Shields, by the way. We got to get
oh, that
Making
was
an enemy
fucking
out.
wild. That was.
You can't make an enemy out of 50 Cent.
No way. The funniest thing about the Andy Ruiz thing signing Eddie Hearn, I watched an interview of Eddie Hearn the other day, and the interviewer went, did you know he was going to drop an AJ diss track? And before he could even finish, Eddie went, no idea. I had no idea about that. He went, I had no clue he was doing that. He went, he even sent me a collab post. He went, I left that one. He went, I didn't accept it. I don't know if anyone's seen the AJ diss track from Andy Ruiz. Yeah. Listen, one thing I like
Sounds like it's AI.
Yeah, Andy Ruiz is in shape at the minute, to be fair. For his sort of condition, Andy Ruiz is in shape at the minute.
2026, lads. Me and Andy Ruiz are in shape and Tyson Fury isn't.
Yeah.
Sorry, Tyson.
Do you know this is the crazy thing?
Sort your
That's so
shit
funny.
out.
This is what annoys me, right? Like, the shape you're in right now, you're not trying to be a world class athlete, right? And how the hell are you in better shape than Tyson Fury? No, listen. This is, do you know this? I'm a very logical. I say it the way I
Everyone
say
needs
it.
a mate like Loza. Everyone.
Listen, if any friends of mine will know, I'll tell you exactly the way it is, whether you like it or not.
Don't
And
ask Loza for life advice.
yeah, yeah, I'm not a yes man. If Tyson needs me in his corner, I'll tell him exactly the way it is.
know, right?
I'll say you're fat and you need to stop it. No, but jokes aside,
Even I look at Fury and I'm like, what the fuck are you eating, bro?
it's
What
not.
are you doing?
But be fair though, when has he ever looked great to you?
Yeah, but then-
like on the
Bad
scales,
now, though, innit?
that's
So
yeah.
bad.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I don't care how he looks, but when when the performance dips,
Okay, I get
because
you.
we know that he can perform well physically. So the minute it's not in shape, naturally you look at the way
You
he
know
looks.
what, though?
It's hard.
I'm making my own salads, lads. This man is one of the richest men in the UK.
It's true.
You have chefs. You have all these people around you. Kiss your ass to tell you how to lift weights, to tell you how to eat. How the fuck has little old True Geordie gone in the gym, ran a bit, eat less, lift weights, and how does my body look better than yours?
you know why?
This is mental.
He's not prepared to eat a salad. I don't care what. I can guarantee he's never ate a salad in his life.
He's a fish and chips man.
Of course he is.
You know what?
Why
Oh,
you say that? Why you say like
I
this?
really
Shock.
love fish and chips, you know, so I
Yeah.
can't totally understand.
But I know he's not living there now, but in Morecambe Bay, you'd imagine it's nice.
Tyson-
Anywhere near the
I bet
seasons,
it's
it's
top
nice.
drawer.
Anywhere
Come
near
on,
the seasons.
mate.
Tyson Fury
Absolutely.
annoys me because he's so physically, not physically, is that
He-
the right
he
word?
was
He's
very
so
gifted,
he's
though,
so
wasn't he?
gifted in the
Yeah.
way he boxes. Forget how he looks. I've never been bothered how he looks because he normally backs it up in the ring. But the fact is, I still feel like we talked earlier on about the strength conditioning side of things.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that you can kind of get away with early in your career. But as you know, especially the division, like the heavyweight division, are big guys now, the monsters, and he clearly doesn't do lift weights. You can get away with it when you're young, but you need to do that as you get older. You lose muscle mass as you get to that later stage in your career. But I feel like he thinks that all the experience is enough. He's not willing to go that extra mile and make up for what he's lost in physical attributes with natural aging.
You know what it is though, like as boxing progresses, and I'm not saying it just gets better and better. I think it goes up, down. You have moments where the fighters aren't as skilled and whatever. But if you acknowledge the potential that you could be coming into a more skilled era of boxing, then really, when you look at it and you go, oh, I know everything. Yeah, you did for your era.
That's right, but it's
this
evolving.
is a new era. It's evolving.
And
You've
also,
got guys like Fabio Wardley, who from a technical standpoint wouldn't have laced anyone's boots 10, 15 years ago, but now they're at the top of the game sort of thing in terms of less fights. Moses Atoma, maybe you are the man in terms of knowing everything there is to needs to know, but maybe you're coming into a more skilled era where you need more than that.
Question,
I'll
lads,
never
can
forget.
I just ask a question? Fabio Wardley, Anthony Joshua. Who is the better fighter right now?
That's
AJ.
I'll be honest, as an AJ fan, that's a fight I'm scared of. When we're talking about Tyson Fury, zero fear, I'll be honest. But someone like Fabio Wardley, it absolutely terrifies us because
It's dangerous,
we'll
but-
know you'll walk through a lot of punches. If you not get hit clean, he's always going to be a threat.
I think Fabio Wardley right now is a really bad match for anyone other than the elite guys, but for AJ and Fury, I'd keep them away from them.
A dog that you can't keep down is always going to be a bad matchup for the older guys who we perceive as coming towards the end of
Dubois
their
and
career.
Atoma, they beat Wardley. I'm not sure anyone else does.
Do you think that AJ is a bigger puncher than Dubois? I think AJ has a better chance of nailing
for
Wardley.
that one shot, I believe so. Yeah.
So I personally think that AJ, even though with all the wear and tear, I think he can still beat a Fabio Wardley. Fabio Wardley's tough and he's always going to be game. But if AJ comes in switched on and not this lax first round version, he can beat him.
I need to single out the
caps
punch.
lock on can because it could also go the other way.
I don't know if you guys disagree. I think Dubois' jab was the real issue in that fight, but I think AJ's right hand is better than Dubois' right hand.
I think AJ is a sharper shooter. I think this is the thing with AJ. It's annoying because I think he's better than so many fighters in so many departments, but the problem is putting it together in the night. Like, I feel like not many...
He has a performance anxiety problem, doesn't he? Like?
I just feel like there's always elements where he's let his hands go great, but the defense hasn't been good. The defense has been good, but the output's not been great. He doesn't always put it together, and it's almost even within a fight, you see different levels. Look at the Klitschko fight. There was moments where he looked explosive, there's where he looked vulnerable. Like, we never see the complete performance, but it's also what's made it exciting to watch.
The Klitschko fight was one of the most underrated fights of all time.
That fight made me an AJ fan.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't sure on him until
I
that
remember where I
performance.
was that night. I remember every fucking...
Yeah.
do you know, as I was with some bird that night and I was in her living room and I was jumping around like a lunatic. She must have been like, what the fuck's wrong? I was like, fucking come on! Like,
But you know, when we're talking
watched
about
that
earlier
fight
on
at top
about
of a
what
pub,
needs to be
Westbourne
done,
Park,
and we
mate,
talk about the evolution of fighters, this is where when we go back to Floyd Mayweather, people like Bernard Hopkins, these guys got older, but they adapted along the way. People like Tyson Fury aren't prepared to adapt and keep evolving. That's what frustrates me because they're talented, arguably more talented than some fighters, but if you're not willing to put in the work and be humble enough to address your weaknesses as you get older, it's no good.
It reminds me of a thing that Bernard Hopkins said. It was a documentary because he got to like 50 still at the world level. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And one of the things he said was, every year I lose something. So I have to adapt to that loss and I don't know what it's going to be. And that was such a pivotal quote.
can I ask you lads, are you feeling that in your training though? Because we're all in...
I'm getting better.
Yeah.
No, but like what I'm saying is,
Go
none
on,
of
say
us are. Can I just say, none of us are 40 yet.
Yeah.
But we're heading that way. And are you feel like? Because even normal men who aren't pro athletes are like, you kind of realize like
It's different.
I think I've got a touch of Tyson Fury. I feel a bit in denial and delusional.
because he started lifting weights.
It's because you stay in the gym, but it's marginal things that change. Like I've been like training quite a lot recently. Shouts out to SEBC, St Edmunds Boxing Gym. I've been training with those
Follow
guys.
Travis online if you want to see him hitting the pads and all that good
mate.
stuff.
Come on, man. I got
Love to see it.
got my son down there working out as
I
well.
love
that.
Great guys, man.
Love
They
it.
got a good amateur team as well for the next season, so I'm excited to see what they do as well. But I've been training and getting back in shape, and I'm like, yo, I still got something, man. But you know what's crazy is that you realize that you're, you have that muscle memory.
Yeah.
It's not as fast as it used to be, but it's still there. But
Do you know what hit me? Obviously, because of the weight loss. Like, I used to, at 323 pounds, I was 23 stone. When someone said to me, what do you bench? I'd go, whatever I want. I felt so
bars.
comfy.
That's a bar.
Whatever I want. I once benched 180 kilograms, right? And I benched it for a few reps, right? And I could do that. And like, Don't get me wrong, I was expert at bench pressing. I'd learned that because I was schooled when I was 23, 24 about these expert shout out to Hamza Shiraz. He's putting on a good performance. I was schooled by these guys, but when I started losing weight, and I said this to Loza, and I started doing cardio, I hit 245, and it was the sweet spot of like strong but fit.
Yeah.
But when I got to 235, I was fitter, but I felt the strength, and I was like, ooh.
That's the strength you're on about. That's the weird thing. Like, when you were saying it, I was thinking, I'm maybe in a different place to these boys. Because I don't feel like I am getting better. I feel worse in the gym. But the one thing is, I feel like I can knock everyone out way more. It's just the strength. It's that power thing.
It's that man strength feeling. You're proper solid in who you are.
With with Tyson Fury, I look at his weight transformation and his weight fluctuation and the level of performance and how different it is. And I'm like, I get that, because for me, if I'm 245, I'm super strong, but 10 pounds makes such a difference to me. All of a sudden, I'm like struggling on weights that normally would be easy.
But see, on the weight, like, you guys will probably speak to this, but like, I felt like losing weight has made me punch harder.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? It's like I don't know what it is. It's like just dropping that weight
explosive
off. And it's
more,
like a snap on the shots where I'm like, I felt like that should have been there at the bigger weight.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, probably me and Joey, who have boxed for that many years, we've probably found out that quite a long time ago there is an absolute optimum weight between.
But I didn't really realise it until I obviously with me dropping so much weight.
You've probably found all of a sudden like, wow,
fuck me, it's true, and that's why with with Tyson Fury, 265, 285. It's like a different human.
The thing is, I know with Anthony Joshua when he was on GB, he had an optimum weight. Like, even though he was a heavyweight, he still had a weight target.
Yeah.
The coaches knew exactly, and I'm gonna make up a number here because I can't remember exactly. It was like 100 because we're working kilos as amateurs. It was say like 106 kilos.
Okay.
And I remember Fraser Clark, Joe Joyce, they all had weights that had to hit. So even though they were going to a tournament and they were heavyweights, the coaches expected them to hit that certain weight because they knew, like you're just saying, there's an optimum strength and an optimum, endurance at a certain particular weight. And that, I don't care what your weight is, heavyweight, lightweight, it's exactly the same.
Just quickly on Hamza Shiraz here, right? This guy that he's in with, I'm not going to try and pronounce his name, but he's a good German fighter. He actually was losing a lot of the early rounds, but he was putting up a real good fight in those rounds. There was a lot there that he was actually doing in terms of output. He was a lot more bouncy on his feet. He was consistently bouncing in and out, and he was throwing flurries. Whether he threw 5 and got through with 2, that's not the point. He was really working Shiraz. Shiraz was on a sort of long jab, and he was coming in. Now what you're seeing is Hamza's just gone tight, and he said, all right, I'm going to slow your feet down by walking you down.
Yeah.
It kind of looks like now we're 6 rounds in, 5 rounds in, 6 rounds in. It kind of looks like now Hamza Shiraz is kind of getting the hump with that movement and with the output.
Yes.
And he's decided to come tight, walking down.
Mate, he's
and although
Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder now, isn't he?
Although he's taking them on the gloves right now, I think that Hamza Shiraz probably knows a little bit more than I do, and he might realise that this sort of style might be effective. Let him pepper himself out for a round.
Adapting as well.
Yeah.
This is a young guy, Hamza, and he's showing the ability to adapt in fight, mid-fight. I just want to give a shout out to the chat, by the way. Big love to all of you lot. If you want to hit a super chat, do let us know, because we will get them. And don't forget, the pay-per-view, we're about to head into the main event, Anthony Joshua's big comeback fight. After everything he's been through, we're all wanting him to win. This is the fight before the fight, and it's against Tyson Fury. So hit the link in the description, DAZN.com/TrueJordy, and use the code PAIN10, block capitals PAIN10 for 10% off. And I want to shout out Joe Jones, who said that he's been watching me for 10 years. He's now 26, and you have been nothing but a perfect role model and show me what type of man I want to be. So thank you. You know what, mate? Big thank you. And I just want to say big credit to the boys, because I have been on screen with many different people in my YouTube career. Me and Loza got the train down from Newcastle today, and we were just saying, like, the realest motherfuckers are the Pain Game boys, and that we are. It's funny because you grow up with kids, and sometimes you grow apart, and then you meet other people. And me and these lads have spent a lot of hours in Saudi, in Las Vegas, and you know what? We're all good family men. We all believe in looking after people, doing the content, working hard, and we never even spend time together unless we're getting paid for it. Because literally, we're such family men and we're such devoted blokes. So, you know what, lads? If you're at home, be a family man, work your arse off, graft hard, and enjoy your fighting, and hit the link in the description.
Cheers to that.
I just want to echo that because, I've been friends with Brian a long time, and the journey, and people who know, people don't know, they only know you from what they see on social media. But this guy is one of the most genuine, best people on the fucking planet, second to none. And I was on the way up on the train. I was saying to Brian, these group of lads that he's met, it's a true testament to his personality, because the guys that he picked amongst you, including myself, yous, all of us, KG who's not here, like. The amazing people. I've got friends back home I've not known for a fraction of the time, but you guys are absolutely beautiful people, and you know what I mean. And that's just a testament to Brian.
That's fucking true, by the way, because people don't understand that. And you know what? Part of the content game, and we will stop getting emotional soon, I promise you.
We're going to have a group hug in a minute.
But part of the content game is you do work with people who you don't know, you don't necessarily, but the bond that we have on this channel
that's real.
is the realest fucking thing, because we're the same guys, we're the very similar people. We have got another super chat, by the way, who said, do you actually think the Fury AJ fight takes place if AJ wins? Because Tyson Fury has started saying things along the lines of, I don't actually know if he's going to show up, which is very strange, because back when the Ring Awards happened, it was AJ who was calling Fury out after Fury had lost for the second time to Usyk. If AJ wins, let's just say, as we hope, in devastating fashion tonight, and he looks great, after Fury didn't look necessarily great last night, do you think Fury might pull out, or do you think that's going to happen because Turkey Al Sheikh, big love to the boss, will bring this together?
Until we see these two men walking into the ring, anything can happen. I don't trust Tyson Fury with anything.
Speaking of walking into the ring, though, my concern is, and I don't know this for a fact, but you'd feel that if Tyson Fury was here, this camera's here, they would have gone on him by now.
True.
And I haven't caught a glimpse yet.
But he might walk out.
He might walk out, and he might be backstage. He might be thinking, it's all right, I'm not bothered about these fights anyway. I'm going to wait until and then walk out WWE style. I'd love it.
Still the moment.
I'd love it.
But
so far, you expect to see Tyson Fury ringside. Now, the only thing that will change that a little bit is obviously at ringside at the moment, you haven't got Frank Warren sat there. You haven't got any of the Team Fury guys sat there. So maybe potentially we might get a shock entrance. And the indications are that he's going. I was watching his son, who's doing a bit of kick streaming now, and he said, my dad's flying there and whatnot. That's some great impressions of his granddad.
Talk about this son.
I can't stand them two.
He does some great impressions of his granddad.
You mean Fury's boys?
Yeah.
I'm a machine! He keeps doing that on the live stream.
AJ's chinny.
And I'm like, you just sound like a tribute act to Tyson Fury, and I can't stand it, bro.
Like, have you not got your own personality?
Yeah, but not just that, but it's like, you actually can't talk until you do something, bro. Like, shut up,
He's going to be on the Misfits, I reckon. I think they'll go down that sort of route.
Do you know what, though?
Early.
I'm here for it, to be fair. Like, it's interesting because if you grew up with the heavyweight champion of the world as your dad, you would idolise.
You can say what you want, can't you? Like, I mean, you can't knock him because he's just so young. But I think us as slightly older guys,
you called AJ a pussy, didn't you?
Just calm down.
Did that annoy you, Travis?
Yeah, it did. It did, because I'm looking at it, I think to myself, brother, you just put on gloves, bro. Like, you can't talk about anyone, man. Just shut up.
I love this. I train a few young kids, and I love the banter. I mean, you know what like, and they try to say certain things and have opinions. I'm like, you haven't had enough life yet to have this level of authority and try to. That's just what
You've literally not done enough as Campbell Hatton.
Yeah.
You've not even. You can't lace his boots.
This is the thing. People banter Campbell Hatton. Yeah, Campbell Hatton fought for. I don't know if it was a Southern area or a Midlands title, but it's that level. It's before you go English level, British, whatever. Campbell Hatton fought for that twice. He rematched the guy he lost to.
Yeah.
Mate. There are when we talk about misfits, because we've got to put him in that category because now he's going on it. When we talk about misfits, there are so many guys. I mean, even Nat Dean, I'll say openly, he turned down a fight on the Qatar card against me, and that's me. You know what I mean? Campbell Hatton's getting in there and fighting guys of Southern area level, Midlands level.
I love that.
That's a real credit to him.
Guess who wasn't willing to do that? Conor Ben. Do it the proper way, because realistically, You know, no, listen.
I love how Loza
Davison.
has a couple.
There's Ben in there.
Ben, and then Connor.
Ben and he doesn't miss a beat.
No, but I'm just listen.
Who hasn't done it?
I'm
Conor
just
Ben
telling you the way it
Davison.
is. That's all it is. But realistically,
Speaking of stepping up in fights.
he wasn't willing. That's what I love about the humbleness of the Hatton side of things.
Yeah.
Like they're willing to do it the proper way. Yes, he could have skipped a few levels, probably earned a bit more money, whatever. But no, he's done it the proper way, and that's the difference. Call it what you want, but that's the way I see it.
Yeah, I think he's a class act. To be fair, I mean, I'm guilty of it. Even when he was coming through, I was going right. I'd fight Campbell Hatton and all this.
Yeah.
Now you don't hear me mention his name.
Do-
I've
do-
got nothing but
Do you know what it is
respect
for me?
the
Yeah,
fella.
when Campbell Hatton came through, I felt like the level of cards he was on, like AJ undercard back to back. It was like, bro,
Yeah.
the father touch on your career was like so obvious.
Not
it made
just
you
the
go,
level, he was like third from top.
That's
on
what I
that
mean.
Card.
Borderline co-main.
Yeah,
It was like,
yeah.
bro. So it made you kind of just go like, come on, man, you don't deserve this just yet. So
And
it
the
made,
thing is, I actually think Conor Ben's better talented than I'm not comparing.
I cannot wait to bring up Conor Ben. Listen,
Tell me.
Listen,
Conor
actually-
Ben is put on a pay-per-view British classic,
You know
bro.
what it is? The problem is, when I'm a fan of someone,
Yeah.
I'll give you that loyalty. But the minute there was the drug test, there was the way he reacted in this various interviews. Like, I'm sorry, I'm going to hold you accountable for that. I'm not going to let it just be brushed under the carpet, and that's all it is. And as well, like I say, I've got the information. I've got the information there. Drug test. The minute that happened, guess what? No stoppages. And I didn't like the way he reacted, the way he just spat his dummy out. I didn't like it. I'm sorry. With someone like Campbell Hatton, yes, he's not as good as Conor Ben, but he's humble like his dad was.
Do you know
That's
what the
all it
Conor
is.
Ben situation taught me? Don't think of an excuse.
Don't eat eggs?
Shut up. No, honestly, just shut up. Don't even make an excuse, because I've been a big fan of Dillian White's career, right?
That's right.
Whether it's win, lose, or draw, the entertainment factor's always been there. I love Dillian White, right?
Yeah,
And
I do as
Dillian White has took his bans and he's just shut up. He hasn't said anything. He hasn't whatever. Obviously, there was the one earlier on Jack 3D. That was ridiculous that he got banned for that. That was an over the substance counter. Bought in Holland and Barrett, whatever. But the other ones, then there's been 2, 3 more. Oscar Rivas. There's been one before the Anthony Joshua fight that was scheduled. Dillian White just takes his bans, shuts up, comes back, bit of banter. We all like him.
Talks to
Conor
Cougs,
Ben's,
moves on.
Conor Ben's biggest actual crime was trying to come up with an excuse. He should have just shut up. No one would have hated on him as much.
And the fact that I'm even acting this way, Conor Ben.
Lawrence Okoli currently is
Yeah.
sitting down
But
for
he's
peptide.
good.
That's why you shut up, like Joseph Parker, Lawrence Okoli, all these fighters, fucking Louis Ortiz a million times, and no one even makes a big deal out of it.
No one really cares
Don't
about
grab
drug
Piers Morgan.
Yeah.
That really didn't help.
But can we be real though? No one cares about drug cheats in boxing. Not if you act in a way that's deemed appropriate by the fans.
I don't like that.
That's
It's
the
so
truth.
funny you
That's
should
the
say that.
raw truth.
Ryan
No
Garcia.
one cares.
He didn't lose no followers.
Tyson
You know,
Fury,
weirdly,
Canelo,
I believe
no
Ryan.
matter.
I don't even know why, because Ryan hasn't knocked anyone out since he popped. But I still believe, and I don't know if I should, but even the thing he popped for, and so many people were like, Osterin really wouldn't help you. I'm like,
Bro, regardless.
I don't, and I feel like I'm being a bit gullible here.
Yeah.
But maybe,
We've definitely got double standards.
you know what I mean?
100%.
Depending on how you react in the
Literally.
situation.
If he's gracious about it,
Yeah.
we'll just move on.
Yeah.
But don't start giving all of that. Don't start doing all of that.
If you're
Connor
grateful,
handled
take
it in the
more.
worst way. Shout out to the chat, by the way. There's a couple of more group chats coming in. Boys, never need a super chat. Brian, I've watched you constantly since your Arizona drug lord interview, and Joey, CFC are coming up. Trey Brown, big love.
Come on.
Arsenal.
Marvin then
Sorry.
says, Brian is an 8-year-long fan. Just want to know your mom would be proud of you
Yes.
being a role
Nice.
model.
100%.
Big love. Appreciate it.
Love that.
Very, very nice message. And right now, in round number 9, the scorecards are looking very in favour of Hamza Shiraz.
But
by
let's
the
be
way.
clear, guys. Hamza Shiraz is not exciting.
He's
in
not
this
looking
fight
great.
at all.
You know what? I really rate him so
Same,
highly.
same.
This is a disappointment so far.
This German guy's boxing really reminds you. Do you remember that fighter Stieglitz? The German one. He really reminds me of him. He's like Germany used to come up with some top super middleweights. By
Yes,
the
they
way, you had
did.
Arthur Abraham back in
Yep.
the day. You had that Stieglitz back in the day. Obviously, the guy that Darren Barker lost to was German as
Stern,
well.
was it Stern?
Yeah.
Stern?
They used to come up with some
Felix
top super
Stern?
middleweights. This is a little bit of a throwback in this fighter. I don't know his name yet, but I'll learn it within
I
a
was
couple of
just
fights.
going to say the German fighters, they're not the most exciting stylistically, but very strong. You know, they've got a very basic style, but it's effective. So, you know, they're not going to make you look great, put it that way.
I just think Shiraz is not... We're into round 9 now. He's not really used his height advantage much in his fight. He's tried to do the inside thing. Now he's trying to pick him up. He can't really get the measure of him, and we're this far in the fight. And he's starting to give away rounds.
Do you know what this is reminding me of? Do you know Joshua Boaty when he went with Virgil Hunter? Do you know when you've got a fighter who's got a certain physical attribute and it takes it away from you? I'm not saying this is definitely the case, because I love Andy Lee as a coach, but sometimes what happens is if you make a fighter that's got that natural aggression and that, you know, killer instinct, you can sometimes take it away. And I really think Andre Ward was great for Virgil Hunter.
I've got a question though. For me, the thing that always impressed me was Shiraz was a sharpshooter, and when he would land, you'd get a reaction. And in this fight, I don't see the same reaction. Look, he's moved from 168
I was just
to
going to say that.
But when you're a fighter who boils down, you usually have a massive power advantage. In this fight, I'm like, you're not looking like the power puncher that you saw.
Do you know what it is though? We are 9 rounds in, so I'm not going to hammer this point home too much. But you know when you say when he lands, I haven't seen that many times. Although he's been winning rounds, I understand that. I haven't seen that many times he's landed heavy.
That's what I mean.
Fight.
He's just struggling to get the measure of him.
But if you're the harder hitter, you can force it. He's not forcing.
Yeah, but you know,
and for a harder hitter against the southpaw, that straight right hand you'd think would be coming through.
Do you reckon he's still trying to recover from what Adam has left in him?
I don't know. I think it's more probably.
Him a bit.
I think we're discrediting this German fighter who's clearly a lot better. And the simple fact is, styles make fights, and he's struggling. That's all it is.
You're probably right, but and look, we're seeing some replays of the uppercuts landed from Shiraz, but the thing about Shiraz that always impressed me was the accuracy.
And
it was pinpoint. It was like laser precision accuracy. In this fight, I'm like, you've landed a few shots, but in another weight class, it's not getting the same reaction.
But that's fair enough. You know, he's still a young man. He's going to continue to grow into the weight.
Like when Canelo, and look, we all have suspicions about how that happened, but when Canelo moved up in the weight classes, the reactions stayed. Yeah. When the reactions go, I'm like, ooh, are you the guy?
Speaking of Canelo, that's an interesting one because Canelo is looking for fights, and he may be looking at this, maybe looking at the Saudi involvement here, and may go, there's a world title for me. There's another world title.
Canelo's fighting in Billy, right?
He is.
Oh, yes, sorry.
He'll get through that.
Yeah, no, I don't think he does.
We was at the Billy fight, weren't we?
Yeah, I think Canelo loses.
I've been in many tournaments where Billy was fighting.
That's a big shout, by the way.
Bro,
so you think Canelo loses to Billy? What do you do a reference on that?
Billy is a tough fighter, right? And he's skilled as well. But what Canelo is right now, he's going to walk right into that, and I think he's not going to come through.
What do you mean? Do you mean as in points will get lost?
I think he's going to get hurt. I think he could get knocked out as well.
Nah, I don't believe.
I think if Billy comes to fight him, I think Canelo could win by knockout in that
absolutely, one. I'm with you because when Billy likes to fight, he's a very front foot, aggressive fighter. And Canelo, say what you want about him, he's not the fighter he once was. He's still powerful and he's still tough.
You've got to factor in mileage, and we're also factoring he's coming off of a big defeat against Crawford.
Recently.
Huh?
He's been service recently.
That's a defeat. He's kind of struggled to get his head round a little bit.
Yeah.
Moving on to Canelo, when you look at him, like he literally said, "Oh, I don't know why Crawford never took the rematch. You know, it was offered to him, he didn't take it." Crawford's come out and said, "Turkey never offered me the rematch. What are you going on about?" So I think that's a bit of a adjustment that he'll need to make, and especially for Canelo, because you look at his defeats, right? That must eat him up. That Crawford doesn't take that rematch because we all know who else didn't have a rematch with him. Obviously, there wasn't as much, clamour for it or whatever. But Floyd Mayweather never gave him that rematch, and that would have been something that from young would have eaten him a little bit and whatever. Yeah. Now that Crawford's not took it as well,
and then Bivol, he didn't even want that rematch.
Nah, that's what I'm saying.
You can't pick and choose who you want the rematch with.
But if you look at it right, though, all of his losses had an explanation. Floyd, early in my career, I was still young.
Fair enough.
Bivol, I shouldn't have gone that light heavy one more time. With this guy,
no excuses.
This guy came up to my weight class.
You know when
it's a stain.
DAZN reposts something you've said and you're like, oh no.
What have you said?
I'm a bit worried about what the comment, because the Tyson Fury fans aren't going to be happy with this. So I've got to replay this. Are you ready, guys?
Go for it. Let's hear it.
The best versions of Tyson Fury for an AJ, because we've seen multiple versions of Tyson Fury, but the mover or the mover who could punch, which you've got the Klitschko Fury or the Wilder Fury, the second Wilder fight. Either of those gives Anthony Joshua a lot of problems, in my opinion. But the more your legs slow down, the more susceptible you are to getting hit. And who hits harder? Anthony Joshua. So what's ironic is, like, if you could have a fucking frank conversation, Tyson Fury, say, you fucked it, because early on, the best version of you to give AJ the best problems, the biggest problems, is the younger version of you. For me, the best.
That's not a bad take. You ain't got nothing to worry about.
What are we worried about?
I know they're going to come for me. Those Fury fans, they're going to come. Fuck you bastards.
Listen,
I'm at the zone headquarters. You can't touch me.
I've been 10 toes down against Fury
I ain't going to
fans
say
for
nothing to his
years.
face, but I'm going to get right in the comments now.
I don't think there's anything wrong with what you said there. I think it's just the truth.
But when they're posting, I didn't know they were going to do this. So when I seen it, I was like, oh shit, what are they doing now? What are they doing?
Look at you.
Put together the laws of Ben Davison compilation.
Look at you.
I like you, Ben.
Ben is going to do a shot on the beach, four drones, all
I
angles
really
covered.
need to get me and Loz running
Get
on
some
that
AI.
beach. It's gonna be
Get some
hilarious.
AI footage as well.
Listen,
He used to
if
spar
Ben
a couple
Dav-
of fighters back in the day. He used to spar Tom Little, I think. Ben
I'm
Davison.
happy for a spot. If you want to
Loza
spar.
and Ben Davison
No
on the
problem.
undercard. Let's get it.
Now listen, I tell it the way it is. Like there's plenty of criticism in my boxing career. No problem. I'll take
Guys,
it.
don't be scared now, yeah? Now it's time
yeah.
to really talk your mind. Don't
Listen,
be scared, lads.
Don't make me put the gloves back on. I am ready.
know,
I've been
right?
waiting for the opportunity.
Oh my gosh.
So Hamza Shiraz has probably dropped a few rounds over the last couple, and it's brought it a little bit closer. I think he'd done some good work earlier on to maybe be about 1 or 2 up by this point.
He'll get the nod. He's
This is
winning.
the thing.
It's
He's
just
winning,
not a statement.
Yeah.
but he's not performing the way we want. But like, how many fighters have performances which aren't that great, and then the next performance it's great?
I also
It's not
think
the
you
end of the
need to-
world. He's not getting beat up. He's not getting hurt.
Yeah.
You need to pay credit to accuracy as well. Sometimes you can look at the output of Shiraz's opponent here and you can go, well, the output's quite a lot, but I've just seen 8 sort of feints, punches thrown, and none of it's really landed. The last shot I saw to properly land, apart from this
So
one
there-
that's come through here,
just as you said it.
was a right hand from Shiraz. So I think that even in Shiraz's low output, he's kind of matching the landed punches, but it's a vast difference from how the fight had started off.
I think Shiraz is like an example of these modern fighters that are super tall and they boil themselves down for the weight. I think there's a limit on what can be done with that build, right? Because if he fills out and goes up to light heavy, I don't think it's going to be explosive and amazing. Do you see what I mean? I think
Do you know who you have to give credit for then,
Go
if
on.
we talk about that build? I have never
Callum
seen
Smith.
someone of that build
Callum
be
Smith.
able to hit to the body like Callum Smith
Callum,
does,
listen-
and to be able to put his
Absolutely.
combinations going.
Yeah.
When he go left hook, right uppercut, left hook, down to the body. Callum Smith was a fighter that I took so much pleasure in watching.
Do you know
Agreed.
why I can
Agreed.
understand it? And you're
That
going to say
Watsy
that?
fight was
Because
phenomenal.
I've sparred Callum Smith when he was 69 kilos. I was a light heavyweight at the time in 81. And I remember going into the spar because I was quite new to GB at the time, and I thought, I'm big, I'm stronger. Bear in mind, I hadn't been boxing that long when I look back, but my being young, the ego, all the rest of it, I thought I'll just walk him down, get close. This guy could box. I was surprised how hard he could hit for the weight.
Fast jab.
Like, we've seen what he'd done throughout his career after that. But at the time, me going in naive, unbelievable fighter. He's 6'3", 6'4", Callum Smith, but he can box inside as good as any man on the planet. Like, it's unbelievable what he can do. And again, recent years, I think he's another guy who's unfortunate. He's met some great fighters, like Canelo when he was. Was he? Would you say Canelo at his peak? But
Yeah,
still
that
up there.
was Canelo in his super middleweight peak for sure. And you got to remember, Callum Smith's arm was 4 or 5 times the size it should be
Yeah,
once
that
that fight was done. He had done some sort of shoulder injury or
He's
something during
And
the
he
fight.
was injured in the camp as well,
Oh,
wasn't
was
he?
he?
Because
Yeah.
apparently he didn't. Apparently, there's a story about he not apparently being in great shape and having a bad camp for that fight. So I guess you can chalk that up how you want to chalk that up. I thought he'd be a bit finished, as in worse for wear against Watsy.
Yeah.
That performance let me know that man is still very much alive.
Do you know-
Like, he's
I
phenomenal.
can't work out if it was
How
a
are we
kid.
not seeing Ben Whittaker versus him? What the fuck are we with?
Because I think that might be a bit too far.
Yeah, no. There's no. If I'm.
For now.
If I'm.
2 fights time.
I don't back Ben Whittaker to beat.
No chance.
I don't know where Callum Smith is right now because he hasn't really no fault of his own. But they haven't pushed him on as much since the Buatsi fight as I would have liked. But
Was that last February?
Yeah, it was last February. It was the
mental.
Parker Bacoli undercard, right? So if we no, it's Parker Bacoli. That was chief support. It was Bivol Batelia,
Batelia,
right?
yes,
We
yes.
watched it live, whatever. But if Callum Smith had been pushed on and he had been still in the place that he was back then, I wouldn't be making Ben Whittaker a favourite by a long shot against him.
Even now, like, I think listen, Eddie Hearn is an intelligent guy. There's no way he's putting him in with Callum Smith right now. There's no chance. There's nothing that Ben Whittaker right now has shown me makes me think he's capable of, I don't want to say compete, because I think he potentially could for a few rounds, but I really rate Callum. Even now, I'll definitely say that Callum Smith is past his best, but I think he's got more than enough to deal with, as we've seen with Joshua Boati, to deal with someone like Ben Whittaker. Because, like I say, with Ben Whittaker, technically very good, but in the pro game where you need to have that extra bit of power and all the rest of it, there's nothing. I honestly think Callum would walk him down and stop him. If put it that way, if Liam Cameron could almost force him to throw himself over the ropes, do you imagine what Callum Smith would do right now?
Yeah. But the thing is, the imagining what Callum Smith would do right now is not factoring in the year and a half out of the ring since his last fought.
Correct. Very right. Yeah,
At
very
that
right.
age. I think it's a complete mishap with what's happened with his activity. Because he's not a young fighter to be playing these type of games. Momentum. He could just be old overnight right now.
Yeah, you need momentum. Boxing is massively about. Bear in mind, even when I started boxing, I think Callum Smith had been boxing about 5 to 10 years before I'd even started, and he's still going years after I finished boxing. So. Yeah, that, like you say, it can just happen overnight.
And also, speaking of happening overnight, can I just give you guys a random fact? Me and Fabio Wardley share the exact same white-collar boxing record before he turned pro. Yeah, mate. I heard he had a couple wins and went to... So
I'd put you in with Dubois tomorrow.
I take joy in knowing that I would have been a world champ had I taken it seriously.
Yeah. You know what? It could have happened. Can we just say, right?
Go on.
We have 1 minute, 42, 41, 40 seconds from Hamza Shiraz's fight finishing. Mm-hmm. And then Anthony Joshua's getting back in the ring. Now,
Anthony.
And I hate to be morbid, but we're lucky this man's alive.
Yep.
And I'm delighted that we're going to get to see this, because when this shit happened, we were all private messaging in the group chat like, fuck, man, like, what the fuck is going on? And we were devastated for the bloke, for you know, I said to AJ on the train, it's like me losing you or you losing me, you know, like
you can call me AJ if you like.
Yeah.
What he's come through. I didn't even hear that.
No, you called me AJ.
You're literally AJ.
I bet that
what he's come through, but not just that, the physical shit he's gone through, getting back to where Eddie Hearn was like, you don't even realise what he's gone through to get to this point. And we're about to see him in there with a guy who's knocked 20 fighters out. Now, do we think AJ's going to win? Yeah. But are we worried?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we are worried. Because Tyson Fury has passed his test. Even if he didn't pass it with flying colours, we're there. And we've seen Deontay Wilder fuck the fight up that was supposed to happen with AJ. We've seen these fights where we're like, why the fuck did you put him in there? And I don't want to be sitting there at the end of the night going, why? Why did you do that? Because this is not about who is the best fighter in the world. It's about who is better right now out of AJ and Tyson Fury. And right now, it doesn't matter if they're the best version of them ever. None of that matters for us. You love Tyson Fury, I love Anthony Joshua. We just want to see them get in there at the state they're in. Who the fuck cares? And figure it out.
I'll never eat a banana again if he was to lose.
Listen, guys, I'm saying this right now. Anthony Joshua comes through absolutely fine. Flying colours tonight. Batters Prenga. And tomorrow morning, everybody's saying AJ sparks Fury to bits. And that's going to be the lead-up conversation.
Your predictions have been okay, so you're giving me a lot of confidence.
Cool. I believe in my guy. I believe in my guy, man.
Still shit.
I really hope that's the situation. I back it to be. I already gave my prediction on the pain game. I said that I think that there's a very good chance that AJ lights this guy up early on. And I know there's so many factors that we can't know until we see him in the ring. I understand that. But I've just got a feeling about this one. I've just got a feeling that AJ's done the right thing.
He's not a pudding, though, the Prenga. Yeah. He's like, is he world level? I don't know. But he's not terrible, is he? Like, he's not...
No.
He's not like Marius Wack.
His record, 20 knockouts. I mean, I don't care.
I feel like he's more of a threat than Marius Wack was.
Oh, easily.
Absolutely.
Like, come on, Marius, I was watching him, his footwork, the movement, like, the definition of an old man. Like, he couldn't do anything.
This is a bit more dangerous, isn't it?
Compared to, if you would comparison to Fury's test, definitely 10 times over.
Listen, Hamza Shiraz is a world champion, right? Was that for a world title? This
Yeah.
fight?
Yeah, it was.
So Hamza Shiraz is defending a world title in this fight. He comes in against a guy that has one loss, not a loss over 12 rounds, not a loss by stoppage, a loss over a shorter amount of time. I believe it was an 8-rounder or something. This guy had lost in his opponent, and he surprised a lot of us tonight in terms of how well he had done. What is to say that Prenga couldn't be the exact same?
I
because
feel
he
that.
is the exact same.
I feel that.
But then, okay, cool. Now, I'm not marking AJ in terms of how fast you get this guy out of there. After 2-3 rounds, I'm not going to be like, oh, this is terrible that we're still here.
It's
in
not
round
like
5.
Jake Paul.
This ain't that. This is just a case of go in and win the fight. Now, if you get to points, I got some big concerns. But at the same time, this guy, if you take a look at him, like I've watched some of his fights and some of his highlights, he doesn't belong in the level of these guys, even at this stage of their careers. If he makes a meal of this, it says more about where Joshua is than it does about what Prenga's doing. Because I've seen his last few, and this guy doesn't belong with AJ. He doesn't belong with Otto Wallin.
Do you know what it is? I'm going off what AJ is saying. He's talking about being undisputed. So, you know, again, I'm an AJ fan, so I can't sing his praises high enough. But if he doesn't look anything other than good, it's no good for me. Like, literally, he's talking about being undisputed champion of the world. That's clearly where his mind's at. So, I don't care. Like, everything I've seen of Prenga doesn't convince me that it should be hard work. The type of fighter Prenga is the type of fighter that AJ destroyed on the way up.
That's
Like,
what
I'm
saying.
talking early in his career
There you
when he
go.
was an absolute novice in the pro game. So, if he doesn't dispatch of him
In the first 6 rounds.
within 4 rounds, like, I'm not going to say after if he doesn't destroy him in 4 rounds, I'm like, that's it. But I expect realistically for him to have him out of there within 4 rounds.
Hamza Shiraz just won, by the way.
Is there any chance, right? Because it was really funny. My nephew said this to me earlier. He went, "Didn't you think Tyson Fury was just trying to get the rounds in?" Though I went, "No." I said, "I think he would have stopped him in the first if he had the opportunity to. Second, whatever." Do you think there's any weight to that? Do you think there's any possibility that an Anthony Joshua tonight maybe doesn't push the pace so much because he thinks, well, if I've got Fury next and all I've boxed is Jake Paul since a devastating knockout to Daniel Dubois, do I get the rounds in here? Do I take my time?
Do you know what the difference is? For me personally, Tyson Fury's never been a knockout merchant in that sense.
Thank you.
Anthony Joshua, when you look at his core and what he's about, is a knockout merchant. So when we rate him and what we expect from it is a knockout. So I don't want to say a points victory. And fighters know part of the battle of boxing is not just going the 12 rounds, because you do that a lot of the time in sparring, preparation wise, but it's can you perform just within getting the wraps on, getting to the ring and then performing. And I want to see a vintage performance. And when we look at AJ, what he does, his speciality is knockouts. So if I don't see that early, it's a problem in my mind.
I agree exactly with that, except for the early bit. I don't have a care. If it happens in round 8, I'm as satisfied.
I'm not. I'm sorry, I'm not, because if we're talking about world level opponents, yeah, fair enough, but I don't rate Prenga enough for him to go more than 5 to 6 rounds. Like I expect to go early. I really do. I think 4 rounds it should be done. If AJ is looking to achieve what he says he is in terms of becoming undisputed again, beating the likes of, even using Tyson Fury as the landmark. Like, Tyson Fury, regardless of what we've seen last night, he's still a great operator. He's still a world-class fighter. I don't put Prenga anywhere near Tyson Fury in terms of level. So I expect if AJ thinks he can beat the Tyson Fury, he needs to dispatch of him early. That's the way I see it.
Boys, with Fury, we have those like, well, was he motivated, or Thailand, dad not there? There's all sorts of little variables. I feel like with AJ, we know he's given 100% every time he gets in the ring. Yep. And that, for me, means that, like, where the excuses are there for Fury, there's less excuses for AJ. So
I'm glad you've articulated that in 5 seconds. It took me like 10 minutes.
I don't look at Fury the same way. It's weird because, obviously, I'm a bigger fan of AJ than I am of Fury. But with Fury, if he underperforms, I'm like, well, you know what he's like. With AJ, if he underperforms, I'm like, he's shit.
Do you know what's mad, though? Do you know what's mad? Do you know why we give him that grace?
Go on.
Lack of commitment. In terms of from Fury's side, that's why we give Fury that grace. Ultimately, you can say what you want, whatever,
AJ,
out the ring,
I respect
I'm a fan of
more.
Fury, but it comes down to lack of commitment. So we give him the grace because he showed a lack of commitment in the past, but we don't give AJ that same grace.
But that's the thing. With AJ, I think there is always that X factor of things that we don't actually know about AJ because he doesn't reveal too much. We don't know what happened the night before the Ruiz fight. He walked in very different than we've ever
Dubois
seen.
fight, he was really late getting there and all of that shit.
There's so many things that never get the explanation because he just doesn't give an excuse. He just says, well, better man won, congratulations to him, and he just moves on.
He actually doesn't make excuses,
Doesn't make excuses.
Unlike Fury. Yeah.
Exactly. So because we don't have those explanations, we just say, well, for some reason your hands were down. And for some reason you didn't box like how you boxed before. So we don't actually get the full
weird,
picture.
by the way.
This is what I mean.
Isn't it weird that we've watched Anthony Joshua fight the likes of who was the last guy Toma knocked out?
Jermaine Franklin.
Jermaine Franklin. So AJ fought Jermaine Franklin, and yes, Jermaine Franklin is someone who we actually do respect. Right, he's a very decent fighter, and AJ fought him with his hands up. And it was the fundamentals that you teach, Roz, with every student you have 1, 2 down the middle, get your hands up, everything comes back the way it's supposed to. And with Anthony Joshua from that fight, he all of a sudden dropped his hands, chin up in the air. It was as if every fundamental that Rob McCracken and all these Olympic Team GB boxers have taught him has been forgotten out of nowhere. That was so weird.
It's like Derek James made him put his hands up, and then Ben said, "No, put your hands down," and he just said, "Yeah, all right, cool." Completely down.
Derek James really had him fighting decently.
I said this earlier on, didn't I? I think stylistically a much better coach, and this is the credit. The credit to AJ is the fact is he's such a student of the game. Whoever tells him to do what, you could tell him to open your legs, do this, stand on one foot, and he'll do it. Whereas Tyson Fury leans into his natural ability. He believes
Tyson Fury believes in his own boxing intelligence.
His intelligence. So this is where they're so opposite in terms of what they can do. So
that bothers me.
The arrogance from Tyson can be a downfall.
Yeah.
The fact that he leans into what he naturally does can also be a great thing. AJ again. The fact that he actually listens can be a great thing, but the fact that he needs that is also a downfall because in boxing, you need a bit of both. You need the ability to take instructions when you're struggling, but you also need to lean in to your own natural attributes, your own instincts in the middle of a fight because, yes, in between rounds, you can listen to a coach and get some fresh instructions, but during a round, you need to rely on your own natural instincts and what you've learned over the years.
As someone, have you ever coached? Like, if you were training as a fighter, how would you build that in them, that independence, even though your guidance is still around, but that independent thought?
It's this is the hardest thing. I'm not going to put myself up there with these top coaches because there's a difference of training guys at a lower level.
Yeah.
There's so many levels to coach and fight and everything. But I think one thing I always say with coaches, the amount of time you need to spend to get to know a fighter on a variety of different levels is so important. You need to know how a fighter ticks in a variety of situations, and I think you only get that through time. And this is the thing with AJ moving coaches too regular. Yes, you might learn a few new tricks along the line, but there's certain levels that coach can't get to unless you've been with them long enough, and that's a difficult aspect.
No, that's facts. Because my limited experience as a fighter, not
as
like you
fighter.
guys, I trained with Ben Doughty. He's also a boxing trainer in the space. Yeah. And one of the things he said to me is the first fight that we'd ever kind of trained with. He said, he goes, if you can come back to me after the first round, I'll tell you how to beat this guy.
Yeah.
So straight away I knew I've got to do my job to get to this point. Do you know what I mean? And literally, so said, so done. Second round, got the KO. So, nice. But that over time, that's going to be like...
It's a really hard... That question you originally asked me, it is so difficult because a coach, a fighter and a coach, it's a relationship. It's not just one-sided. It's not just the coach. It's not just the fighter. It's the two of you. You've got to have that level of ability to gel and understand each other to get the best result. And this is I've often in the past used Carl Froch and Rob McCracken, who's AJ's former trainer, the most gifted fighter. But... you might say that Rob McCracken, not necessarily the best trainer in the world, but them two together is the perfect marriage. And this is the thing, I think you mentioned something earlier about finding the right coach in your career. It's a bit of luck. And this is boxing, and I always say there's so many elements and you do need a little bit of luck. And someone like Carl Froch, at the very start of his career, met Rob McCracken and it was the perfect marriage. You could say the same about Mike Tyson with Customato, all these different guys over the years. But some fighters, unfortunately, just don't find their guy early enough, and before it's a little bit too late.
My worry is that has AJ actually ever found his guy? And with you, lots. I mean, you sparred Carl Froch
Yeah.
before he fought George
Groves, yeah.
the second time.
Yeah.
And I think that's a hell of a fucking thing to have on your resume because that's one of the biggest wins in British
And I also
boxing
sparred
history.
Martin Murray when he was spawned.
Sick.
George Groves,
Exactly.
yeah, the same time. Yeah, listen,
So you've been there, but here's the weird thing is, if you'd said years and years ago, Anthony Joshua is going to end his career being coached by some Ukrainian guys, we would have all been like,
yeah.
not sure about that. Like, it does sound mental, right?
Yeah.
It do, and let's be real, it's not Alexander Usyk coaching him; it's the older dudes.
Yeah.
Now I know that they've coached Lomachenko. I know that they've coached Alexander Usyk, and you know what? We rate Lomachenko and Alexander Usyk as boxing brain-wise the greatest we've seen in the last fucking however many years, 20 years or whatever. And even though Lomachenko didn't win every fight, we all know what the fuck he was. But does that gel with AJ? Like you just said, Carl Froch and Rob McCracken, is Carl Froch the best boxer of his generation? Is Rob McCracken the best coach of his generation? Probably not. But they
But the
gelled.
marriage.
But the thing is,
And that's what I'm worried about with AJ.
this is similar to Lennox Lewis and Emmanuel Stewart.
Absolutely.
He
Perfect
beat
example.
him. He came to him and said, "Hey, you just beat me. How do you do it?" Lennox doesn't fight anywhere near like Oliver McCall. Do you know what I mean? But that's who he was training at the time.
Yeah.
So we just are having to hope that they can find AJ's magic.
Unless we did a video on
bring
this
it out.
talking about, I used
You
AJ
know what,
as an
lads?
example
I'm
of
not even
going
going to lie to
Emmanuel
you.
Stewart.
It'll break my fucking heart if AJ loses because I tell you what, right? If Anthony Joshua loses to Tyson Fury, I'll be sad. But the very first fight after his mates have died, I'll be fucking heartbroken for him because this is not about the Tyson Fury fight. It's about like making it back.
Yeah.
And for me, that's so powerful.
Errol Spence has a similar kind of story. Tonight it's quite weirdly ironic that they're both fighting tonight.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
It's obviously, yeah, you're totally right. But where us being AJ fans, being
Yeah.
Britain,
Yeah,
that's,
yeah.
I'm not emotionally involved with Spence, but you're totally right. The story is pretty much the same, but the difference is also, from my understanding, his car crash was a little bit self-inflicted. You know what I mean? He was flying down the road.
There was definitely more injuries in the Errol Spence. Look, we don't know the exact
But he's-
injuries of AJ's
Was it-
car
am I
crash, but
wrong?
Errol
Am I
Spence
right?
was in a bad way. The fact that if you look at the state of both of the vehicles after,
But was he not flying down, speeding, doing something
Well,
ridiculous?
to be fair,
not too sure.
to be fair, he's fought since, so it's not the same level of jeopardy. But yeah, it's
You know what? Yeah, look, I'm just going to say it. If Anthony Joshua was on the other side of the fucking car, we wouldn't be having.
well, he was. He originally was.
that's right.
Yeah, and then they moved.
Got
on.
yeah,
out,
you're right,
switched
yeah.
And
seats.
that's the thing that's like, it fucking hit me like.
You've got to feel.
I just wanted this night, like when we all went, like I say, we all went through this. AJ went through this, but as fans of him, I remember I was having this conversation, like, God, I hope he fights just one more time.
There's
So
moments like
I hope we get that one more. We
just
didn't
to
even give a
celebrate
fuck.
him, yeah.
Let's be real here. We did not give a fuck about Tyson Fury. We just wanted to say, I hope you fight one more time, AJ, so that we can cheer you on.
Yeah.
Because we nearly lost you. And that's what this is about. More than Tyson Fury, that's for later. This is just about, I hope this guy wins one more fight because we could have lost him.
I think he
That's
realised the impact that AJ. The situations like this, you know, he's had a whole wake up call of what life, what the meaning of things, and prioritizing
Yeah.
things. But even that shows how powerful he's been for us fans, because straight away this happened, we literally look at him and think, "Oh wow." The fact that you're still here, all the entertainment and the value that you've given us purely as fans, like, we appreciate him.
I
even
think it
more.
made it sink in for
real.
me. Like, listen, just because I've always been a Fury fan, it doesn't mean that if you're a fan of one person, you're a hater of the other. And definitely, it doesn't mean
You're a bit too mature, mate.
When that, yeah, when that,
This is
when
not
that
how the
man's
internet
from
works.
your
That's not how it works,
shores,
mate.
and when he's a British fighter as well. I mean, you can rewind on the Pain Game, go and watch previous live streams when we watched AJ. I'm cheering him on as much as anyone. But what I'm
Yeah.
saying is, I think in that moment there, the penny kind of dropped for me where I've gone, fucking hell, mate. Like, that is serious. And you need to appreciate this guy, because maybe, again, with my sort of, you know, if you want to call it fanboying, but where I followed Fury's career, I've always backed AJ. I've always wanted him to win, but I'm not going to lie. My bets are in one place, sort of thing. I've always thought, right, I want Fury to win that fight. I've watched him through his career. That moment for me was where I took a step back and went, whoa, bigger picture here. You've been so lucky to watch a man that, listen, Fury's brought us some great nights, but the consistency does lie with Anthony Joshua.
That's right.
The consistency in terms of, like, say for example, right? We said earlier in the card, I'm a Josh Kelly fan. Well, Josh Kelly wouldn't have fought Ray Robinson out in Madison Square Gardens if Anthony Joshua hadn't put the main event on that night. There's so many fighters that
he carried British boxers
fights on the undercard that they have big profiles, and they have one person to pay credit for that, and that is Anthony Joshua. Katie Taylor, the best female fighter that we have ever watched in boxing, or at least one of the best from the UK. A lot of her earlier fights were on Anthony Joshua undercards. The platform that he gave to so many of these fighters is something that I can't not pay credit to, and I think that was a huge eye-opener for me.
Guys, we got so used to watching boxing on a Saturday night, our time. Yeah? That is how he's moved the needle. Like, heck, that championship fights, 10 o'clock Saturday night. We watch the fight midnight, we're in bed. That has not been our reality before AJ. We were doing 4 a.m., 5 a.m. The sun is up, and we're going to sleep. And that's been such a few and far between since AJ's career took hold.
I give credit to Amir Khan as well, because he was part of the original Team GB.
I'm glad you said that.
The regen of Team GB. But AJ took it to another level, to be fair to Amir. I massive credit to Amir Khan, but AJ took it to another level. And for me, I was talking to Loza about this on the train on the way home. I was like, you know that movie, Unbreakable?
Yeah.
Bruce Willis. Do you know the for those who don't know, it's a movie about a guy who survives a horrific, I think it was a train accident or whatever it was.
Samuel Jackson.
And I said, when Anthony Joshua, shirtless, gets out of this car accident and his mates are and I personally seen some horrific footage. And he's there shirtless and he gets out and he's fucking, and he's struggling, and you're like, what the fuck have you just been through? And we've watched you give us entertainment after entertainment, but on a human level now, we're looking at you like, man, you've just lost two of your best friends, brothers. They're on the ring, Lats and Sinner. Big respect for them to doing that. That's the kind of thing that on a human level, we all kind of look and go, wow, this isn't about boxing.
No.
This is about humanity and us going, you know what? You've given me inspiration to get in the gym. You've said lovely things to these people. I watched a video on Instagram in the last week where he paid for a guy's
Kevin
funeral.
Mitchell's brother.
Kevin
Mitchell's brother.
Kevin Mitchell, sorry. My bad. So he paid for a boxer's funeral, right? And he just rang up the mum and went, I want to pay for the funeral. And that's when you're like, you're actually a fucking saint, there's a million things that we don't even hear about Anthony Joshua. Even when I met him, I just thought, you're a class act.
That is the thing there, isn't it? Yeah. Why do you know about that?
Because they said it.
You didn't know about it because Anthony Joshua
AJ never said a word.
No.
He's not bucked about it.
No. So if for every one thing that gets said about you, there's always 5 things that don't, aren't there? Do you know what I mean?
And you know what? I'll give credit, by the way, because KSI is a bit like that. Kind of keeps things to himself, does a lot of nice things for people behind the scenes. And shout out to KSI, he's a lovely guy. But AJ, what a gent. And that was when I was like, fuck, emotionally as a man, I'm like, I really want you to win this fight. But equally, that's not how it works, man. This isn't WWE. I was there when Dubois chinned you. As much as I want you to win and I love you as a bloke, tonight is about how good are you now? Not how good were you. We're not talking about Dillian White AJ. We're not talking about Klitschko AJ. We don't know who the fuck he is. He's been through a car accident. He's been through a Jake Paul fight and a Daniel Dubois fight. Daniel Dubois wrecked him. I don't know what the fuck we're about to watch right now. We've got the man, the myth, the legend, Michael Buffer about to announce Anthony Joshua in his return to the ring, and yet I have no idea what the fuck we're about to see, lads. All I can hope is that it's a win, because Tyson Fury versus Anthony Joshua is something that we all just want to see, man.
We're about to see a demolition job, guys.
I hope so.
Yeah.
But
calm your nerves.
You know what?
Yeah.
What worries me? Those motherfucking Albanians are tough guys.
And I said about it before in the preview. The fans, obviously, we're not going to hear it this second now, but The Albanian fans, a lot.
You were right about that.
Yeah.
They showed up. You know,
They travelled.
Yeah,
you know when you
trust
said
me,
that.
trust me. Yeah, yeah.
Joey goes, the Albanian fans, and I'm like, yeah, but it's in Saudi Arabia.
they'll travel.
And then do you know what? They're
They
fucking
rolled.
mental.
I'm telling you, right? When I boxed on the unlicensed scene, I never boxed one, but I boxed on the same card as two Albanian boys that were both good ticket sellers. Mate, they could have been shit ticket sellers, and their fans would have still outsung everyone inside that arena. It's ridiculous. They turn up with drums.
Yeah.
Turn up with drums hidden under the.
Drums,
I
bro.
swear to God, little ones hidden under their coats.
Like
whatever.
the Norwegians
Start
in the
banging it.
World Cup. Huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's that support is great, and obviously, look, like I know it full well. I get pissed off sometimes in fights. Someone has scraped past your chin, you've not even took it, and they go, "Whoa!" like that. It annoys you to an extent. Well, imagine if it hits you clean, and then you've got the Albanian fans chanting and the drums going.
I've just
It's
got
a
to
hostile
chime in.
environment.
By the way,
Bloody hell.
the vote: 78% AJ, 22% Prenga. If you haven't bought the pay-per-view, like one last push. Use the link. If you're on Twitter, the link will be around on my tweets.
You know that
if you're on Instagram, link is on my stories on YouTube. The link is in the description. DAZN.com/TrueJordy, and the code for 10% off if you want to watch Anthony Joshua in his comeback fight is PAIN10 PAIN 10 all black capitals, almost 10% off. Big love to everyone who did that. You literally helped us put this whole production on, and a big shout out to DAZN for inviting us to DAZN HQ. Prenga in the ring, Anthony Joshua about to do his first ring walk since the Jake Paul fight, which really, for us, it wasn't really a fight.
Nah.
And then all of a sudden, chaos hit, car accident hit. This is the return of Anthony Joshua, and we're seeing.
Let's go, AJ.
Mate, the highlights. This for me. This is the most important fight of his career because I don't think anything he's done so far is a knock on who he was as a fighter. He lost to Daniel Dubois, a world champion who proved that his worth was there. He lost to Andy Ruiz, very good fighter. Prenga, he's not rated as that level. We can't lose to him. So for me, this is the biggest. If he loses tonight, it's the biggest loss of his career.
Yep. I mean, look, I'd have to have a look at the rankings, but I don't think there'll be a million miles off of where Prenga is ranked at this point in time as to where Jermaine Franklin was possibly ranked. Remember, that ranking would have got higher after he'd gone on and fought other guys. So obviously, Jermaine Franklin proved himself. We all agree he's a legit sort of top 20 to 30 heavyweight fighter. This guy could be that. This guy could very much be that.
Yeah.
And AJ's record doesn't show a history of picking sort of selective opponents that, aren't as good. Prenga could be a decent fighter. I'm not gonna stretch it out and say that he's going to be a world beater. I don't think he is from what I've seen. But he could be a decent fighter in there tonight. Yeah. And you know what? One thing I said about sometimes when you're nervous, you can come out and you can really put the pressure on early because you're kind of shitting yourself. I'm not going to say this is going to happen. Prenga walked to that ring very quickly on that ring walk there. He marched to the ring. He's got the towels on underneath. There could be an element here of Prenga going, do you know what? This is the big time and I want to get this. I want to start this fight well.
End of the day, this is his ticket. Like, on the other side of this, the world is waiting for you. So he's going to be game.
Yep.
Yeah, that's one thing he's showing up. Because if you say to me, like, yo, bro, if you go and do this one little thing, you get the possibility of making millions. I'm going to give it a good crack. Yeah?
He will not get a big opportunity in his life.
And he knows it. Yeah? So he's going to be way better than anything that's ever been in his highlight reel. It's just not going to be enough.
AJ has come out, I believe, in the same shorts. They'll probably be a new pair, but the same pattern and style of shorts that he fought Jake Paul in the last fight, the sort of camo drip. Whereas before, I remember once he had a good fight in the white shorts, he did not manoeuvre from those white shorts for quite a while, to be fair. And listen, I don't think it's a stretch by any means to say that this is AJ's first proper fight since that Daniel Dubois loss.
You know what I like, though? For some reason, it feels pretty good. He's walked out of a massive team to the ring this time.
It looks powerful, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does look. It's like a team of 20 just behind him.
Soldiers.
Yeah.
That's the vibe, isn't it? They've got the camo, that is the vibe, the energy.
Modern boxing now, guys tend to walk by themselves. Whereas, back in the day, remember Tyson would come out of the entourage. the guy.
It's
You know what I mean?
intimidating.
Yeah, it's like, raw. They're
It's the thing, we always speak about like Tyson Fury's ring walks. AJ's had some good ones, man.
Oh, he's had some
I
bad
remember
boy
he come out against Charles Martin to More Money, More Problems.
Yes.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
Come out to Burner Boy once as well. I don't know what fight that was for, but AJ's had some sick
He lost
ring-
that one, the Burner Boy one.
Was
That
it
was Ruiz.
Was that Ruiz? Yeah, that was
shit.
Burner
I remember
Boy.
me and
innit? I remember
KG,
I was
we
like,
went, we went
come
to
on.
town on that one. Never again. No more Burner Boy.
Come on, AJ. Listen, I'm nervous.
I
swear to God.
I feel like my cousin's
Come on,
walked into
boys.
the ring, man. I'm getting all tight now. Anthony Joshua.
There's nobody else that boxes the way I feel like this. Like the fear, the nerves, the anticipation.
It's so loaded.
It's worse
isn't
now.
it? Yeah.
After everything he's been through, it's worse.
Usyk ringside. I don't see any greedy belly.
Oh, I don't see Fury at a minute.
I find it interesting that he was supposed to be there because Netflix, by the way, have flown in.
I seen 2 interviews. One, he was like, "You think I'm going there after I've just fought the following night?" And then the other one was the opposite. Yeah, I'll be there. So this is
Yeah, he
Tyson
did say he'll be
Fury.
there. Yeah, straight after the fight.
It's like you don't know which version, but like you said, the Netflix documentary, surely he will be there.
Yeah.
You would think so.
He has to be. That's a great story for him to be there.
Absolutely.
But the idea is they face off at ringside, right?
I've just had a little look online to see if Tyson Fury's there. It doesn't have any information saying that he is there at the minute. No, Tyson Fury did not travel to Jeddah.
Who said this?
Bottle
Who said that?
This is what Sky Sports is saying.
job.
Oh, okay.
Bottle job.
Surely the Netflix documentary is enough to help make him there. Like, surely.
Why has he bottled it? He said he's going to show up and he doesn't show up.
I'm
Coward.
Despite brief media speculation and a tease that he might do a dramatic U-turn, both his team and Eddie Hearn have confirmed he would not be ringside.
He said he was going to be there.
He did, yeah. I saw
And
an
I'm pretty
interview
sure
with him.
Turkey said he would be there as well. Fuck.
You can't
Maybe he's
rely
about to
on
give the big
Tyson.
reveal.
You can't rely on him for anything. That's why I'm just like, until I see them walking into the ring like this, we don't know if
Well,
that
this
fight's
is the
coming.
thing,
in.
right?
Last time
In-
he was
in the
ringside,
build-up,
what happened?
they said, oh.
Francis Ngannou got ironed out.
They said, Tyson had his fight against Makhmudov. AJ sat there, could have got in the ring. Why is Tyson going to fly all the way to Jeddah? And I go, in my head, I go, well, nothing was signed then. There was
That's right.
nothing signed.
Apparently
that's
the
fact.
fight's signed now.
The fight is
Exactly.
signed, and yeah, all right, they might say, well, no, we're going to renegotiate if it's in America. Brilliant, but you're not saying it's not happening. You're saying you might renegotiate, and we all know what that means. Someone's going to get chucked a bit more money. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. So really, even as a fan of Fury's career, I think Fury is really, really
Bottled it.
bit of a disservice here to not be there.
Bottled it is the words you're looking for, mate. Disservice? How
Bit of a
kind.
disservice.
How kind.
I love that. I love that. I think everyone's comments right now, if you're a Fury fan or you're an AJ fan, everyone in the comments is echoing what you both are saying.
This is ridiculous. Why does he always fail, like just fall short of the mark when it comes to showing up for the moment when it's legit? Not these fake call-outs, these fake announcements, fake nonsense.
But nothing's
posturing.
signed. Now,
Yeah.
now it's signed. Now you should show up.
Now he's a no-show.
I literally said this earlier on in the week. Like, the fact that he's saying in interviews, I don't believe this fight is going to happen until it happens. Like, you are one of the biggest names in
AJ's
boxing.
the one who's been chasing him down, isn't
Thank
he?
you.
AJ clearly wants it. He said it multiple times. They don't forget promoters and everyone else. If both men want the fight to happen, it will happen.
Thank you.
So if you're already putting doubt in the public's eye, that says everything about your mentality on the fight, really. And I've always said this: he doesn't want AJ.
Yeah.
I do. I'm saying this. I do think the fight will happen, but heart of heart, I don't believe he wants it.
Let's be clear. If it doesn't happen, we can absolutely say Tyson Fury is a coward and a duck.
Yeah.
Straight up and down.
You know what, lads? We need AJ to win. So let's just,
Yeah, let's just let's not get carried away.
I'm
all right.
genuinely.
I believe in my guy, man.
The last time I seen Anthony Joshua in this camo outfit before he fought,
Do you know what's even strange?
I have to admit, the Jake Paul performance, it wasn't great, but it was against a really different, weird thing.
Some
The
guy
running
up.
away,
Yeah.
but equally, it wasn't great.
It was a boxing side quest.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah,
what I
that's
mean?
exactly that
what
was
it
the best way to put it. It's
Yeah.
like it's not no one really, no matter what your level is, no matter whether you're fighting a journeyman. I don't think many boxers go in there and go, "I'm on the clock here.
That's
Every
right.
second,
You know,
I'm
since
going
then,
to
though,
get more stick."
He's been in a fucking catastrophic fucking car crash, man. Like,
Yeah, but even still, like, even if you just look at the Jake Paul fight in isolation, that was a complete race against the clock. How fast can you knock out this jackrabbit?
yeah, and he knew that. Jake knew that, and
Yeah.
he used it against him.
And I know this is very minor, but you could say it has a little insight on his mentality. He hasn't even had a haircut. I know. Listen, I'm only saying this because
that's an AJ thing, though. He's done that for quite a few fights.
but
Ruiz too.
When he doesn't have a haircut, that's when we get the mean version.
Ruiz too.
Povetkin didn't have a haircut.
The hair, right?
Sometimes the hair gets cut.
Ruiz too, he left the hair.
Yeah.
I feel like Ruiz won. He was very sharp.
the whole world's going to see you.
See?
As a man, you can't put makeup on.
That's right.
I can't put high heels on, especially not a boxing match.
That's what I'm saying.
The haircut is the only thing you can really do. And the fact
care.
that he doesn't care, and he's, you know, we're talking about the richest man on the planet.
He's got a bit of a beard as well, you know. That's also not a normal AJ thing.
And he doesn't really look like he's a beard guy, kind of like me. You know what I
Do you
mean?
think he should be
Purely optional.
Just purely optional.
Purely optional.
Self-deprecating. I appreciate it.
Hey, look, I've shaved this down.
I'm
It
the
looks
same.
as if it just doesn't grow.
No, but when AJ is like, nah, fuck it. I like that.
It's beautiful.
When he did that with Ruiz too, it was like, I'm not thinking about anything other than
fighting. Exactly, I love that. It's only, I know it's a small deal and it could mean something or nothing, but
for guys like who we've watched for 20 years, or well, 15 years,
all I know
I
is
think it shows a
if
lot.
I'm going on telly with this many people, I'm getting a haircut.
Yeah,
I know, right?
So the fact that
He
says
was shaving
everything.
his beard on the way here, you fucker.
That's hilarious.
I was making sure each eyelash was in place.
Michael
Not
Buffer.
one person's
I've
commented
shared
on the
flights
eyelashes.
with Michael Buffer. Right?
What's that?
I've shared flights with Michael Buffer. We all have.
So
Yeah.
same, yeah.
We all have.
Legend.
You know what? When we're all getting on the flight and we see Michael Buffer, we're all looking at each other like, pretty cool, this, isn't it?
We've made it.
Even just a beat on a flight. Yes, he's in first class. All right, that's, you know. But like,
Yeah,
he's special. Like,
he's a legend.
And
a
even his
special
small
man.
talk sounds like he's been making an announcement.
Hey, Jordan.
I feel like
Hey,
when you're living in the moment and you meet all these people, like I remember me and you walked off in the gala thing, and I'm like, Joseph Parker's over there. You're going over having a chat with him, whatever.
I know, right?
When
Joseph
you-
Parker was like, I like your videos. I'm like, shit, what have I
It's
said?
meant, I like yours
What-
too.
What have I said
singing
about this
videos.
geezer?
Mate, Loza, do you remember that moment when David Adelai made a strong beeline towards me?
Yeah.
And I was I was rattled. So I had no idea what I'd said about him recently. But he was like, yo, come here. And I was just like, oh shit, me and Loza, we're gonna have to figure this one out.
I know, right?
And he comes over, he's like, I seen you in Super Soul, bro. You done your thing, man. I was like,
Thank God.
thank the Lord.
He's living near me at the minute. I was driving my car. I was bringing my daughter home from school, and I'm driving. I've slammed on the brakes. I've gone, Nyla, David Adelaide. She's like, what? And I'm like, oh yeah, you don't know.
No, call that David
Like,
Adelai.
give the old thingy, and he's jogging. He's like, whatever. I'm like, that's well cool. But what I was saying is like, in the moment, yeah, like you meet these people and whatever, and it's like, yeah, that's cool. It's only after when you have those sort of quiet, or for me anyway, when I have those sort of quiet nights, that I could sit and go, that's mental.
Crazy because
I was that night. I met. Well, we all met everyone, but like I spoke to Andy Lee, and again, like I made a beeline for him. I come over. I said, Andy, I can't really read that well, but I've read your book. I said, I've read your book. It's so good, and like such a nice.
Because I don't think the fans, you know, people who are watching now might not appreciate. We are just fans.
Just fans.
We love boxing, so like,
right.
you know, yes, we'll give our opinion. It might come from a, you know, it might seem like it's authority that we're given. We're not. We're just
Lads,
passionate and love boxing.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm bricking it.
Same here.
Yeah.
Anthony
Seen
Joshua,
Come on.
he's going like this a lot,
Beating his chest.
and like I'm like, are you all right? Is everything all right?
He's great, man.
Are we okay?
The
He's
the
great.
pressure
Everybody
is
calm
on.
down. Everyone calm down.
You
Let's
know
go.
what though? He had the look on his face, AJ, like a stone face killer there. I'm not mad at it. I like what I'm saying. I'm worried though because
I'll not be happy till this fight's done.
I just love this guy, man.
Now the
Fucking
nerves
hell.
have arrived to fit me. Let's go, Anthony. Come on, bro.
You know, I once said AJ will never be world champion again. I've never been wanting to be proved wrong more.
Round one.
I want it. Come on, son.
All right.
AJ with the left hand, lead left hand, and he's got it active early on.
Feet look.
Quick steps.
Yeah.
Quick steps with the feet.
And he's thrown to the body, and he's letting that left hand go a lot.
Oh, big overhand right.
Anthony Joshua goes down. Anthony Joshua
No
is
way.
out. He's gone for the count. He's been dropped in the first half a minute.
A left hook.
I can't believe what I've just seen.
The first shot to land
Shot
from Kristian Prenga. He throws a left hook right
Come on,
uppercut. He's
bro.
put
Let's
AJ
wake
down.
up. That was nonsense. There we go. Don't let this.
Get behind the jabs. Keep it simple.
There we go. Don't overthink nothing. Let's get to work.
I'm actually
Let's get
like
to work.
struggling.
Oh,
now.
Oh, the
good.
uppercut comes in again.
Oh, he's
Christian
holding on. You know,
Prenga
his
knows
legs.
that this is his opportunity.
AJ's legs
He's
look
caught AJ
shaky.
cold.
Oh my God.
AJ has been dropped in the first half a minute.
No.
AJ has been dropped in the first half a minute. He's looking
leading
for
with
that left
hook.
hand.
Come
Get
on,
behind
behind the
Joshua.
jab.
Let's go, Anthony. Let's get that jab going. That's
Go on,
What the fuck
AJ.
have we
Oh
just
my
watched,
God.
lads?
you know that don't feel
That
real.
was
Yeah, he's just been frozen
looks
his time
stiff.
there with an uppercut.
AJ looks stiff here. He looks
He's-
like he's struggling, and
he's
he's
not
holding on.
recovered.
Yo, come on. Wake up, man. Wake up.
Shit. Oh,
That
oh,
right
no!
hand, and Anthony Joshua's hurt again.
His legs are gone.
Oh
you
my
know.
God, Anthony Joshua's legs, and
Oh!
he's really struggling, and he's in big trouble right now, and it's looking like Daniel Dubois all over again. Anthony Joshua is
Oh,
in big
no,
trouble,
it is.
lads.
He is badly
This is
hurt.
horrendous. This is my worst nightmare, lads. Fucking hell.
Gosh.
The mad thing is, AJ came out looking good. He looked lighter on his
Lighter
feet
on
than
his
normal, in and out, drifting in and out.
He's
And then
just-
Kristian
Oh my
Prenga threw
word.
the left hook, right uppercut. That uppercut put AJ over, and he hasn't looked steady on his
Aye.
feet since.
Anthony, let's be
Oh,
practice
need
wisdom
him
now.
to
Let's
see out
move
this
those
round.
feet. Let's move those feet now.
He's
Come
in
on, lad.
autopilot.
Get on your defence. Get on your defence. Hold on, lad.
Oh,
Hold on,
them-
son.
These are
It's all
clubbing
right.
shots. These are. He's
Yo,
hurt.
what the
Prenga,
AJ goes down.
His
but
legs are gone.
It
They're not
wasn't
gone,
an
he just looks
actual
crazy.
knockdown, but he did go down there. And he's got
the
to
jab.
get on that jab, lad. You've got to get your
Oh,
defence
he's the
going.
left hook there. Tie on the top of the head.
What's going on?
AJ does not look good on the punch
fuck is
resistance
going on?
whatsoever, and
His
the
defence is gone,
the
everything.
punch power of Prenga looks like it's giving him major
Man,
problems.
make it back to your corner. No more knockdowns, please.
Oh, he's.
AJ's legs look gone,
It's a slip. It's a slip.
No, he's.
Oh,
he's
but he's
He's
falling over
short right
constantly.
hand.
He steps.
oh my gosh, bro.
And he's been given another knockdown in the first round.
Yeah.
Second knockdown in the first round. This is brutal.
Wow.
I can't believe my eyes.
Wow.
God.
I
Wow.
can't believe my
Wow.
eyes.
This is not what I expected.
Bro.
Oh my God.
This is
get,
horrendous.
Get behind the jab.
Get those feet moving. Freaking hell.
Hold on. Do
look-
what you need to do. This
We'll
14
have to admit,
seconds.
he looks a bit shot here,
looks
lads. He looks
terrible.
shot.
It's his punch resistance.
And I said before, there's a chance that Kristian Prenga comes out like a steam train. And
Only thing is,
realistically, that's what he's
Prenga-
done here.
Oh,
He's landed.
Oh, he's trade him.
Anthony
AJ's
Joshua has
landed a
not
good little
shown
shot
any.
there.
You know what, lads?
End of the first round.
There's
Time's
that
out.
If
come
there's
out.
one positive I can take from that, even after being dropped twice in the first round, the man's still throwing like nothing to lose here. I don't know how. He's still, but that is horrendous to see him drop twice. Let's take a look at the replay.
No, it's ridiculous.
And it was an
a little
uppercut.
right
It was an
uppercut.
uppercut
I thought
that
it was
dropped
a
him.
left.
It was an
Left hook,
uppercut.
right uppercut.
This is terrible. This is fucking
No, I'm sorry.
terrible.
That punch wasn't that big.
That wasn't
His
a big
punch
shot.
resistance is not the same.
I don't know what just happened there.
Do you know what happened? Daniel Dubois took his
at this.
resistance. That wasn't that big. You know, it was an arm punch. It wasn't.
I don't understand.
He was
Is he not
caught
sparred for
cold.
this fight? That shot right on the chin, slamming to the ropes. Fucking hell, this is a Dubois rerun.
It literally is.
Bro, I don't understand what the game plan is. Are you moving your... Yeah.
The
The
problem
second
is,
knockdown, can we just agree? The second knockdown where he landed the right hand was actually worse for AJ.
The thing
The
is,
second knockdown looked really bad.
Come on, Anthony.
AJ's backing away, takes one flush on the jaw. It's not a good look.
Come on, Anthony. Let's
Not a
wake
good
up
look.
now. Pop the jab. Let's box now. Let's box.
Where is the
jab,
boxing
move the
here?
feet.
Come
Show
on,
us what you
son.
learnt, man, because this can't be it. This can't be it.
AJ looking unsteady every time they trade punches.
His
It's
legs,
not like
his legs
Christian-
look shaky as fuck right now, lads.
Yeah, it's
Is
not
this-
like
is
Kristian
this how it
Prenga's
ends? This
accuracy
can't
or
be how
speed
it
is
ends.
unreal, but when he gets hold of AJ, he looks the physically stronger of the two inside. And although his work's a little bit more sloppy, AJ's just not steady on his feet yet. I want AJ to get that jab out here now.
the problem is, it's not about that
100%.
he's physically stronger. He's just physically. He's been hurt so early. His legs are gone.
I can't
But the
believe
only
he's
thing
been
I will
dropped
say
twice in
is
the first
Prenga
round.
is just hurt. Former heavyweight champion of the world.
He's not
And
rushing.
he's not rushing. It's almost like he gassed himself out. The emotions, everything's got to him. He's not really.
AJ's not...
Oh, a little right hand there from AJ.
He doesn't look explosive in any way at the moment. Everything's laboured. The
He's
jab is
definitely
slow.
shaken. He's
But
definitely
what-
up right hand from AJ, and it looks like he's hurt him. And another right hand.
Prenga-
Come on, AJ.
I feel like
He's waking
Prenga
up
is
now.
gassed already.
Yeah.
The emotions have got him already in one round.
Come on, AJ. And another.
Let's go, Anthony.
He's throwing that right hand,
wake up.
landing
There
on
we
the
go.
gloves,
We're
and
getting
he's
to
got
work
Prenga
now.
in the corner.
Flip me. Take your time. Be patient. Just be
That's
patient.
it, son. That's it. Get that jab out.
Keep them hands
Go.
up.
There you go. Let's
My
go.
God, how do we predict an AJ Fury fight after this? Jesus Christ!
And do you know what? The funny thing is, listen, we'll wait for the fight to play out, but we might still get no data because we know it's always skewed if someone gets hurt or knocked down early. It's very hard to see the improvements or what he's taking on from
the
Team
fact that he
Usyk
took the
when a
shots
man's
is
been
worrying,
hurt.
man.
The shot wasn't, in my opinion, big enough
Let's go,
to
Anthony.
like.
Let's wake up. Let's be smart now.
Go on, AJ.
Let's be smart now. There we go.
Even this, he's still not fully there.
Come on!
It's instinct.
Let your hands go, man.
this is just fighting. I haven't seen nothing in what he's doing now is new. There's no Usyk.
Let the jab go.
It's just AJ right now in a fight. Let's go.
Prenga looks tired.
Where's the jab?
Rage's pure instinct.
Come on, where's
Already,
the
it looks
fucking
like the
jab,
first
son?
round has took a fair bit out of Prenga as well as
Yes.
Anthony Joshua. AJ got dropped, but Anthony Joshua...
Pay it back. There you go.
Because the motions...
Prenga landed an uppercut there.
did.
AJ responded with a left
Straight
hook.
away.
Looking like he's getting his feet back underneath him a little bit, maybe AJ,
still
especially in
doesn't look right,
positions
to be
like
honest.
this where he would be dropping to the floor originally.
But
Come on, AJ, get the jab going, man.
let's go. Let's go.
Oh my God, I'm not...
Be patient.
I'm
Be
absolutely
patient.
speechless.
Just
Shocking.
box.
I did
Just
not-
box.
Come on, AJ.
There we go.
Lovely
There
shot.
we go.
He's gone, he's done. Done.
Stay down.
Done. He's not
Come
getting
on.
up. He's not getting up. He's done. He's absolutely done.
Prenga is down for the count, and it's
over.
all
Yes.
over. Second round knockout. To be fair, Joy, you did call second round, son.
Told ya.
Listen,
I'll tell you what.
I said...
I've just
listen
been
the
to hell and
first.
back.
yes, I'm happy, but I'm not happy at the same time.
I'm not happy.
This
I'm happy my guy won, but
Oh, look, listen, I love Usyk. He looks like he's ready to cry. The emotions in that guy, that's the bond that them two have got. I'm absolutely loving that. I've never seen Usyk look that emotional.
In his own fight.
In his own
You
fight.
know what? Just
Maybe-
for those at home, if you're not watching, Alexander Usyk, he puts the crucifix on
Relief.
and he takes a big deep breath, and you're like, oh, you know this was close as fuck. and Eddie Hearn is relieved. And you know what? After, look, he showed composure, he got dropped twice, and he came back. This fight with Tyson Fury is, if you're a promoter, you're loving this right now, because
Yeah.
what we've just seen in the last 2 days is Tyson Fury look vulnerable and Anthony Joshua look vulnerable.
But let's just say Tyson Fury didn't look in terms of his punch resistance, and that's what I'm worried about. And the punch that actually landed wasn't a huge shot. Tyson Fury
Can we just
punched
say, though,
just as
but it
hard
could
as
have been
that.
cool.
Can we just give credit though?
Go on.
The geezer who dropped him has a good knockout ratio. It's not Marius Wack.
Yeah, levels wise, listen, all I'm going to say is I am not confident what I've just witnessed.
Yeah.
I don't care that it ended
Do you
in
think
2
he's
rounds.
confident?
I just
None
wanna-
of us are confident.
I just want to say this as an Arsenal fan and being an AJ fan. My heart can't take all this.
Yeah.
We've only just got some success, bro.
I had a sneaky feeling that something wild could happen. Although I was backing AJ, I thought, with how Fury went last night,
Yeah.
is there another sting in the tail? Are we going to talk AJ up a little bit too quickly and then he's going to underwhelm a little bit? I didn't think we'd see him get hurt
you know
three
what-
times,
Is this a
not
case?
twice in one
Is this
round.
a case of him being caught cold?
Yeah.
Do you know what it is? I think there's an
Like-
accumulation of things.
No, it is.
Unfortunately, this is Prenga. We didn't really know how good
He's
he
not a
was.
weak puncher, though.
The record says he can bang. So regardless of the level, he can definitely bang. But we didn't know enough data, and unfortunately, potentially that could have been the biggest banana skin ever. But at the same time, I'm just worried. Like literally.
Can I just give credit to AJ?
Yeah.
He gets up though.
Do you know, but
he
this
gets
is
up to work.
the credit
He does.
is to AJ. This is
gets
why he's been so.
How many
exciting over
times
the
did he
years.
get up after Dubois dropped him? 4 fucking times or something?
Yeah.
He does get up. Everyone
Bloody
used to
hell.
give credit to Fury for getting up.
Yep.
Let's give AJ credit for
Can I
getting
just
up.
say-
If we're going to be slightly critical, I would say this. It wasn't like, in my opinion, I need to watch it back, it wasn't like AJ massively did something amazing to swing the fight. I think that he did do that, but I think Prenga tired.
Yeah.
I think
said
Prenga
that.
really
Really
tired
quickly.
from that early onslaught.
He got an adrenaline dump.
That was a good shot by AJ though, wasn't it, lads?
It happens in boxing. That
Those are some
adrenaline
bad
dump
filthy.
happens,
Yeah.
and boom.
Do you know what's funny?
Okay, was
Anthony
bad.
Joshua versus Tyson Fury at one point was a fight of two perfect boxing, artists.
Look, listen, this
We're now looking at two fighters who have got so many potential questions about them that, if anything, it's more interesting now than it's ever been.
It's a terror.
But we have to say, at the stage of their careers and where they're at, based on what we've seen in the last few fights, it's looking more Amir Khan, Kell Brookish than it is anything else.
It's more wide open than
Yeah.
it's ever been. We could have found the Anthony Joshua who beat Klitschko, who was a power puncher, who could keep getting up. But you could also look at Tyson Fury versus Deontay Wilder, who was the best version he's ever been. They're not the best version they've ever been, but still, I'm bang up for this.
I think the thing
and
is,
that's what we needed.
Yeah,
we
yeah.
just needed the intrigue to be there. And guess what? it's there more than ever because they're both more vulnerable than they've ever been.
But
Both of them.
Let's put another angle on it, yeah? Has he gone into this fight with demons? As in that first round of demons of like, can I still take a shot?
I don't think it's the demons.
Can I still fight at this level anymore?
Has he answered those questions in his own mind now?
No, absolutely not. No, I'm sorry. He's been hurt twice against a guy who we destroyed early on in his career. I think, like you've just said, the intrigue, the excitement has just doubled. As AJ fans, I'm petrified.
I have no idea what's going to happen now.
But the excitement is just absolutely double, quadrupled, without doubt.
Because Fury and AJ both look vulnerable as fuck right now.
Yeah.
Compared to their entire career,
that's right.
This is the most vulnerable either of them have ever looked.
But who is...
More vulnerable.
Talking about Tyson on his own and AJ, who is more scared going into this fight, in your opinion? For me,
Anthony Joshua,
because the thing about boxing is not getting beat up, it's not your reflexes, it's can you still take a shot like you once did. And clearly, as an AJ fan, I'm saying this brutally, honestly, his resistance isn't the same.
Last night after the Fury fight, there were so many reels and TikToks going round. Was Fury hurt there? We haven't got to ask the question. And I'm not using this to prove a point. I'm just saying, listen, I believe there was a difference level in opposition. I think that Prenga was better than Marius Wack. I'll say that. But we haven't got to ask that question. AJ was
Look, can we just look at Usyk for a second? Yeah. He is I've never seen him emotionally invested like that ever. Look,
Alexander Usyk was crying.
Yeah, he is absolutely fucking... I love that.
Can I just chime in, though?
Go ahead.
The bromance, I love it. But also, Tyson Fury, as someone rightly correctly pointed out earlier on the stream, hasn't fought a power puncher since Francis Ngannou. Tonight, Anthony Joshua fought a guy who can bang, and it didn't go well at the start, but he found a way, right? He overcome adversity. Yeah. I don't think Tyson Fury has overcome the level of adversity necessarily in terms of power that AJ did tonight, and I'm not saying that AJ did well. But the intrigue is massive because right now I've got an Anthony Joshua who looks a bit chinny but can still bang hard, and a Tyson Fury whose movement is worse than I've ever seen it, but is technically IQ-wise maybe better than AJ, but his chin's out on a fucking plate right now. Yeah. I don't know what the fuck's going to happen.
We've got a fight.
I don't know what the hell's going to happen.
We've got a fight of volition, like a war of volition on the cards. Like, it's going to be a fight of the ages. Both of these guys are going to be way better than the versions of themselves that we just seen because they hate each other. Yeah. This is about to be personal. Everything's on the line. I'm gassed for it. I'm nervous for my boy. But AJ, brother, if you're listening, I need you to do this. Beat that That's it. Before anything is done in your career, beat Tyson Fury, bro.
Imagine.
I feel like what
you
you just
got dropped twice in the first round,
brother,
and then knocked them out in the second.
I feel like what you just said there. Tyson Fury's strength is depreciated, diminished. AJ's superpower is still there. But AJ's vulnerability is definitely is increased massively. Would you say that Tyson Fury's vulnerability, which is...
The X factor is Tyson Fury has not taken a big shot since Francis Ngannou.
But that's crediting his elusiveness.
We know AJ's chin... Well, it's also the fight as he picked. We know AJ's chin isn't quite where it was. If I'm Tyson Fury, I was worried that he would starch this guy and that Fury would pull out. Fury's not pulling out.
Well, there'll be a lot of people.
The best scenario.
There'll be a lot of people that draw a fairly simplistic line and go, Fury's best moment in that fight yesterday was when he had Marius Wack inside and he landed 2 or 3 unanswered uppercuts. Again, it's a simplistic line. It doesn't mean that you're going to draw that and get to that conclusion. But AJ's just been dropped with the uppercut on the inside there. One of Fury's best moments when he was landing the uppercut. And this is what I'm saying. I think that now... Again, I said 50-50 before that fight. I've got to go back 60-40 into Fury's favour now.
I love that. You know what? I love that.
Back your man.
Because in my head, the one thing I'll give AJ is when he gets dropped, he gets back up and he keeps throwing.
He just wants to fight.
And it's going to be a question. You know what? This is so dumb. I could be wrong. Who the fuck can take a punch better out of these two right now?
Do you know what?
Who can? Because Fury is unanswered. Because he hasn't been hit clean for a long time.
Has AJ walked away from this with more confidence? Because he got hit, got down, got up and won. Like,
I think that's a positive.
That's what I was about to say. If you're going to spin the positive angle, because he was down against Dubois, couldn't figure it out, couldn't get his legs and couldn't come back. He's done it tonight, albeit against the unknown Prenga. It's happened. Like,
once you go down, how much better can it get? Do you want to drag it out? Do you want to get back to your boxing? A little bit light-headed. Maybe you haven't got your wits about you. You could get caught in between. Or do you want to go out and stop it in the next round? I don't think you can get better than that. As critical as we can be from the first round and how it went, once he gets dropped, I don't think you can get any better than going out and not just winning the fight, starching him in the second round.
What I mean, nobody can say AJ hasn't got hot. Like,
that's what I'm talking about.
After everything he's been through, Daniel Dubois nightmare. I was worried that the demons could come knocking. He went down, and what did he do? He didn't just go back into boxing. He didn't go to Andy Ruiz, who went on the back foot and boxed. He met fire with fire, and that you cannot take away.
I love it, because I said this after the Dubois fight. Everyone was slagging him off, and I said that Anthony Joshua didn't get enough credit for the fact that when he kept getting dropped, he kept getting back up, and he kept going to the fucking well. And yes, it didn't work out for him, but he proved he's not a pretty boy. He's not a fucking, a flat track bully. Yeah. He is a man who's willing to dig deep, and if it doesn't work out and he goes out on his shield, he will go out on his shield. And he proved it again tonight. And the reality of the situation tonight was his firepower was bigger than the guy he was facing. And that's what he's going to look at with Tyson Fury of, can you outbox me a bit? Yeah. Is my firepower bigger than yours? Yeah. And I think that is going to be where he draws from. I am a bit worried.
Yeah.
How can you not be?
Yeah.
But can we just a little bit step back just for a second? This man lost his best friends 6-7 months ago. He could have died in that accident. We're thanking God that he's here still today, and we may have been mourning the loss of a great champion, and yet he's fighting for us. His mates' names are on the fucking ring. He won the fight, which I'm just happy he won the fucking fight.
Once again, he's bringing us more excitement, more conversations. I mean, credit. We're giving, naturally, we've got 3 AJ fans here. We've got Tyson Fury fan over there. Like, I want to massively give credit to Tyson Fury. Say what you want. These two together have given us so much entertainment, different personalities completely, but both men deserve the credit. And guess what? Because we've still got AJ, thank the Lord. I'm not even a religious man, but I'm so appreciative of the fact that AJ is still here and we're potentially going to get, I think it's going to happen.
Can we just stop with these warm-up fights, though?
I don't want any more.
Right now,
I don't want any more.
Because Fury looked questionable, and AJ got dropped twice in the first round. Stop with the warm-up fights. Enough.
Enough. That point right there, because Tyson's talking about...
The only Wilder AJ was supposed to happen never fucking happened, lads.
I don't know how many levels you need to drop for them to come through safe at this point. Just get them in with you. Listen, if they're going to have a warm-up fight, AJ can have me and Fury can have Campbell Hatton, but that's about it. That's it. That's the line there. You got to go straight in after this. I don't think that you listen. You're in the heavyweight division. No matter who you're going in with, you're in the heavyweight division now. And people have seen massive chinks in the armor. There's no level that you want to put these guys in with now. Get in with each other.
What I love about this is AJ and Fury both will look at each other and go, "I can get you there."
Yeah.
It makes it interesting.
One thing we can absolutely accept. We're at the end for both of these guys.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
retire after this fight.
Yeah, both of them. Like, I'm a big AJ fan. You've done so many things. We can list all the great things you've done for the sport. We are at the end. It's Fury. Close the chapter wonderfully at the end, and we're done.
We're seeing some serious
emotion. AJ's getting emotional now.
I can only presume that his 2 friends have been mentioned at this point.
Yeah, he's talking about his friends. There's a lot of emotion just been pouring out of him.
He's carried a lot.
He's come through.
We can't begin to imagine what his experience been, the profile he has. Like we said earlier on in the stream, just to get to this point, for getting the result is a massive achievement. The fact that he's come out victorious, I'm over the moon for him.
Yeah, 100%. I can't imagine how it must feel. Every single one of these moments he's experienced, he's been side by side with his best friends.
You know what's mad? Eddie Hearn looks like he's going to cry as well. Like, that's how fucking, like...
the way we've seen Usyk is like the ultimate strong man. Like, Usyk is a powerful...
He's the Iceman,
he's the absolute Iceman. And the fact, the emotions that we've seen tells me that he's tapped into what AJ's experienced. The amount of conversations they would have shared, he's on board with AJ. Like,
which can only be a massive benefit leading into that Tyson Fury fight. As long as the camp stays the same now and the training setup stays the same, that can only benefit. I see Usyk get more emotional there than I did after he's won his fights.
This is my point. And,
true.
And I think we're all relatively strong men, but we've got a level of human side to all of us, And I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm more likely to cry over someone else's experience than my own sometimes.
100%.
Because when you tap into somebody else's emotions, it feels different to your own. You can put a brave front on for yourself, but we just see that with Usyk right there. He was up. He had the emotion for AJ.
Let me ask you a question though, guys. Let's try to move our emotions to the side.
Yeah.
what did we see in terms of the performance that might have rubbed off from the new camp?
Can I say, right, before that knockdown happened, I saw AJ way more fleet-footed than I've usually seen him, especially in that first round. What he was doing is throwing the fate out there, going back, taking that step back. It's something that I probably haven't seen from him in maybe even since the link-up.
You look game as fuck,
Ben
didn't
Davison.
you? You look game.
Yeah.
Do you know what else?
AJ wasn't fighting with any fear.
No, it came out of intent.
He's normally very flat-footed, especially at the beginning.
Yep.
He walks out quite like laboured, whereas this time round, hop step, half step. Do you know what I mean? It was always there.
What I can't work out is, going AJ the way I know him, the version of him being fleet-footed, it's borderline on the edge of range, boxing and moving and not getting involved at all. Whereas Alexander Usyk's team is all about getting on the edge of range, slipping shots, being there, ready for every single counter. And it's almost like AJ was trying to be more fleet-footed, but staying that little bit closer. But he hasn't quite got the movement that Alexander Usyk's team is. If you think of Andy Ruiz too, he didn't get involved. It was very safe in his approach. It was almost like he was on the edge of trying to achieve what the Usyk team does, but he hasn't got that quite ability.
There's nothing to say that wouldn't have transpired over time, though. We're basing it on
It's so
30
early.
seconds.
That's
He
right.
may have
It's so-
slowed right down Prenga, and maybe that might have been something that would have come to fruition later on.
But this is my point I made earlier on in the stream. What I was saying is it takes time. One camp, two camp, it isn't enough. It's over a career, and it's a lot easier to do it when you're fighting lower level opponents and build throughout your career, whereas AJ's at a higher level now, so it's a lot harder to achieve.
In terms of self-belief, I've seen everything I needed to say from Anthony Joshua there. Not in terms of he got dropped, yada, yada, yada. But here's the thing. He went, I am going to go blow for blow with you, and my power and my chin is going to win. And guess what? He was right. And with Anthony Joshua heading into that Tyson Fury fight, I fully believe his mentality is going to be, I am going to put out more than you can handle, and what you give back might drop me. You're
Let's
not
have a
going to
shootout.
You're not going to finish me. Guess what? Dubois, it took a hell of a lot for him to finish me. You're not even a power puncher. The last guy dropped me. Guess what? Didn't finish me. Got up, finished him. I had Dubois within an inch of his life ready to fucking go. So I personally believe, as much as there's reasons for Anthony Joshua to be second-guessing himself right now, for the way he's fighting, I think he is fighting to his strengths, which is, I am going to stick it on you, and you are going to either fold or you're going to hit me, and guess what? I'll get back up and I'll fucking put it on you again. And I'm all right with that right now. I'm all right with it.
I can't say I'm all right with it, but it is exciting. It's
amazing.
It's made me even more excited for this fight.
Look, man.
They're both looking so vulnerable, aren't
Do you know what
they?
it is? Every time I think I can't have more respect for AJ, he gives me another reason to love him even more.
Listen,
Imagine how his bros are going to, his
Yeah.
boys who he lost, if they're watching down now,
They'd be proud.
that is it.
Look, man, I've been a resident of AJ fan club for the longest time, and I'm not budging. We're gonna do it. However we get there, beat Tyson.
Do you know
Fury.
what I've just thought, though?
Go on.
I feel like the AJ Fury fight is one that we always thought was a 12-round war.
Yeah.
I don't think it is now. I think we all accept now.
I don't think I've ever thought it was
With the
gonna go
way
the
Fury
distance.
is fighting, with the way AJ looked vulnerable, with the way AJ is still punching hard, I think that this is going to be 100 mile an hour and someone's going out pretty quickly.
Did you know this? The more I think about it, AJ and Tyson Fury, performance-wise, are very unpredictable. Both guys. You know, like you talk about other people's career. You know, every other fight, both guys blow hot and cold, essentially. So this is why it's so hard to predict. But like, all I know is, I don't think if I was to plan how I could make this fight even more exciting, like this is exactly how I would have planned it to go.
Yeah.
AJ looking vulnerable, Fury looking vulnerable, both getting through it. It's just unbelievable. Like I'm so excited but so scared at the same time. It's the only way I can really put it.
I wasn't that nervous for this fight, but I know for a fact when it's AJ and Fury, I'm gonna be a mess.
Well, do you know what it is? After watching Fury last night, I was full of confidence. I was adamant in my mind with Usyk team and, you know, the AJ, everything he's been through, he's going to be more motivated than ever. But after what I've just witnessed, both guys have declined enough to make it even more exciting.
Well, you know what, lads? He won. And that's all we needed from the night.
That's right.
All we-
That's right.
Even Joey was fully on board.
I love looking at Joey's emotions. Do you know this? I'm watching him. I'm like, I can't work it out. Like, there's happiness that the fight's going to happen, but there's still fear. Like, we're all experienced.
We are going to have to be together, right? I promise you, we'll be together. We'll do the stream. Whatever happens, we'll do a stream for AJ versus Fury. Big love to the boys.
Yes.
Shout out to KJ, who couldn't be here, by the way. Big love to KJ.
Yes, man.
The family will be back together very soon. We're trying to put a stream together for Ryan Garcia versus Connor Bed, Joey Knight, Travis, Loza. Check out the channels. Honestly, the best boxing content there is, and we will be with you very soon. Big love from the Pain Game. Hit the like button, subscribe. We'll see you on the next one.
Peace.
Time for the